PMITV Audiobook.
For the
Sir
Crimson
Eugene.
Crest.
I rushed forward with his fat belly fluttering. It seemed that he had gained more weight in only 6 days. Have you been well? Of course, of course. Now, please come on in. Hey. Come quickly and serve these brave warriors. Yes, master. The maids and slaves flocked to greet the troops. There were many more of them than before, and their attitude seemed to have gotten even more earnest in serving these troops. I stole a few glances at the troops before speaking in a quiet, cautious voice. It seems as though the number of troops has decreased. Some were killed, and Sir Galfredick intentionally left behind others to guard the silver mine. I clenched his fists with excitement but stopped himself from congratulating Eugene. Even though Eugene had successfully occupied the mine, it wouldn't be appropriate to openly praise him when some of his troops had died. I quickly grasped the atmosphere and spoke politely. Then, will you need some rest? No, I will be fine. There are things that I wanted to ask you as well. Why don't we have a chat? Of course. I sent away his subordinates before pouring a glass of alcohol for Eugene. He asked politely. What was it that you wanted to ask me, sir? I will answer to the best of my abilities. Thank you. I was wondering if you knew Sir Andre. Of course. He is the nephew of Marquise Archivold's mistress and a knight of the Marquise. But I heard he was the first to betray the Marquise when things went astray. And the other nobles let him be. Originally, he should have been condemned by the other nobles, but those nobles were the ones responsible for bringing down Marquise Archivold in the first place. To curse and condemn Sir Andre would have been tantamount to tarnishing their own face. They might criticize him behind their backs, but they do not dare to say anything publicly. Those dishonorable lads. It was clear that the previous subordinate lords of Marquise Archivold had accomplished something so outlandish that even a former merchant, would criticize them. However, Eugene didn't really care about that. But why are you asking about Sir Andre, sir? It appears that he is the instigator behind Balmung, the one who has previously occupied the silver mine. Clearly shocked to hear Eugene's words, I hurriedly asked, is that really true? The bandit Balmung was instigated by Sir Andre. I have already confirmed it. I locked him up without killing him, so you will be able to check whenever you want. I sighed. His eyes started sparkling fiercely immediately afterward. As a guild leader of a city, he was quick-witted and intelligent. I quickly composed himself before speaking. Sir, this could be an opportunity for you to take the initiative in the peninsula. Initiative? Eugene had asked because he wanted to know how to take care of the bandit since he served as a noble of the peninsula. He tilted his head with puzzlement after hearing Gardai's unexpected response. Marquise Archivold was tyrannical, but that was only between the Marquise and his lords. It was none of our business. But the situation on the peninsula had devolved even further once the Marquise was overthrown and locked in his castle. That was what I heard as well. Essentially, the lords betrayed their monarch. As such, it became difficult for anyone to hold the justification and legitimacy of inheritance. Even the children of the Marquise have found it difficult. Well, here is the current situation. Each and every one of his immediate descendants is claiming that they are the rightful heir with a lord backing them, but from the perspective of a city like us, all of those punks are no different. I continued eagerly, even daring to address a noble as a punk. But in the meantime, Sir Andre instigated a bandit responsible for the murder of a noble in an attempt to occupy the silver mine belonging to Lord Bimos. However, Sir Andre serves Lord Gabriel, the eldest son of Marquise Archivold. Eugene's eyes glimmered with understanding. You are suggesting that Sir Andre could not have acted on his own. Exactly. Truly outstanding. That is exactly what I am trying to say. It doesn't matter even if they try to feign ignorance. If Sir Eugene steps forward, the city of Morfern and I, Gardai, will stand behind you. The city will. Ah, of course, of course. The road to the Bjorgallen barony has been stabilized thanks to Sir Eugene. Sir Eugene has already monopolized the attention of the mayor and the other guild leaders. And now, Sir Eugene has the opportunity to establish a clear position in this region. What does this mean for all of us? The young, handsome knight was strong, quick-witted, and incredibly fortunate. Gardai answered his own question, grinning at the potential conqueror of the peninsula. For the sake of peace on the peninsula, Morfern will support Sir Eugene with all its power. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That's him. He is very handsome, but isn't he too young? He doesn't seem like much. Are you sure that he killed a wyvern? Apparently, he killed 2 trolls near the city of Meran. Many mercenaries were gathered in a pub located near the Morfern Mercenary Guild. The establishment was buzzing with the voices of the mercenaries. Both floors of the pub were completely packed with mercenaries. Eugene was already a celebrity not only among the mercenaries but also among the city dignitaries and the knights. Rumors ran rampant that Eugene would also become a lord with the backing of Baron Bjorgallen and the consent of the surrounding nobles and lords. However, not everyone believed in the legitimacy of the rumors. The young knight wasn't from the area, and it was difficult to believe that he had achieved so much in such a short period of time. Moreover, the materials gained from killing the wyvern were immediately shipped to Meran the next day, so very few people had verified the rumors for themselves. Eugene was still steadily gaining fame, but there was no evidence to back up the claims. Everyone, be quiet. The mercenary guild leader shouted while stepping out to the center of the pub. Similar to most other cities, the guild leader doubled as the recruitment officer of the city. He was in his 40s, yet he still looked vigorous and muscular. He was someone that the mercenaries here found difficult to deal with. Right. I'm sure all of you have already heard, but we are gathered here today because Sir Eugene is going to be recruiting some troops. What? How many people could he possibly recruit? Why did you bring all of us here? One of the captains of a medium-sized mercenary group raised his hand. Many mercenary groups, like his, had based their operations in Morfern. The mercenary guild leader turned his gaze with clear annoyance and responded bluntly. Ask the questions after I'm done speaking, Galo. But think about it. Did I say something wrong? I don't understand why the guild leader has to step forward and gather all of the mercenaries in this city when it's just a single knight hiring mercenaries. Don't you all agree? Right. Even if you are the guild leader, it's impolite of you to order us around. We're also quite busy, you know. I might change my mind if you treat us to some sour ale. Do you want to drink my piss instead? I'm sure it'll be part rum from what I drank yesterday. It will have quite a rich flavor. Ha 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 ha. You stupid bastards. The situation was quickly devolving into chaos thanks to the ignorant, simple mercenaries. The mercenary guild leader started to voice his annoyance. Let me take care of it, Eugene spoke quietly to the mercenary guild leader. Well, do whatever you like. The mercenary guild leader readily passed the torch. He had been rather unwilling to gather the mercenaries in the beginning. He simply gave way to Gardai's incessant request. Give us some alcohol. That's right. Recruitment or whatnot, give us something to drink first. My stomach's growling. I crawled all the way here since the break of dawn. The mercenaries didn't care whether Eugene stepped up or not. The dignitaries of the city and the knights were observing the situation with interest as if they were simply watching a show. Some even agreed with the mercenaries. The rookie knight had a pale face like a girl. When could he ever have experienced such a daunting and intense environment? It was apparent that the young man was simply a nobleman who lived a sheltered life. Although he might have achieved success due to his unbelievable luck, he would surely react with anger or boom. Gah. The people of the pub jumped at the sudden explosion. Then, their eyes started to grow with shock and disbelief. Eugene was holding a battle axe in one hand, and a large, thick wooden table in front of him had been split into two halves. He had completely severed a table with a diameter of 2 meters with a single swing of his axe. Some of the knights and mercenaries gathered in the pub were also capable of splitting a table. However, no one was confident of splitting a table like this into two with just a single blow. Ting! A clear metallic sound resonated in the silence. The pub owner instinctively snatched a silver coin out of the air. His gaze alternated between the silver coin and Eugene, and he spoke carefully. "Excuse me. But this is not enough, Sir Knight." Eugene flinched and glanced at the mercenary guild leader. "Ah, so how much is it?" While the mercenary guild leader compensated the pub owner, Eugene spoke while glancing around at the entire pub. "You. Was it Galo?" That's right." Galo stuttered in answer after being put on the spot, but he soon raised his head rather stiffly. It wasn't as if the knight could do anything to him with so many people around. "Get out." Galo's eyes grew larger with shock. He immediately turned and shouted toward his subordinates with an arrogant frown. "Ah, fuck it. What a waste of time. Hey. Let's go." "Yes." 5 or 6 mercenaries rose simultaneously and followed him. Eugene ignored the group as they headed down the stairs, and he spoke to the remaining mercenaries. "Some of you may already know, but I have just recently become a lord with the consent of Lord Bjorgalan and the other nobles in the region." Pause. Galo suddenly paused in the midst of heading down the stairs. "Paranan, Varan, Minton, and Pezil. These 4 villages belong to me now. Moreover, I have also succeeded in capturing the silver mine in Mount Nadir a few days ago." A woo-woo-woo-woo-hoo. A loud roar swept the pub like a storm. Even those who were ignorant of Mount Nadir could not help but erupt into a roar. Gold and silver mines represented a lord's success along with evil lands. Moreover, all of the gathered dignitaries and knights had coveted the silver mine in Mount Nadir for a long time, but none of them dared to take action because they were afraid of the lords and mercenaries situated around the mine. But now, the silver mine had already fallen into the hands of the young knight. "I have already received the promise of full cooperation from the Palin Association and the Moffern Merchant Guild regarding the development of the silver mine. So." The gaze of the mercenaries was completely and wholly fixated on Eugene. Their eyes glistened with desire and greed. Eugene looked around before speaking in a low, but heavy voice. "I'm saying that none of you will have to worry about your pay." A woo-woo-woo-woo-hoo. Knights were honor, and mercenaries were silver. The mercenaries stomped their feet and cheered loudly as if to prove the ancient proverb. And Eugene raised his voice once again, and the pub fell into silence. "I have no intention of being satisfied with just 4 villages and a silver mine. I will be hiring 100 people on a first-come, first-served basis. Looting is prohibited, but spoils and compensation will be distributed according to individual contributions. Is there anyone willing to follow me?" "I will." "Us Steel Bull mercenaries will follow you. Pope and 10 others will join." "Sir, don't you need any knights?" "Sir Eugene." "Sir." The pub instantly devolved into chaos. Mercenaries and knights alike yelled with crazed eyes. Even the dignitaries also busily calculated their potential profits and losses when Eugene openly declared his intent to become involved in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. Tilda. It really doesn't matter whether you're a spirit, a vampire, or a human. Money is always the best. The thrill. The chase. Oh, the joy. Long live silver coins. Myrian laughed arrogantly, feeling a sense of unification that crossed the boundaries of race. However, not everyone was going crazy. Crazy bastards. They don't even know if he's the real deal or not. That's right. He might have been lying about killing the wyvern. Galo and his subordinates grumbled. They were still standing on the stairs. Eugene beckoned silently upon seeing them. Luke ran forward and handed Eugene a spear. Eugene immediately swung the spear upon grabbing it. Whoosh. Galo faltered at the sharp sound. What are you trying to do? Are you curious as to how I killed the wyvern? Galo gulped silently while staring at the spear. Eugene turned his gaze away before immediately throwing the spear. Shuik. Thunk. The projectile passed the dozens of men like lightning and embedded itself in a wall of the pub. The crowd was surprised by the sudden turn of events, and people turned their eyes to the embedded spear. The person standing closest to the weapon shouted with disbelief. The spear. It stuck in the wyvern's eye. What? It was true. Eugene's spear was deeply embedded in the stone wall, more specifically in the eye of the wyvern's mural, even though it was the size of a small palm. Everyone was flabbergasted at Eugene's incredible skills. He turned his cold gaze towards Galo, then spoke. This is how I killed it. If you understand, get out, before I make a hole in your head. I am sorry. Galo hurriedly ran as if escaping. It seemed that the Galo mercenaries would disband today, judging from the eyes of the subordinates awkwardly following from behind. The size of the military depot following the group increased to accommodate more than 100 troops and 20 porters. Such a large group of soldiers would be able to achieve victories in territorial wars against many nobles, with the exception of some great nobles. They were all united under the Black Dragon's crest. But that wasn't the end. You want to join my army? That's right, sir. I would like to glorify the name of the Florence family and practice true chivalry under the command of Sir Eugene. Please allow it. I want to show Sir Medine that the spear of Demeter has yet to break. I do not need any compensation. All I would like is a chance to prove my determination. Eugene felt a little dumbfounded when knights started coming to him with their burning wills. Mercenaries had responded to his recruitment notice because he offered a good deal in regards to their salaries and compensation, but Eugene never expected prideful knights to come to him of their own accord. I don't know if you know, but I cannot afford to take care of all you sirs. That's fine. The worth of a knight is to be self-proven. When the right time comes, please just give us appropriate compensation. Just being with an outstanding knight like Sir Eugene will allow me to spread my name. Please give the permission for us to fight together, sir. In other words, the knights were offering to fight without pay for the time being. However, they would be asking for compensation according to their performance in the future. They wanted to join Eugene's rise to fame and glory. Eugene looked around at the flock of knights. All 7 knights were armed with either plate mail or chain mail. Moreover, all of them had their own horse and 1 or 2 aides as well. If the skills of the 7 knights were similar to the knights that Eugene had seen thus far, they would add up to be quite an overwhelming force. Knights were easily capable of slaughtering 5 or 6 times their numbers if they were fighting on flat terrain. But it's not like I can just trust them. Although they were willing to yield for now to chase after honor and reputation, as well as future compensation, knights were completely unpredictable when it came to real battles. Eugene eventually decided to adjourn, for now. After recalling the Templars in the labyrinth of Count Evergrove, the trio had driven themselves to death while acting as they wanted. I apologize, but I do not think that I will be able to officially take you sirs under my command. The more knights there are, the better. Your vassal, Gal, said so, right? You need to take them and work them like slaves. Myrian spoke out with a puzzled expression. She had been spectating with excitement until now. The expressions of the knights stiffened after hearing Eugene's response. Sir Eugene, please reconsider. However, there is nothing for me to say about the determination of meritorious men to practice true chivalry, is there? The faces of the knights filled with surprise, and one of them hurriedly asked, "Are you saying that you will allow us to follow you? What is there for me to do if you insist on doing so?" "Do as you please." The knights brightened up after hearing Eugene's answer. "I will not hold you back." "Yes. I will trust you, sirs." Eugene nodded with satisfaction. He was able to gather 7 knights without spending a single penny. He also prevented any worst possible outcomes. "You are going to make them your slaves for free?" "Well, our sir always has a plan." "Those idiots, look at them beaming with smiles on their faces." Myrian sympathized with the knights when they saw them being done in by Eugene's technique as they volunteered themselves to serve him for free. However, the knights mistook Eugene's trap as his acknowledgement. They shouted vigorously, "To think I, Florang Florence, will be fighting alongside a troll slayer and a wyvern slayer. This is the most honorable thing that ever happened in my life. Even Sir Medine won't be able to avoid my challenge if I am with Sir Eugene." When it comes to status, Sir Eugene holds a much greater position. "I will wholly devote myself to the peace and stability of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula." Although the knights possessed slightly different goals, they were sincerely pleased. Eugene was also quite pleased to acquire free laborers. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Spectacular. What a sight. Gardai's face was filled with joy as he overlooked the departing parade of troops. They were accompanied by depot merchants responsible for supplying the soldiers and trading with them. Do you truly believe that the knight will be able to accomplish it? Even if he is competent, you know that they won't be nice and obedient to an outsider. Especially the knights, since they are prideful. They might be hard to deal with. The mercenary guild leader voiced his worries and Gardai clicked his tongue in response. TSK, TSK, TSK. You have definitely aged, guild leader. Your head is failing you. Don't you know that they will be even more willing to follow Sir Eugene since he's not from the peninsula? What? Why do you think the nearby nobles left Mount Nadir's silver mine unattended? Why were Lord Bimo's villages left alone by the nobles? Well, because they would have been fucked if someone held them responsible later on. The mercenary guild leader trailed off as he came to a realization. Gardai spoke with a grin. Do you get it now? There won't be any problems even if Sir Eugene runs rampant. Responsibility. Holding someone accountable later. Who could do such things to a knight with no connections to the peninsula? I see. That's for sure. Although we cannot be certain, about half of those knights must have chosen to follow Sir Eugene due to this truth, even foregoing any pay. If they are bestowed a village or two, later on, they won't have to worry about it being taken away. You are suggesting that the knights will be free as well since their lord is free from any accountability. Exactly. He. Then, what does Morfern stand to gain from this? No matter what anyone says, the fact is, our guild supported Sir Eugene. It's only one silver mine for now, but who knows? Maybe he will acquire an evil land or two in the future. Where do you think he will dispose of the materials he gains? Even if Sir Eugene and Meren possess a deep relationship, do you really think that he would go through the trouble of sending a ship there each time? Yoo-hoo. I'm not hoping for something grand, like conquering and unifying the peninsula. However, we will benefit greatly if we participate in this correction of balance. Compared to the potential benefits, an investment of thousands of silver coins is nothing. Hoo ha 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 ha. Gardai laughed boisterously while dreaming of a rosy future. Even if Eugene was a wyvern slayer, he knew only how to fight. Eugene was certainly quick-witted and intelligent, but territorial management and politics could not be solved by brute force. Eventually, he would come to realize his limitations as an outsider, and the city of Morfern would step up to supplement his flaws. The knight would take care of hard, arduous tasks, and Morfern would reap the benefits. That was the true reason behind why Gardai and the other merchants of Morfern decided to support Eugene. Master Gardai! Master Gardai! A city guard shouted while running up to the wall. What is it? Is something wrong? The administrator of Sir Eugene would like to see you. Ah, Sir Delmondo. Where is he right now? Although he appeared quite knowledgeable, at most, Delmondo was a young, naive official in his mid to late 20s. Gardai was confident in being able to trounce him. However, Gardai did not know that the young, naive administrator had worked 10 years as the Roman Empire's financial and personnel management officer and had wandered around the world for almost 20 years. Most importantly, his opponent was a member of the Knights tribe. In addition, vampires were known to be unrivaled in craftiness. Gardai hummed as he descended from the wall. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A castle. That's right. A castle. Since he is the lord of 6 hamlets and 4 villages, it's only natural for him to have a castle. No, but to ask for such a thing so suddenly. A village with a castle and proper walls could be the headquarters. It will be able to house troops, and it would allow for a large marketplace, which would be quite useful. Moreover, it would be much better for merchants to stay in a village housing troop and a castle. Gardai was immediately forced to shut his mouth. He couldn't think of an adequate response to Delmondo's words. Well, if you do not agree, that's fine as well. It's not like Morfern is the only city to dispose of the silver from the mine. Perhaps I could make a suggestion to Meron. Since the mayor was kind enough to gift the lord with a set of armor engraved with the city's crest. Let's do it. We will be providing full support. A castle. Let's build it. The merchant's greed caused him to take the bait. Delmondo was smiling shrewdly on the inside, but he quickly continued without a change in expression. 7 castle towers, including the main building, and 2 annexes. It should allow for up to 100 troops to be stationed at all times, and the number of residents should be around 50, excluding the troops. At least 30 arrow slits are to be installed on the left and right walls surrounding the gate with crossbows. What? Is it a bit difficult to picture? Then, you could refer to the Lion Castle of the Kalad Viscounty. There is a dwarf architect in Morfern, correct? If you leave it to them, they will finish it for you in half a year. I understand, for now. Gardai was greatly shocked. He never imagined, even in his wildest imaginations, that the young administrator would be so thoroughly prepared, and would be so specific in his demands. The construction site should be the village of Varan, where the mansion of Lord Bimos is located. If you do not demolish the mansion and use it as one of the annexes, you should be able to save quite a bit of money. What's wrong? Delmondo asked with a bright smile after seeing Delmondo's reaction, which appeared somewhat bitter. You must be worried that the castle will be a little small for Sir Eugene to stay in. Don't worry. That castle will not be Sir Eugene's main castle. It will be a place for his appointed knights or administrators to stay. What do you mean by that? Gardai asked while wiping off sweat from his forehead. What was Delmondo talking about? He would have to spend even more money. What else could I mean? Don't tell me that the guild leader thought that Sir Eugene would only go on to become a neighborhood lord of the peninsula. TSK. I thought you might have a wider outlook as the merchant guild leader of a city like Morfern, but it appears that I have overestimated you. Take a step back and look at the big picture here, Gardai. Delmondo even went on to criticize Gardai with disappointment. However, Gardai was still filled with shock from Delmondo's previous statement. You thought that Sir Eugene would only go on to become a neighborhood lord of the peninsula. Of course, Gardai didn't think so either. In the first place, He suggested that Eugene should hire mercenaries and even paid for most of the expenses as a result of it because he believed that Eugene would become one of the pillars of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula in the future. However, Eugene's younger cousin and administrator saw something larger with complete conviction. Godai finally regained his calm after a million thoughts and doubts passed through his mind. Then, how far do you think Sir Eugene will go, Sir Delmondo? A great lord of the empire? Perhaps a king? Or maybe both? Godai's eyes filled with disbelief and immeasurable shock. However, Delmondo was calm. Since a great origin has made the decision to live among humans, that much is only natural. Even my father was a lord of the empire. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Mold brothers? Eugene asked. For some reason, Eugene thought that all the names of the bandit groups were rather impersonal and vague. Yes. They rarely come out of the forest, but they loot villages and attack merchants during every harvest. I'm sure that they must already know about the stories about Sir Eugene, so it's unlikely that they will come crawling out anytime soon. We will take care of them before leaving. Yes. A newly appointed squad leader saluted in a fairly disciplined manner. In addition, all but Partik among the 8 squad leaders gathered in Eugene's tent appeared similarly nervous. Was it because of Eugene's amazing display of spearmanship during their first meeting, at the pub? No. All of the mercenaries and squad leaders were frozen stiff because of the bouts that took place yesterday among the knights. It would have ended without any problems if the knights participated to hone their skills and to practice, but the typical characteristics of knights overcame the men. Even though they were sparring with wooden swords, the knights became heated when they became filled with the desire to win. However, that was still fine, since it was a normal, daily occurrence for knights. However, the problem arose when the knights applied for a fight with their commander out of curiosity and their competitive spirit. Eugene remembered Galfredic's advice, that he should always crush his subordinate's spirit at the very beginning, regardless of whether they were mercenaries or knights. As such, Eugene battered the knights without hesitation. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2, but all 7 knights. The knights were fortunate to escape with only a few bruises since they were wearing armor, but all of them agreed that they would have been absolutely crushed if it had been a real battle. However, the highlight of the scene was Eugene's following words. Should we do it again? Properly this time. I will feed you mana stones. In other words, his merciless and relentless beating had not been proper. The squad leaders could not help but be nervous and disciplined after witnessing such an unbelievable sight just yesterday. Who will go? We won't be needing all of you. 3 squads should be enough. Sir. The Iron Bull mercenaries will take the front. We will go. We will bring back the heads of the Mold brothers within 2 hours. No, we will. Sir. The conversation quickly escalated into a heated competition. The entrance to the tent opened and a mercenary rushed in just as Eugene was about to intervene. Sir Eugene. The Sir Knights rushed into the forest. What? Not even a day had passed since they were pummeled, yet they were already throwing a fit. This is getting out of hand. The various guild leaders licked their lips in vain after hearing the words of Morfern's mayor. They were currently gathered in the mayor's study. The guild leaders had been gathered at the request of Godai, the leader of the merchant guild, to discuss Jan Eugene. The cost of the castle will be the least of our worries since it won't be too burdensome to build a small castle. The problem is that the castle site will include the mansion of Lord Bimos. Although the mansion had been left without an owner for a long time, it was previously owned by the youngest son of Marquis Archivold. If the structure was modified at will, it was highly likely that whoever settled the ongoing dispute and rose as the official successor in the future would create an issue about it. The Fabric Guild leader spoke up. What if we pay a reasonable amount of compensation? If we truly believe that to be true, then the lands that Sir Eugene claimed as his own will be picked on in the future. Godai chimed in. That's right. They have already been neglecting it for over a year, right? Our city has bled quite a bit due to it as well. And regardless, Sir Eugene will have to take responsibility for it. Even if they pick at it in the future, we have plenty of excuses to make. I agree with the opinion of the Merchant Guild leader. I, as well. The Mercenary Guild leader and the Stonemason Guild leader shared their thoughts as well. Most of the other Artisan Guild leaders could be seen nodding their heads, giving their silent consent. That's beside my point. The other noble families, as well as the Archivold family, will become suspicious of our city. I also admit that Sir Eugene's services and contributions are great, but don't you think that things are proceeding too fast? How old is he now? 22. 23. He is way too young. Nobles who don't actually know Sir Eugene will surely assume that Morfern is trying to expand its influence by using a knight as its puppet. They might, but only if they don't get to experience him personally. The mayor narrowed his eyes. God, I continued. Under the condition that all of our city's guilds will contribute, it will take about 6 months at the quickest, and a year at the latest to finish the castle's construction. Where and what will Sir Eugene be doing during this time? We didn't hire mercenaries on his behalf just so he could sit around doing nothing in his territory. The nobles who never experienced him firsthand might react similarly to the mayor's concern. However, I guarantee that those that had experienced him will have no choice but to keep their mouths shut. Lord Bjorgallen is a prime example, right? Aha! That's definitely true. It was already well known that Baron Bjorgallen had recognized Jan Eugene as a lord, even going as far as to have other lords stamp their seals on an official document. It was unknown why the Baron made the decision, but no one could deny that it was the result of the Baron's encounter with Jan Eugene. Lord Bjorgallen hired Sir Eugene, but he ended up recognizing Sir Eugene as a lord. Then what about the nobles who will come to face Sir Eugene? No, rather, what about the lords who will take Sir Eugene as their enemy? The mayor expressed surprise. God, I continued with a smile. There is still a long way to go before we can see the results for ourselves, but no one will doubt his skills and achievements anymore if Sir Eugene becomes even more successful. We won't be labeled a puppeteer, but rather as wise investors who recognized a diamond in the rough. God, the mayor called out with an astonished look. Yes. The mayor continued, since when did your sight become so far-reaching and vast? It's impressive. I did have someone's help. Ha ha, God, I flinched and laughed awkwardly. He could never confess that most of what he said was what he heard from a random territorial administrator. Then let's get started on building Sir Eugene's castle right away. Do you all agree? Yes. The guild leaders of Morfern nodded vigorously in response to the mayor's words. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. And what is this? Eugene was dumbstruck after chasing the knights into the forest and into the bandits' hideout. The knights were waiting for him with proud looks, and nearly 30 bandits were trembling while kneeling on the ground. Sir Eugene. It seems that they have been completely shocked by our bravery. They surrendered immediately. You ha ha ha. See this, sir. I told you that I would never hold you back. Is this enough to prove ourselves? Is it not worth trusting us in the future? The morale of the knights pierced through the sky. From the looks of it, it seemed that they managed to defeat the bandits without even having to raise their blades. Eugene couldn't help but admit that although regular knights appeared rather weak in comparison to himself and Galfredic, mere bandits never stood a chance against them. A charge consisting of 5 or 6 knights in solid armor would exude a pressure similar to an intermediate rank or high rank monster. Moreover, the 7 knights were survivors of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula's great chaos over the last several years. Even if they didn't possess transcendental abilities like himself or Galfredic, the bandits would have felt overwhelming fear in the face of their collective attack. The bandits had surrendered immediately without even thinking about taking advantage of their home ground. But to think they surrendered immediately without resisting. This is a bit strange. Eugene headed toward the trembling bandits while having such thoughts. Oi! Hayek! Eugene frowned after seeing their reaction. He had simply called out, but the bandits reacted as if he had killed their family. Why are you so surprised? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Ha ha ha. Is it not because of Sir Eugene's piercing reputation? In addition, we are with you as well. It's no surprise that these... Is that not true? What? One of the bandits muttered, and the knight turned his head. The bandit's entire body was soaked with sweat, and he stuttered with fear. I heard that he really eats people. Is that not true? The knight responded fiercely. What the fuck is this bastard talking about? The bandit fell flat on the spot. Hayek. Please forgive me. I heard rumors that if you stand up against the Black Iron Knight from Meran, he would eat you alive. If you surrendered, you would become his slave. Please forgive me. Sir. Please have mercy. Eugene was at a loss. He never imagined that such nonsensical rumors would spread as well. Of course, it wasn't entirely false, since he was a vampire. Where did you hear that from? At a pub in a nearby village. That's why we haven't gone out of the forest at all recently. After we heard the stories, we stayed still and didn't do anything. Mercy. I will repent. Please, sir. The bandits kowtowed with desperation. I think they are acting like that because they are scared of Sir Eugene, and not because of the other sirs. I think so. The spectating mercenaries started whispering, and the expressions of the knights became rather awkward. Sir. Compliment them. Compliment. Myrian whispered in Eugene's ear. Right. Eugene recalled Galfredic's advice on how to deal with knights. He looked back at the knights. Their proud, brave expressions were nowhere to be seen, and they were only licking their lips with embarrassment. But would they have surrendered if you sirs had not rushed in bravely? Great work. All of you. The corners of the lips of the defeated knights quickly rose. Ha ha ha. Not at all. It is no match for Sir Eugene's bravery. We are no match for Sir Eugene's sharp judgment. Ha ha. It's the result of our boldness and Sir Eugene's reputation. Wouldn't you agree? However. What? The knights immediately stopped laughing when Eugene spoke in a quiet, subdued voice. Did I not say that I would be giving all the orders? I will show forgiveness just this once. Sirs, if something like this happens again in the future. Eugene paused, then looked around at the knights before smiling coldly. Then we will be sparring with real swords. And maybe, just maybe, there may be a few accidents during the spar because of it. An eerie silence descended, and the knights stared silently while gulping with fear. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The knights thoroughly followed Eugene's instructions since that day. Of course, they weren't technically orders but suggestions. Eugene would say things like I wish XX would be done or it would be nice if Sir XX took care of this. However, the knights were wary of potential accidents that could occur during sparring with real blades, so they responded to every one of Eugene's requests and expectations. As such, Eugene was able to wipe out almost all the thieves and roamers inside his recognized territory without losing any troops. The survivors managed to escape from Eugene's territory before they met their doom. The villages and hamlets inside the territory finally regained peace and stability after almost 2 years, and the residents enthusiastically praised their new lords. The territory would surely progress steadily when the people from Moffern's guilds arrived. Since Delmondo was entrusted with taking care of such matters, Eugene departed once more. In the meantime, Galfredic joined up with Eugene after leaving behind a number of troops to manage the silver mine. Their destination was the territory of Andre, a knight of the Archivold Marquisate. Andre was the knight in alliance with the eldest son of Marquis Archivold, Gabriel. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Sir Eugene. Sir Eugene. What is it? Have you discovered more rumors? A scout ran forward hastily before bowing his head. No, sir. Lord Phaedron's sons would like to see you, sir. Lord Phaedron. Eugene asked, and Viren quickly provided an explanation. He is a lord in the nearby area, but he is not a nobleman with a bequeathed title. He was appointed as a lord by Marquis Archivold since his family was around for several generations. I see. But why do his children want to meet with me? I'm not entirely sure. Viren scratched his head. Partik stepped up. They might want to become acquainted with Sir Eugene. Become acquainted? Partik is right, although I'm certain it's also because they want to see who the master is for themselves. Galfredik grinned, then turned towards the scout. How many sons were there? 3. And how many were with them? Surely, it wasn't just the 3 of them. Including the servants and soldiers, there were definitely more than 10 in total. Galfredik spoke after hearing the scout's answer. I'm right. They must have been curious and scared since so many troops were moving around. I think it should be okay to say hello. Let's do it then. Now that Eugene decided to become a lord, he would need to become familiar with the nearby nobles, although he might not become their best friend. Bring them here. Yes, sir. The scout rushed out. In the meanwhile, Eugene was informed about Lord Phaedron from Viren. However, Viren was only the leader of a small mercenary group. He couldn't provide important information about Phaedron, but it was more than enough. Are they similar to the Taiwan territory? It appeared that the Phaedron family was wealthier, but they were rather similar to the Taiwan family in terms of the size of their territory and their militaristic force. The scout returned while breaking a sweat. Why are you alone? Well, the scout kneeled before speaking cautiously. The eldest son told Sir Eugene to come and see him. Is he out of his mind? Galfredik spoke with a dumbfounded expression. I think so. Partik smiled bitterly. Eugene commanded more than 100 troops and was even accompanied by a military depot. Moreover, it wasn't even the lord, but rather his son that attempted to order Eugene around. Are you sure that you delivered the message correctly? Did you fully explain who Sir Eugene is? Galfredik asked with a frown. The scout quickly nodded his head. Of course. I definitely said that Sir Eugene has been clearly recognized as a lord by Lord Bjorgalan and by the many other nobles of the peninsula. Yet he still dares to spout such nonsense. This guy is definitely out of his mind. Master, should I go? Galfredik spoke while cracking his neck, but Eugene dissuaded him. No. I'll go. We will only be going there to give our greetings. It's not like anything else will happen, right? Eugene shrugged, and the others tilted their heads with confusion. There was no reason for Eugene to make such a trip when he possessed a higher status than Lord Phaedron's son. There was only one present who realized Eugene's true intention. I hope something else happens. I hope he picks a fight with Sir Eugene and gets pummeled senselessly. Eugene was inwardly startled by Myrian's hopeful words. Although she wasn't always right, it was certainly hard to ignore the intuition of the greedy lump. Brother, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. I think it would be better for us to go to him. Nonsense. He was the one who entered our family's ancestral land without our permission. He needs to show proper respect. The eldest son, Nestor, gave a firm response to his brother, Joe. He was currently out patrolling due to the frequent appearance of roamers and bandits in his family's land. Nestor wasn't in a good mood. Perhaps he could be generous and forgive the troops for entering his family's land without notice or permission. However, the problem was with the commander of the troops. The commander was an unknown knight from the outside, so how could he be a lord? Nestor had endured long years of hardship as an aide before becoming a knight. However, he had not been sworn in even though he had vanquished numerous bandits and roamers over the past 2 years. But even father stamped his seal on the approval document. Let's not pick a fight with him and invite him to the castle instead. Aor's twin could not hide his excitement as he agreed with his twin. I think that would be a good idea as well. He's a wyvern slayer. If we invite him to the banquet, we could hear all about how he was able to accomplish it. I'm very curious as to how he killed it. Rumor has it that he is over 2 meters tall. Is it because he's extremely strong? TSK. How old are you to believe such nonsensical stories? He must have been lucky enough to kill a roamer. And I heard that he has more than 100 subordinates. It would have been disgraceful if he couldn't kill a single wyvern chick with such a force. Is that so? I still think he must be an amazing knight. It seems he's killed some trolls near Meran as well. Rumors have always been exaggerated. Nestor was certain. Either the young, naive knight was extremely lucky, or he had a great noble as his benefactor. Perhaps both were true. Brother, over there. Everyone's eyes shifted. They could see 2 knights leading a group of soldiers with the flag of a black dragon. Nestor gulped anxiously. He could intuitively sense that the leading knight was equipped with plate armor that was extremely valuable. Moreover, he was dispirited after seeing the countless soldiers following behind the knights. Surely, such a large force could not be disregarded even if they were participating in a war between great nobles. This is the power of silver. This is only possible because he's rich. People like them are nothing when it comes to skill. They're nothing. Nestor attempted to deny the intimidation he felt and bit his lips. The antipathy and jealousy he felt towards his opponent continued to grow. Are you the sons of Lord Phaedron? The eyes of the brothers filled with shock when Eugene took off his helmet. The young knight was incomparably beautiful, and he was incomparably young as well. Wow. The twins were awestruck, but Nestor became enraged and surprised after discovering that Eugene appeared similar to him in age. That's right. Nestor of Phaedron. What? How crude and disrespectful. Did Lord Phaedron teach you to speak like that when meeting other lords? Geek. What the hell is wrong with this brat? How dare you? Sir Eugene, do you want me to spit in his eyes or something? Myrian attempted to put her plan into action, but Eugene stopped it by immediately shoving her into the leather pocket. Nestor was flabbergasted. Although he had been rather impolite, he never expected Eugene to respond in such a manner. Oh, my. A child who doesn't know his manners nor honor. Since we met, I will get going. I do not have time to spare playing with impolite little brats, Eugene declared coldly before starting to put on his helmet again. Nestor shouted. Sir. Take that back. What are you talking about? Did you not say that us Phaedron do not know honor and manners? Be brother. The twins attempted to dissuade their brother when Nestor suddenly burst with rage. What? Are you fine with being called that? Are you cowards? No, that's not what we're saying. The siblings started to argue, but Eugene quickly intervened. Stop. You children can continue bickering at home. I will let you off the hook for the sake of Lord Phaedron's name, so get going. Eugene was clearly belittling the brothers. Although it was somewhat cold, his attitude could not be considered rude. His actions could be considered rather normal since he was addressing a lower-ranking nobleman as a lord. In fact, it could even be considered accommodating to the siblings. Eek. Nestor had never been treated this way, even when he was serving as a knight's aide. As a result, he committed a taboo. He brought his hand to the handle of his long sword. Well then. Eugene felt rather listless. How could the brat show such an immediate reaction when Eugene had barely scratched his pride? As expected, having access to high-quality education did not mean that all nobles were smart. In particular, young noblemen and knights were usually unable to tolerate being ignored or dismissed by those with similar status to them. It had been said jokingly that half of the young knights born every year died in duels fought for no particular reason. Now, it appeared that it wasn't simply nonsense. I hope I keep coming across idiots like him. Eugene hid his true thoughts and delivered a final blow to set off Nestor. What? Are you going to draw your blade and ask for a duel? You. Brother. No, you can't. At least the twins have a working brain. You will regret it if you draw it. Eugene hurriedly sent another provocation, just in case Nestor regained his calm. It worked excellently. Regret? There is no such thing as regret in Nestor Phaedrons. Fuck. Nestor was halfway through pulling out his longsword when he was knocked back and subsequently fell off from his saddle after being struck in the head with a rondel dagger. Ah. Brother. The twins hurried forward to their brother. Fortunately, the handle of the weapon had struck Nestor instead of the blade. He had fainted with a small cut on his head. Here. For treatment and the toll. Eugene continued coldly after throwing a pouch filled with silver coins to the twins. I stopped here to save Lord Phaedron's name. However, I will definitely bring today's matter to Lord Phaedron. Tell Lord Phaedron that I will be looking forward to seeing what kind of an apology I will receive. Understood? Why, yes. The twins nodded hurriedly after hearing Eugene's horrifying words. What a waste of time. Let's go. Yes. The troops answered vigorously before following behind Eugene. I can't believe he attacked a lord. What a crazy brat. Consider yourselves lucky. If Sir Eugene was serious just now, your brother would have had a hole in his head by now. A hole? That's not right. He wouldn't have a head at all. You're right. Kikik. Several mercenaries threw insulting remarks as they passed by, but the twins remained silent. They were afraid that the knight would return for them if they protested as well. What should we do? We are going to be in huge trouble if our father finds out. What else? We still need to tell him the truth. It seems like they are on an expedition to some place, which means they will be coming back through this way, right? Ah. The twins stared at the departing troops with gloomy expressions, then turned towards each other as if something had come to their minds. But where are they going? The twins simultaneously muttered the same words, then once again turned toward the direction that Eugene was headed towards. That's the way to the Archivold Marquisate. Although the glory of the past had faded somewhat, the Archivold Marquisate was still teeming with the most influential and powerful nobles of the Carlsbadens Peninsula. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Master, why did you act like that earlier? If we grabbed those kids and took them to the Lord, we could have ignored the toll and even received compensation. That was my original plan. However, I remembered that Lord Phaedron was one of the nobles who signed the document officializing my lordship. Really? The name had been rather unfamiliar at the beginning, but Eugene suddenly remembered the names written on the signed document. Moreover, he recalled that the first name on the list belonged to Lord Phaedron. So you let it slide because he is our neighbor. It is not a bad idea, but it's never good to condone insolent brats. Who said I was going to let it slide? Then why? Galfredic expressed his puzzlement. Eugene responded with a smile. Lord Phaedron was the first one that Baron Bjorgallen decided to send the document over to since he was the first to sign it. Is that so? But why does that matter? That would mean that he is very close to Baron Bjorgallen, or someone that Baron Bjorgallen finds limp. He would not have asked any random nobles to validate my lordship, right? The Baron is not a fool. Hoo-hoo. That's definitely true. Galfredic stroked his chin. But it didn't seem like he fully understood Eugene's chain of thought. In any case, Baron Bjorgallen is either capable of easily controlling Lord Phaedron, or they are close associates. What do you think Lord Phaedron will do when he learns of today's incident? Well, he would probably ask the Baron about Master. Huh. Does that mean you provoked the rude bastards because... Eugene nodded. It appeared that Galfredic was finally catching on. That's right. He will try to find out more about me since I even sent a warning saying I would complain about today's incident. Moreover, he was the first to sign. Would he not spread my information to other nobles as well? Q ha 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 ha. He must be scared shitless right about now. His child was beaten up after causing an incident without permission, so he must be going crazy. The oldest bastard might really get a hole in his head. Pew ha ha. Is that so? Well, it's none of my business. Eugene shrugged at Galfredic's joke. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thuck. Ugh. You idiot. My lord. Please, restrain yourself, my lord. Lord Phaedron was pummeling his eldest son with his fists, and the people around were in a frenzy to dissuade him. Nestor's head was left with a small hole due to the sealed ring on Lord Phaedron's finger. He bowed as blood continued to flow from his head. I'm sorry, father. But that man was insulting our family and... It doesn't matter. Insult or assault, whatever. Thank the heavens he continued on his way. If he brought you here, do you know what would have happened? What were you thinking? That's... He is a knight that Lord Bjorgallen personally vouched for. Lord Bjorgallen certified him as a lord. Moreover, as if that wasn't enough, he had me and other lords sign a document. Do you not realize its significance? Lord Bjorgallen himself recognized the knight as his equal. Your head must be filled with goblin shit, you brat. Lord Phaedron cursed for the first in a long time. He had restrained himself from speaking harsh words ever since being appointed by Marquis Archivold. Moreover, it was towards his eldest son, who was to be the successor. Huff, huff. Lord Phaedron eventually collapsed into his seat and caught his breath, as if he had run out of energy. So, he is coming to bring the matter to me. Yes, father. He said he would be looking forward to how we would apologize. The twins answered in turn. Huh. Lord Phaedron felt like he was about to collapse as his vision darkened. He was planning to wait and quietly watch as things played out since there was no reason to provoke nor lie down and roll over to his new neighbor. But everything was now in ruins thanks to his eldest son. It appeared that the stupid, boiling blood of youths had spilled into his son's brain, eroding his common sense, which ended up ruining all of Lord Phaedron's plans. What should I do? First, I should warn the other lords not to behave rashly. Lord Phaedron was quick-witted and intelligent, even though he was rather gutless compared to others. What should I send to him as a gift? Silver. That's only natural. What else? Lord Phaedron came to a conclusion after a moment of thought. Bring me paper and ink. The one decorated with silver foil. It was always best to ask when one was unsure. Phew, that's a relief. Eugene was currently on the road with his troops. As such, Lord Phaedron would receive an appropriate answer if he summoned and asked Eugene's administrator, who would be much easier to deal with. He could keep his pride and show his sincerity, and it would be much less burdensome than chatting with the young knight. This is killing two birds with one stone. Lord Phaedron became relieved. However, he never even dreamed that the administrator, who was supposed to be easier to deal with, was a member of the Knights tribe and was previously an intermediate official of the Roman Empire. 2 days later, in the late evening, the administrator of the neighboring territory came to visit Lord Phaedron. He was dressed in black clothes and a black hat as if he were a mortician. My name is Delmondo, sir. I heard that there had been a blunder towards my lord. That is very unfortunate. As someone who represents Lord Eugene, the one inheriting the cold, noble blood, I can relate to the substantial, burdensome honor that he carries as the illustrious and distinguished. Lord Phaedron intuitively sensed that something was wrong as soon as the amateur land administrators started speaking freely in the imperial language of the Roman Empire, which was only used by the royal family and renowned nobles. We are now entering the Archivold Marquisate, Sir Eugene. After crossing a river and a few small mountains over the period of 2 days, Eugene was finally able to catch a glimpse of the Archivold territory. The great noble had reigned as a monarch of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula and a margrave of a kingdom. Almost half of the peninsula belongs to the Archivold Marquisate. Yes, sir. Although the land that they actually ruled was smaller, they had numerous nobles as their vassals, since they were such an ancient, powerful family. Of course, they are now separated and living out their own lives. Aho. You are quite knowledgeable for a merchant. Galfredic expressed his amazement. You flatter me, sir. I have been traveling all over the peninsula since a long time ago. As I see it, I am fortunate to know just a little bit more than others. The merchant maggot humbly bowed. He was certainly worthy of having been recommended by Godai. By the way, did you say that Lord Gabriel's territory is quite far from here? That is correct. We would have to travel for at least 3 more days, and we would pass through 2 other territories. And one of them belongs to Lord Essandra, the eldest daughter of the Archivold family. Yes. According to principle, Lord Essandra should have succeeded the title. Marquis Archivold had 3 sons and 2 daughters. His youngest son, Bimos, was dead, and the remaining children were currently at a standoff, each claiming themselves as the rightful heir. According to custom, the eldest child had the right to inherit the family, regardless of their gender. The current situation was a result of the abnormal fashion in which the Marquis was robbed of his power. In conclusion, Lord Essandra has more legitimacy, but Lord Gabriel possesses the strongest force. Is that correct? Exactly. Eugene fell into thought as Maggot bowed his head. Although Eugene had successfully captured a crazy bandit named Balmung, it was practically impossible to condemn a direct descendant of a Marquisate with nothing else. This was a world ruled by bloodline and status. Even if the two committed the same crime, the price of the crime would change greatly depending on one's standing. Soldiers, mercenaries, and slaves would die on the battlefield while knights and nobles were exchanged and released for a price. Then, Eugene came to a decision while recalling the information he gained from Godai. I will be meeting with Lord Essandra in person. Yes, Sir Eugene. The squad leaders answered energetically. Sir. Sir. Are you going to marry the daughter of the Marquis? I'm against this marriage. If you want to be called a demon king in the future, your partner should at least be a princess. Geek. Eugene prevented any further bullshit from the spirit by knocking his fist against the entrance to the leather pouch. Then, he continued to ride forward. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jan Eugene. Who is that? Essandra Antigo Archivold asked with a frown. He is but a shameless man who dared to rob 2 villages and the silver mine belonging to the late Lord Bimos. Rob. Shameless. Since when did we use these words to call those who claimed land without owners? In that sense, 8 or 9 out of 10 of those who called themselves the vassal of our family are shameless robbers as well, are they not? I apologize. Jekko bowed. He was a former knight of Marquis Archivold and was currently serving as Essandra's knight. Essandra was in her mid-30s, but she boasted a young, healthy body that betrayed her age. She sat up straight after pushing away her handsome male slaves, who were openly displaying their solid upper bodies. Come to think of it, the Templars from the Bjorgallen barony might have mentioned it. He succeeded in subjugating Lord Bjorgallen's ruin, correct? Although there's a lot of talk regarding the Wyvern. It's just a false rumor, my lord. Nothing worth paying attention to. as long as no one has seen the corpse and the materials from the monster. A jealous knight is ugly, Sir Gekko. A sulking knight is ugly as well. It's not like that. However, I find your loyalty quite adorable. Anyways, the knight Eugene wanted to meet me. Yes, however, my lord, that knight possessed quite a number of troops under his command. He might have been instigated by Lord Gabriel. You must be careful. Essandra nodded while recalling her younger brother. It was quite possible for her brother, who was 2 years younger than her, to try such a childish thing. I think it would be best not to agree to it. However, tell him to come in alone. If he does not like it, he can scram. A brilliant idea. Gekko's expression quickly loosened. Even the most reputable of knights would be reluctant and fearful to enter someone else's castle alone. Moreover, any self-claimed lord commanding over 100 troops would never agree to such a proposition. Then, I will deliver your message to him. Gekko delivered Essandra's words to Eugene's messenger, and the messenger left the castle with an outraged expression. However, the messenger returned less than an hour later, and this time around, it was Gekko's turn to be dismayed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Thank you for inviting me. Gekko was momentarily at a loss for words. Even though Eugene was armed in plate armor, he appeared calm and composed as if he was currently out somewhere for a drink. He was truly here alone. Is he insane? Is he relying on his troops outside the castle? Although the young knight seemed to possess quite a force, he would never be able to capture the castle with his troops. Moreover, the castle could withstand a siege for up to 3 or 4 months with its current food and supplies. It was obvious that the troops would scatter within 10 days if their employer, who was also their commander, was captured. It was also a known fact that mercenaries could only be moved by money. So how could he willingly enter the castle alone despite knowing these facts? He was either out of his mind, or he was audacious beyond imagination. When will I be able to see Lord Essandra? I requested a meeting because I had something to tell her. She will be here soon. You can speak to me. Lord Essandra will never. Hey, why are you acting like that towards a guest? Essandra entered followed by her slaves. She took her place on a large, decorated throne, and the slaves rushed to serve her by peeling fruit and pouring wine. Would you be Lord Essandra? That's right. Jan of the Eugene family. I am Essandra of Archivold. You are much younger than I imagined. Quite handsome as well. You must have an elf as one of your ancestors. That's right. But is it really true that you killed a wyvern? I heard the stories, but it's hardly believable. My doubts have only grown after seeing you in person today, sir. Doubting the accomplishments of a knight was akin to doubting his honor. In other words, Essandra was openly provoking Eugene during their first meeting. Now, let's see how you will react. Essandra observed Eugene with interest in her eyes. Most knights would become enraged or flaunt their accomplishments in a grand manner after being provoked like this. It is true that I killed a wyvern. However, is that truly important? I do not think that you agreed to grant me an audience because you are curious about that matter. Essandra's eyes filled with astonishment. Sir, what manner of speech is that? How dare you? Gekko quickly interjected. It's fine. Sir Eugene, I find you to my liking. I wasn't speaking to earn your favor, but I am grateful you find me so. Ha ha ha. Essandra burst into a pleasant laugh. Most of the knights she had encountered thus far could be divided into 2 categories. Some were intimidated by her extraordinary status, while others attempted to present themselves by flaunting their skills and achievements. There were rare instances where the knights were quite silent and grave, like the protagonists of romance novels. But such knights were always quite prideful, so they could not stand being ignored or disregarded. However, the black-haired knight in obsidian armor before her was different. Fine. I did not agree to meet you to hear such stories, sir. Then let me ask you, Jan of the Eugene family. Why did you ask to meet me? There are two things. I would like to ask for a favor, and I have a suggestion, my lord. A favor. Would you like me to recognize your ownership of the village belonging to my deceased brother? Is that possible? That doesn't sound like a favor to me. Are you picking a fight? All traces of a smile disappeared from Essandra's face. Eugene had conquered and claimed land that technically belonged to the Archivold Marquisate. However, with the current vacancy of a legitimate successor, no one could spare any attention to anyone's claim of their ownerless land. If the conflict gave birth to the rise of a new monarch, he or she would regain the land by force or would recognize its current lord in exchange for loyalty. However, Essandra was not yet a marquise. Moreover, none of her 3 younger siblings had yielded just yet. As such, Eugene's words could only be taken as a taunting remark to Essandra. Of course not. So would it be possible after you become the marquise, my lord? You are indeed trying to pick a fight. Lord Essandra. If you give me an order, I will. Jekko started to shout in an agitated voice, but Eugene calmly replied. I wasn't trying to provoke you, only making a request. A pity. Then I will move on to my suggestion. Sir, others must tell you quite often about how brazen you are, correct? Or crazy? I have never heard either. Eugene responded with a straight face. Ha! Essandra fell into a daze after hearing his response. She found him to be a breath of fresh air in the beginning, but it was clear that she was mistaken. She could not understand how he could be so audacious. It seemed as if he was out of his mind. However, Eugene paid her reaction no mind and stated his true purpose in meeting with her. There is an opportunity for Lord Essandra to become the next Marquise Archivold. What? It was out of the frying pan right into the fire. Essandra had almost given up. Now she would either pummel this crazy knight and chase him out of the castle or just kill him outright. I captured the boss of the men who had previously occupied the silver mine of Mount Nadir. His name is Balmung, and he is responsible for the murder of a noble. And he told me something interesting. Apparently, a knight named Andre promised to pardon him in the future and have him sworn in as a knight as well. Essandra's expression instantly cleared, and her eyes were filled with genuine shock. You should know who Sir Andre is, correct? I heard that he is a knight serving one of your brothers, Lord Gabriel. Is that really true? The noble murderer was brought in by Sir Andre. You have been doubting me for a while. I swear on my honor that I am telling the truth. I have a notarized document from the guild leaders of Moffern as well. I'm sorry about this. I never meant to doubt you, sir. I apologize. Although she had never spoken such words to any knight in the past, Essandra hurriedly apologized rather than becoming angry. Then that murderer. Did you bring him with you? Yes. I believe he could be quite helpful for you in your quest to become the next Marquise. Am I correct? Yes. It's going to be of great help. Essandra forgot herself and shouted excitedly. Then I will hand over Balmung, so please fully acknowledge me as a lord. That is my suggestion. Hey. Bring me a pen and paper. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ah ha ha ha. Is that what it was? Lord Bjorgallen was done in. He was always a little petty and greedy. However, he is still a loyal man. He is one of the few lords who did not get involved in the peninsula's current mess. Essandra was quite broad-minded for a noble. After accepting Eugene's proposal, she treated Eugene in a casual manner as if the two of them shared a long history with each other. As such, Eugene could communicate more comfortably as well. Of course, he found her excessive expressions of interest, such as tapping his arm while she talked, to be quite burdensome. It would be a mess if Myrian saw this. He could feel her fussing and shrieking inside the leather pocket, but Eugene never opened the cap. But after the incident, he was very honorable and took care of things in an organized fashion. I could take a breather thanks to him. That must be because his finances were free thanks to you, sir. His finances. You killed the wyvern in the ruin, right? That would make it much easier for him to do future subjugations. And since the past failures would have caused a growth in the population of monsters in the ruin, Lord Bjorgallen must have organized another subjugation as soon as you left. Ah. It appeared that Essandra was quite intelligent on top of being generous. Anyways, his pockets must have been quite happy thanks to you, sir. Anyways, I also need to subjugate evil lands in my possession as well. Do you own evil lands as well, Lord Essandra? Eugene asked while straightening his posture. Naturally. I have a few dungeons owned by the family. The problem is that my younger sibling's territory is located on the way to the dungeons. The fourth, Edric. You don't get along with him. Our relationship is neither good nor bad. It seems like Edric wants the whole thing to come to an end as quickly as possible. Whether it will be me or Gabriel taking the spot, he doesn't seem to care. But if he openly sides with one of us, he would be going against the other, right? He's watching from the sidelines because he's scared. He is asking me to pay the toll according to the number of heads if I want to pass through his territory. He's trying to show Lord Gabriel that he won't be standing on Lord Essandra's side. You have a good head, Sir Eugene. Essandra smiled coyly while touching Eugene's arm. Anyways, he wants 10 silver coins for each of the subjugation team's members. Completely ridiculous. I won't have anything left over if I have to pay the toll after hiring a knight and a bunch of mercenaries. That little brat, forgetting how much I adored him when he was little. My lord. That dungeon, could I subjugate it in your stead? What? Come on, Tilda, of course not. You have over 100 troops under your command, right? Then the toll would add up to. I will go alone. Essandra's mouth was wide agape after hearing Eugene's answer. Sir, are you sure no one has called you crazy before? As I have told you already, I never heard someone calling me that. Eugene replied with a straight face. She is a heroine. A heroine. Galfredic expressed his admiration after hearing about Eugene's conversation with Essandra. It seems like Lord Essandra should already have succeeded the family from what you are telling me about her. I guess her siblings must be quite formidable as well, right? It seems that Lord Essandra wants to take Lord Gabriel with her, but Lord Gabriel is refusing it. Apparently, he has connections in the royal castle, so he's trying to grab a title for himself. Is there a problem with that? Can't they just go their own ways? Galfredic didn't seem to understand the issue, which was expected of a knight. Eugene had reacted similarly when he first heard the story as well. He wasn't sure what the problem was. However, the story of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula was incredibly complex, and Essandra mentioned how there were innumerable issues to consider if they decided to split their territory. Maintaining the family. Lord Essandra described it as a sense of duty, saying that the issues of the peninsula had to be dealt with by the people of the peninsula and that the royal family should not intervene. She also mentioned how the Archivold family must stand at the center of the peninsula. The situation will become quite bizarre if Lord Gabriel accepts a separate title of nobility from the royal city. So that is what Lord Essandra wants to prevent. Eugene never knew the inner workings of a kingdom during his past life. Knights and commoners devoted their loyalty to their lord, and the lords did the same to their superior lords or to the king. Including Eugene's past self, most commoners had a simple, hierarchical understanding of the world. Even most knights were similar in their perceptions. However, the reality was vastly different from their imaginations. A king wasn't the object of loyalty for numerous lords. Rather, he was only a contractual representative. In particular, a king had no control over the various cities and great nobles with immense power, vast land, and great wealth. As such, the royal family constantly devised ways to weaken the influence of the cities and the great nobles in order to expand their own influence in the territories. Gabriel was the target of the royal family's scheme in the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. Even if Lord Essandra succeeds the family as the new Marquise, she will only retain half of the family if Lord Gabriel receives a title from the king and goes his own way. In addition, she would have to live under constant threat from the royal family. She would essentially have a dagger pressed against her throat at all times. So she cannot possibly leave him be. I think so. She wants to win him over somehow, but Lord Gabriel seems to be a little greedy. He. I get it. He wants ownership of the evil lands, right? Correct. He wants the ownership of one of the Marquis' 8 dungeons. It's a condition that Lord Essandra would never agree to. In addition, Gabriel had many other demands, including agricultural land. However, Eugene had not felt the need to remember all the details of Essandra's complaints. The important thing was that there were 2 evil lands in the Marquis' 8. Eugene figured that Essandra could immediately rise as the new Marquise if she so desired, but she continued this dance with Gabriel because of the evil lands. Then have you decided to stand on the side of Lord Essandra, Master? You will be handing over the bandit boss? Well, I didn't think that there would be much use if I took Balmung to Lord Gabriel. That is true. Even though Master has been recognized as a lord by the surrounding nobles, the direct descendants of the Marquis would simply consider you to be a lucky knight. Even if both of them decided to vouch for you, Lord Essandra would have a stronger say. Ah. You're not offended, are you? Is there any reason I should be? You are only telling the truth. Q ha 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 ha. Galfredic shook with laughter. Even after becoming a lord, his master's attitude remained the same. But Eugene sincerely thought this way. His hope in this life was to become stronger to avoid a miserable, vain death like in his previous life. But he was constantly met with many surprises. Naturally, he always tried his best, but Eugene didn't deny that much of his success was due to pure luck. Excuse me, Sir Eugene. The merchant, Maggot, spoke cautiously after silently watching the two along with the squad leaders. What is it? If you decided to stand under the flag of Lord Essandra, don't you think you should be preparing for a territorial war? I was thinking about it, but I figured things would work out easier if I took care of the other siblings instead of Lord Gabriel. What? It's a bit too complicated for me to explain. Anyways, we will be heading to the territory of Lord Edric. A dungeon owned by Lord Essandra lies beyond it. We will be subjugating it. All of us. The toll you mentioned earlier would be enormous. Since it will be 10 silver coins per person. No, not all of us will be going. All of you can wait at the border of the territory. I will be the only one crossing the Edric territory into the dungeon. What? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Take another moment and think about it again, sir. I am grateful that you are worried about me, but I will be fine, so stop asking me, will you? Eugene answered with a deep frown. Jekko was following him as a guide and an agent for Essandra. This was already the 3rd time that the knight had asked the same question. Your decision is not brave, but foolhardy, sir. Since Lord Essandra has recognized you as a lord, I will also follow her will, but honestly, I still cannot recognize you as a knight. Yeah. Jekko even dared to send subtle provocations. Eugene wanted to pummel him into a pulp to shut him up, but he could not. As long as he was sailing these waters with Essandra, he could not possibly injure one of her valued knights. As such, he answered while nodding half-heartedly. Let's assume it will be fine for you to enter the dungeon alone. Then who will dismantle the corpses and carry the byproducts? Sir, I fully understand that you want to appeal to Lord Essandra, but... Over there, those men. Do they not belong to Lord Edric? Eugene asked while pointing at a group of troops watching them from across the narrow bridge. I think so. Futile anyways, remember that I tried my best to dissuade you, sir. And I will not be waiting for more than 3 days, so. I understand, so go convey Lord Essandra's words. He gazed at Eugene with a displeased expression before turning his horse. While he conveyed Essandra's message to Edric's troops, Eugene called for Galfredic and the squad leaders. Wait here while I am away. However, never cross the bridge. You cannot give them an excuse. Don't worry about that. If anyone tries anything, I'll make sure to bash in their skull. Galfredic answered with a grin, and the squad leaders flinched before nodding at once. They knew Eugene to be more skilled than Galfredic, but they also knew that Galfredic was better at tormenting and beating people. Moreover, Galfredic was superior to Eugene in terms of military arts regarding group battles. The knight Galfredic perfectly filled the shortcomings of Lord Eugene. How could these two have possibly met? If that's luck as well, Sir Eugene will surely go on to become an unrivaled figure. The squad leaders returned to their respective positions while having such thoughts. However, they were unaware that there was another figure with as much loyalty as Galfredic. Viren, wait a minute. What's going on, Brother Partik? Viren stopped and turned his head while returning with the other squad leaders. Call some guys. Those who are big-mouthed and glib-tongued. Huh. What do you need them for? Viren asked with genuine curiosity. Partik answered while clicking his tongue as if he were frustrated. TSK, TSK, TSK. What were your first thoughts when you heard that Sir Eugene was heading into the dungeon by himself? Well, Sir Eugene's about to be Sir Eugene again. Partik chortled at the novel expression and continued. Right. You would think so since you saw Sir Eugene take care of Balmung and the hounds, right? That he's simply about to go on another slaughter. Right. Ah, of course. To be honest, it will be much easier to head into a dungeon and deal with monsters than climbing a mountain on a rainy night to confront criminals. I saw Sir Eugene personally flogging monsters at the ruin as well. Okay. But what about the others? Those who didn't actually see Sir Eugene pulling off a ridiculous, impossible feat with their own eyes. Ah. It seemed that Viren had finally realized the crux of the matter. Go and tell them. Let them know what it means for Sir Eugene to be Sir Eugene. We will prevent any of them from complaining. It would be better for you to do it rather than me, right? Since I'm an outsider. Leave it to me. Hey. You bastards. Viren walked away while calling his men. Kya. Just what I might expect from you, brother. When did you wheedle Viren as well? Glade and Lavin approached Partik with a smirk. Everyone has their own part to play. How could I boast that I was the first to serve Sir Eugene if I can't even do this? Lavin grinned in response, then sneakily turned his head before speaking. But even if we do this, what about those knights over there? They look like they have a fucking lot to complain about. Their gazes turned to the group of knights in the distance. It was clear that they had been immersed in sweet imaginations about fighting glorious battles and raising their reputation. They appeared quite upset by Eugene's decision to enter the dungeon alone. I'm not sure. Partik responded while narrowing his eyes. There wasn't much he could do about the knights. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Eugene riding Cillian toward the knights. The knights stole glances at Eugene with displeased looks. Eugene spoke in a polite, kind manner. Sirs, I wanted to say how grateful I am that all of you have listened to my requests until now. You must be quite sore. It has been of great help. Aim. It's only natural for us since Sir Eugene asked us personally. However, to be frank, I am a little disappointed that you will enter a dungeon by yourself. That's right. I understand why you might want to leave the mercenaries behind, but I thought that us knight would fight alongside you, Sir Eugene. Are we perhaps not to your liking, sir? Unfortunately, a knight was forever a knight. The 7 men were covertly expressing their dissatisfaction. Eugene wanted nothing more than to beat them into obedience. But nonsense. How could that be? Any sensible lord would be honored to be accompanied by knights as talented and dignified knights such as yourselves. So how could I have any other thoughts? He could feel Galfredic sniggering in the distance, but Eugene tried his best to maintain a calm, soft attitude. Even a small-time lord like Cameron was capable of thoroughly hiding his inner thoughts at times, so Eugene would need to do better. Oh, I cannot believe you would think so highly of us. Please forgive us for doubting you, even for a moment, sir. We were insolent, Sir Eugene. The atmosphere was instantly soothed by Eugene's praise. He continued in an even more tender voice. What is there to forgive? Anyways, sirs, could I ask you to watch the situation here for 3 or 4 days? I have great expectations for all of you, and so does Lord Essandra. Even Lord Essandra. Is that really true? I'm telling you the truth. She could not spare any praise for how all of you followed me with determination, even without being officially hired. She also mentioned how she would not forget any of you if she became the next Marquise. It was naturally a lie. Eugene could tell such lies because he knew the knights would never have a chance to speak with Essandra alone. Now, this is not much, but it is a token of sincerity from Lord Essandra and myself. Eugene beckoned, and Mark brought forth pouches filled with 50 silver coins and presented them to the knights. Of course, all the money stemmed from Essandra's vault. Oh. However, the knights rejoiced without knowing the truth. Although it wasn't a very large sum, some of them still trembled as if they were greatly touched. Many of them were free knights. Although they possessed some skill, they had never been sworn in by a noble. As such, they were weak to praise and gifts from nobles. And that's not the end. These are just my personal thoughts, but in 3 or 4 days. Although Eugene had no way of knowing whether his predictions would come true or not, it didn't really matter. He would be satisfied if it happened, but he wouldn't lose anything if it didn't. The knights were completely mesmerized by his words and their hips seemed to bounce off their saddles with excitement. It seemed that they would be fine staying put for even 10 days, never mind 3. What do you all think? I think it would be an excellent opportunity to show Lord Essandra the skills and chivalries of you sirs. Please leave it to me. I will do my best not to betray the trust of Sir Eugene and Lord Essandra. Just what I might expect from you sirs. You are all so trustworthy. Ha ha. You flatter us. Ha 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 ha. Eugene died a little inside after saying these things that he didn't truly mean. Nevertheless, he was satisfied with having increased the working hours of the volunteers. Alone. He wants to subjugate the evil land by himself. Yes. Sir Jekko, the knight of Lord Essandra, confirmed it. Lord Essandra has given her permission for the knight to enter the dungeon by himself. Huh. That knight, was it Eugene? He's from Meran. Is such a method of committing suicide gaining popularity in Meran nowadays? Ha ha ha. The territorial lords and knight chuckled after hearing Edric's joke. Although Edric could not succeed his father, he was quite popular because he was pleasant, humorous, and took good care of his subordinates. Even though he was a little credulous, he was always attentive to the opinions of his subordinates. Moreover, he was quite good at maintaining a neutral position between Essandra and Gabriel. In the end, it was obvious that he would stand to benefit regardless of who succeeded the title of Marquise. Sister Essandra would not do something like this without a reason. Anyways, I don't have a choice but to allow it. He had no justification to refuse, but something felt off about the matter. He knew his older sister to be a little whimsical and impulsive at times, but she would never play a joke like this. My lord, I might have an explanation. An explanation. One of the nobles spoke up. That night, Jan Eugene. Maybe he is truly a madman. Everyone looked rather confused. The nobleman hurriedly continued. Take a look at all of his achievements. How could you possibly believe that a single man is capable of achieving all those things in such a short period of time? I do not think it's possible. Would you not agree? That is true. It didn't make sense to me either. So you all agree, right? But on the contrary, it would be rather comical even if all of his achievements are true. Could a sane person try to do such things? The surrounding nobles and knights seemed to be surprised after hearing a plausible theory. The nobleman became excited and continued laying down his hypothesis. But Lord Essandra is famous for having a good eye for people, right? She must have seen through the essence of the knight. The essence. Regardless of whether his achievements are true or not, it's clear that very soon, this knight will drive himself to death. That is why Lord Essandra sent him to our territory under the pretext of a dungeon subjugation. Don't tell me. Yes. If that knight gets himself killed while attempting to complete another impossible feat, wouldn't Lord Essandra use it as an excuse to pressure us? Maybe the knight has been acting recklessly so far because he's riddled with an incurable disease. Since he is going to die anyway, why not go out with a bang? The eyes of the gathered nobles and knights widened with wonder as they turned to Edric. Edric remained silent for a moment with a serious expression before finally opening his lips. You have a point. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wow. This place feels so different from all the other places we've been to. The humans here seem to be much more relaxed and freer. It must be because the land is ruled by high-ranking nobles. Keek. Sir. Do you see the fortress on that mountain over there? We could probably keep an eye on everything if we stationed some familiars in it. We have to build something like that. Right. But that racy lady, no matter how much I think about it, it seemed like she had feelings for you, sir. Have you already fallen for her? Is that it? Really? Is that the truth? No. Keek. Myrian circled around Eugene while chatting restlessly. It seemed she was quite excited to be alone with Eugene after a long time. She was like a fish in water. Well, I guess she is the spirit of water. You're giving me a headache, so shut up. HMPH. You changed, sir. Remember? In the past, when it was just the two of us. You would tell me all about how lonely you were, and how we would rely on each other for thousands of years, and entice me with sweet, sugary words. And now, you. Keek. The spirit tried her best at manipulation and fabrication, but Eugene simply snatched her out of the air before tightly tying her to Cillian's neck with the horse's mane. However, as the spirit of water, she simply turned herself into liquid to free herself before climbing onto Eugene's shoulder. Don't make things up and stay still. There's a person coming this way. Lap. 3 horses were approaching Eugene at the end of the small trail. It was evident at first glance that the 3 figures were nobles or knights serving Edric. As such, Eugene pulled on Cillian's rein. Whoa. Would you be Sir Jan Eugene? That's right. And who might you sirs be? I am Meba, a knight serving under Lord Edric. These are Theodora of Vangel. Nice to meet you, Sir Eugene. Farminan Joyce, a loyal vassal of Lord Edric. It is an honor to meet a knight with such a brilliant reputation on the peninsula. The nobles of Edric greeted Eugene with utmost politeness. Why are they so courteous? It was a fait accompli that Eugene would meet with Edric's people. However, he was planning to visit them in person. He had not expected them to find him first and greet him with such respect, since he would be no different from an uninvited guest from Edric's perspective. Anyways, this is rather good. He needed manpower to dismantle the corpses of the monsters and transport the gained materials. Eugene had been planning on asking for support from Edric. Since Sandra would pay for the labor costs, Edric would have no reason to refuse. Of course, Eugene had prepared a plan in case of a refusal as well. It is good to meet all of you, sirs. I never expected to receive such a warm welcome. I am overjoyed and honored. Could I ask what brought all of you sirs here? Eugene's philosophy was to return as much as he received. As such, he spoke generously and even gave a rare smile. But since his smiles were quite scarce, he looked quite awkward. Although his lips were pointing upwards, his eyes were like those belonging to a killer before a slaughter. The smile was sufficient to affirm the conviction of the three knights. They had been ordered to watch and report Eugene's every move. Such a frightening smile. Is he warning us that he would go berserk if we came here without a proper reason? He is even more merciless and terrifying than I initially imagined. Ah. Ha ha ha. Well, Lord Edric wanted to express his desire to invite you, sir. The Lord admires all of your wonderful achievements, Sir Eugene. Lord Edric will be very disappointed if you go your way without visiting, so I would really appreciate it if you could spare the time, Sir Eugene. The three nobles were desperate not to offend this madman. If he became offended and suddenly started a rampage, they would have no choice but to beat, kill, or detain him. Regardless of the outcome, it would give Sandra the opportunity to intervene. It didn't matter to them whether he got himself killed in a dungeon, but they could not allow him to cause any accidents in the Edric territory. We must not offend him. Ha ha. What do you think, Sir Eugene? Although Eugene felt like something was strange about the way they laughed, he attempted to smile even brighter since he wanted something from Edric as well. It would be an honor. Ha ha. Then I will have to go pay my respects. Ha ha ha. Thank you, sir. Ha ha ha. I should be the one to show my gratitude. Ha ha. Ha ha. Are these men in their right minds? Unbelievable. He's trying not to lose even at things like this. He's the real deal. This knight is truly a madman. The three knights and Eugene fell deeper into their delusions while they continued to laugh as if they were competing with each other. Myrian muttered while observing the rather tense, comical scene play out with an expression of contempt. Have they all gone insane? What the hell are they laughing about? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The three men accompanied Eugene to their castle before rushing to Edric. Oh, welcome back. So, what kind of a person is he? This is bad, my lord. He's even crazier than we thought. What? Edric expressed his shock, and Meba continued with his report. All of the areas he declared as his territory were quite chaotic, right? I asked him how he managed to clear and occupy the areas, and he told me that he killed everyone that stood in his way. He said that without blinking an eye. And I asked him what kinds of tactics he employed, and how he suppressed the fierce resistance since he was mostly fighting against criminals and mercenaries. His response: apparently, he just charged alongside a knight named Galfredic. Moreover, they recaptured the silver mine with only the two of them. They climbed a mountain on a stormy night. My lord. Such insanity could not be called courageous acts of a knight. He is simply out of his mind. That man is eagerly chasing after his own death. Perhaps he was bluffing. Edric asked with disbelief. Meba responded with a sigh. Phew. It's still problematic even if he was bluffing. Why else would he have told us such lies then? It's obviously because he wanted to convey his intentions that he could cause utter chaos if he feels offended, or even whenever he wants. Kugh. What an arrogant man. Although it was impossible for Edric to succeed his father, how could a knight dare to make such threats to a direct descendant of a marquise? Edric's shoulders trembled. His pride was hurt. My lord, you must not become aggravated. If that arrogant, insane knight causes trouble in the castle, you will fully bear the responsibility. That is correct. That must be why Lord Essandra sent him our way. Edric's expression hardened after hearing the advice of the two nobles. He had been done in by his sister Essandra. The knight wasn't simply crazy. He was a real madman who wasn't afraid of death. Moreover, arrogance seeped right from his very bones and soul. However, he was a madman that Edric could not touch. Essandra had sent a ticking bomb to him. Then what should we do? Would it not be better to immediately send him to the dungeon? Since we have already invited him, you must see him, even if it is for a little while. We must hold a banquet and treat him well. But no alcohol. You never know what he might do under the influence. Edric fell into thought with a frown, then soon raised his head with determination. We will hold a banquet, but exclude all the sirs with short tempers. And we will try to agree to whatever he wants, as much as possible. Prepare some silver and only 1 or 2 glasses of alcohol. Avoid any stimulating food as well. Make sure the servants and maids at the banquet are soft-spoken and pleasant. Yes, my lord. Asterisk. There's something wrong. Eugene was rather puzzled. Everyone he encountered in the castle, regardless of age, gender, and status, was clearly shocked to see him. Moreover, they smiled awkwardly at him. Although the people didn't seem to have bad intentions, it was as if they were sinners trying to read the atmosphere. Is it because Lord Essandra sent me? They would surely know that Essandra was a powerful contender for the Marquisate. As such, Eugene assumed that their awkwardness and careful attitude stemmed from the fact that he was hired by Essandra. His Excellency, Lord Edric. Edric entered the room along with a few nobles. Eugene took off his helmet and placed it by his side before bowing. I am Jan of the Eugene family. It is an honor to finally meet a direct descendant of the Archivold Marquisate, Lord Edric. Edric's eyes widened with surprise after seeing Eugene. He naturally thought that the knight would look like a real maniac, but on the contrary, Eugene was neat and even handsome. Moreover, he is much too young. A knight like this achieved such impossible feats in only a month or 2. Edric's doubts and concerns only grew, and he reaffirmed his determination. No matter what, he would not aggravate the knight. Aim. Nice to meet you, Sir Eugene. Welcome to my castle. Ha ha ha. Edric spoke before approaching Eugene without hesitation. He even gave Eugene a light embrace, as if he were greeting his own brother. Eugene was slightly taken aback by Edric's attitude. I have heard endlessly about your outstanding skills and amazing achievements on the peninsula, sir. I heard you even killed a wyvern at the ruin belonging to Baron Bjorgallen, right? Truly amazing. I was quite lucky. Lord Bjorgallen's support was of great help as well. To tell the truth, Bjorgallen had dispatched a knight and mercenaries to harm him, but they had ultimately contributed to the killing of the wyvern. None of Eugene's troops had been sacrificed because they had acted as meat shields by rushing in. As such, Eugene purposely credited Baron Bjorgallen with the achievement as well. If a direct descendant of the Marquisate gave a good evaluation of the Baron, and if the Baron found out that it was due to Eugene's words, it would solidify Eugene's relationship with Baron Bjorgallen. Since the two of them were neighbors, it was better to maintain a harmonious relationship. However, Edric understood Eugene's words in a completely different manner. This man Des. Is he threatening to create trouble if I don't support him like Baron Bjorgallen did? How could such a beautiful, elegant-looking man make such a dishonest and devious threat? Edric was briefly distracted by Eugene's beautiful appearance, but after coming to a realization, he felt goosebumps rising all over him. He quickly remembered the warning he received from the 3 nobles. He must never be fooled by the knight's appearance. Aim. Right. So you are heading to subjugate a dungeon at my sister's suggestion? Edric said after taking his seat. Yes, and in order to do so, I needed to pass through your territory, Lord Edric. It would have been disrespectful for me to not pay you a visit. But I happened to receive an invitation from 3 of your men, my lord. I think it was a very fortunate encounter. Eugene responded. Very fortunate. So if I did not send anyone, you would have come on your own and thrown a rampage here. You're saying that I should know how fortunate I am. Edric felt cold sweat soaking his back. It was truly frightening. Edric would not have let him into the castle even if the knight came of his own accord. However, it was clear that the knight would have started rampaging in the nearby villages or in front of the castle instead. Casualties would have been inevitable, and the knight would have also sustained injuries or would have even died. If that happened, then Essandra's plan to put pressure on him using that incident as an excuse would have succeeded. This is quite difficult. Essandra was in a precarious position. Ha ha ha. Is it not a natural obligation of a lord to treat an outstanding knight to everything they deserve? However, just as you must already know, sir, the relationship between me, my sister Essandra, and my brother Gabriel, is quite peculiar. You understand, right? Edric spoke cautiously. I fully understand. Lord Essandra was also quite worried about her younger siblings, Lord Gabriel and Lord Edric. She said that she wants to solve the matter with the succession as soon as possible and have the Marquisate operate normally sooner. However, Eugene saw an opportunity and gave an immediate response. However, Edric asked with growing anxiety, emptying his glass of wine in a single swig. Although she is not faced with any financial difficulties, she wants to subjugate the dungeon as soon as possible. As you know, Lord Edric, the number of monsters will only continue to increase with the delays in subjugations, which causes more roamers to appear. The Edric territory must be enduring, or the territory may have to endure the brunt of the damages in the future. Essandra wasn't extraordinary, but she was a fairly outstanding candidate for a Margrave. She was sincerely worried about her younger brother's territory, which was why she had spoken such words to Eugene. However, Edric didn't take Eugene's words as her sister's concern, but as Eugene's scheme. And now he's openly threatening me. If Edric could calmly think things through, he would immediately see that Eugene was simply stating his worries about an upcoming problem rather than threatening him. But Edric was overanalyzing Eugene's every word because he was greatly worried about the young, handsome knight. In addition, he was slightly under the influence of alcohol. So, sir, are you telling me that you have a solution? Edric's tone was slightly edgy. I won't know until I actually enter the dungeon. But we did not come to the decision without thinking about it first. However, I might need some help from you, my lord, said Eugene. My help? Are you asking me to hire mercenaries? Edric responded. What? No, I will not be needing any mercenaries. I will be entering the dungeon by myself. Edric was truly shocked. Even after hearing the story, he had been doubtful that the knight would actually venture into a dungeon alone, but it appeared that the knight was quite serious. I would like some support with porters and those capable of dismantling corpses, Lord Edric. They can wait at the entrance of the dungeon and start their work once the subjugation is complete. The corpses of monsters decayed relatively slowly inside evil lands. Even if the corpses in the evil lands were left unattended for a day or two, they would be in a similar condition to corpses that were left alone outside for only a few hours. Naturally, they would incur greater losses by dismantling the corpses outside rather than actually taking the porters and dismantlers inside, but the purpose of the trip was the subjugation itself. Essandra would accept the possible losses. The problem is whether Lord Edric will accept it or not. How many? Edric replied. I think 10 people might be enough. Eugene gave an immediate response. He had been expecting Edric to play hard to get, so he felt rather puzzled after hearing a direct response. I will send twice that. But when will the subjugation be? Edric asked. The sooner, the better. What about tomorrow? Yes. Well, you might also need some people to control the workers, so I will be sending Sir Meber and a few soldiers. Just in case, No, never mind. Anyways, I will not be sparing any effort in supporting you. Edric stopped himself. He had been about to speak his true thoughts that the extra personnel would be there to stand witness. They were required to ensure that the blame would not fall to Edric if the young knight got himself gutted in the dungeon. It was for the best to send a madman into the dungeon as soon as possible while sparing any useless information. I will be looking forward to your outstanding performance, Sir Eugene. And would it not be better to let my sister know that you were treated with utmost respect and honor in my castle? What do you think? Why don't you write her a letter, just in case? Edric asked while hiding his nervousness. Eugene wondered if such a thing was really necessary, but he gave a gentle nod. It wouldn't hurt to appease Edric's demands since he was giving his full cooperation. Well, sure. Hey. Bring me parchment and a quill. Edric shouted. A servant rang forward before Edric finished his words. Eugene wrote a letter and stamped it with his seal. How strange. Is it okay for everything to proceed smoothly like this? That's a relief. I just need to send this madman to the dungeon as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. Regardless of the process and their true motives, both men fulfilled their respective goals. Asterisk. Early next morning. 6 troops and a bunch of personnel left the castle alongside Eugene with Meber in the lead. I wish you the best of luck. Ha ha ha. Take care, Sir Eugene. Most of the castle's nobles accompanied Edric to see Eugene off. Is this because of Lord Essandra's valuable prestige? If that's the case, then why have they not sided with her, if they would go to such lengths for me? Eugene was rather puzzled by the situation. However, considering the atmosphere, he felt assured that his following endeavor would work out well after the dungeon subjugation. Therefore, Eugene tried his best to recall his previous bright smile in order to part with a good impression. Ha ha. Thank you. I will make sure to convey your generosity to Lord Essandra, my lord. I will come back with good results, Eugene spoke. However, it was counterproductive. I am overjoyed to hear that. Anyways, you should hurry. Should you not bring good results for my sister as soon as possible? Right. But since you were so gracious, Lord Edric, I will give you a report as well. Yes. Never come back. Just go get your head lopped off in the dungeon. Edric tried his best to keep a smiling face. At last, once Eugene and the workers could no longer be seen, Edric stumbled in front of the drawbridge. My lord. Are you all right? The shocked nobles quickly hurried to his assistance. Edric placed his hand on his forehead. It's fine. I think I must have overworked myself because of that man. I never imagined that I would come across someone capable of making me even more nervous than my sister and brother, Edric muttered. To think that he would threaten you to the end, my lord. He must be unrivaled in his arrogance and insanity. Is it not a relief that he will definitely be killed in the dungeon? We will not have to see his face ever again, so you can be relieved. Yes. Thank goodness. Anyways, my sister will be heartbroken if something goes wrong in the dungeon, so we should prepare to hold a proper funeral. I cannot leave any openings for her to blame me. Edric spoke with relief. We will have it prepared. The nobles bowed their heads with relieved expressions. It had already been more than half a year since the dungeon of the Archivold Marquisate was left unattended. The number of monsters around the dungeon had obviously increased since it was left unattended. But no one knew exactly how many monsters were around. Moreover, a high-ranking monster, known as the strongest on Earth, was present in the dungeon of the Marquisate. He won't even be left with a body if he gets caught by an ogre. We never got to recover the bodies of the last group of soldiers, right? Should we get to work on a memorial stone? Although he is a madman, he sure is courageous. The minds of the nobles were riddled with various thoughts, but they agreed to pray for Eugene's soul and to give him a nice funeral. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rumbly. A large, 1-meter thick stone door opened, which caused the surrounding soil to rise. It was the opening of the archive old Marquis Zapert dungeon. Would he truly head in alone? Or would he give up and give us various excuses? The soldiers and workers stared as Eugene stood in front of the opened door. Their eyes were filled with expectation and fear. Eugene was fully armed. 4 javelins were slung over his shoulder, and 2 battle axes were hanging from his hip, as well as his short sword. Great work thus far. I will send a signal within 3 days at the latest, so please open the door then. Sir, are you actually planning to venture in by yourself? This is a dungeon you have never experienced before. This is suicide. Meba attempted to dissuade Eugene once more. Although Eugene's arrogance and insanity pierced the sky, Meba still acknowledged Eugene's achievements on the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. Lord Essandra provided me with a map of the dungeon. I already have information regarding the inhabiting monsters, so there is nothing for you to worry about, sir. Even still. Rumble. Meba's eyes filled with shock. 5 or 6 soldiers had worked together to open the stone door, but Eugene was closing it single-handedly. The soldiers and workers were also in disbelief as they stared at the closing gate. The young knight gradually disappeared into the darkness. In 3 days, I will give a signal from the inside. I will knock 3 times. Remember, when I knock on the door 3 times. Boom. The entrance to the dungeon closed with a loud roar. Meba stared at the door with a blank gaze for a moment, then came to his senses. What are you all doing? Hurry up and set up camp. Form groups of 2 and guard the entrance. Report back to me as soon as you hear the signal. Meba shouted. Yes. Sir. The soldiers and workers got to work. Nay. Meba's eyes filled with sorrow when he saw Cillian whining. A rare, pure-bred stallion. You won't be able to see your master anymore. If my lord permits, I will take care of you from now on. All knights cherished and loved horses. As such, Meba reached out to pet Cillian. Fuck. However, Cillian strongly refused Meba's hand and proceeded to spit in his face instead. Ugh. Both the owner and the horse are crazy. Meba suppressed his anger and wiped the saliva off his face. He could not touch the horse as long as Eugene's death wasn't confirmed. 3 days. It will be a miracle if you manage to last even a few hours. HMPH. Maybe you will come knocking on the door begging for your life within an hour. But I won't open it for you. And once I confirm your owner's death, I will make sure to bury you along with him. Meba glared alternatingly at Cillian and the dungeon's entrance while gritting his teeth. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As soon as Eugene entered the dungeon, he threw off his cumbersome backpack. Eugene didn't need items essential to human survival, such as water and food. Crack. The nails of his left hand grew long into crimson claws, jutting out of his tipless gloves. He held wolf slaughter in his right hand, and the weapon responded to the owner's energy as it emitted a faint light. Kawawawa. Eugene growled. He slowly walked deeper into the dark dungeon while his eyes flashed with a red light. Power. Suddenly, translucent waves of fear stretched out deep into the dark dungeon like a spider web. Eugene's senses were elevated by several times. He was able to detect every single noise and smell, as well as the very flow of air. His abilities had been vastly improved compared to his time in the Taiwan dungeon. Eugene wasn't sure how far along he was, nor where his limits lay. However, there was no need for him to be conscious of anyone else for the first time, so he decided to utilize his abilities to the fullest. PSSSSS. PSSST. The fear of an origin vampire tore the air of the dungeon in line with Eugene's stride, but it didn't stop there. It continued to expand deeper into the dungeon. Keek. See, could this be? Is the new crest materializing into reality? KUGH. The evil dragon is threatening to rampage inside me. Ah. Even Myrian was affected by Eugene's great energy. The monsters of the dungeon had been approaching the entrance, overcome with appetite and the urge to kill after a long time. However, the monsters were met with an unfamiliar energy, and they reacted instinctively. They quickly stopped heading to the entrance and began to run deeper into the dungeon to avoid being killed by the intruder. This is strange. Eugene was quite puzzled. Even after an hour of exploring the dungeon, he had not encountered any monsters. Usually, he would have at least detected the presence of monsters, but he could not feel even the faintest trace of their energies. The only thing that was out of place was the chaotic footprints of the monsters littering the ground. However, he was able to trace the direction of the monsters' movement due to the trails. If that's the case, it was quite simple. Whoosh. Eugene ran. He determined the direction of the monster's movement with his heightened senses, and Eugene ran like the wind. Kuwarug. Keek. He could hear the cries of monsters as he continued. However, the sounds weren't growing louder as quickly as he had expected. After a while, Eugene was able to determine the reason for the strange phenomenon. Keek. Even though an intruder was in their territory, the monsters were running away instead of rushing at the unwelcomed guest. Eugene felt rather flustered after witnessing the monsters jump in fear and frenzy away. It's because the monsters are scared of you, sir. Keek. At least they have an eye for people, or rather, vampires. Myrian chatted excitedly. That seems to be the case, Eugene responded quietly before chasing after a group of escaping kobolds. Keek. Kiwu. It was literally a slaughter. The kobolds were devoid of any fighting spirit from the very beginning, and they simply trampled over other kobolds in a futile attempt at escape. All Eugene had to do was to stick wolf slaughter or his claws in their heads or backs. In less than a minute, more than 30 kobolds lay lifeless on the ground, buried in pools of their own blood. This is too easy, Eugene muttered. He had no intention of drinking the blood of low-ranking monsters. After shaking the blood off his claws and his blade, Eugene turned his gaze deeper into the dungeon. How many monsters would be waiting for him? After all, the dungeon had been left unattended for more than half a year. How many monsters could he hunt in a day or two? It might not be a bad idea to put it to the test. Kick. And there it is. Today is the day, huh? We are going to flip the dungeon upside down. Hundreds of mana stones are waiting for us. Keek. Hey, slow down. Myrian started shouting with excitement, then hurriedly grabbed onto Eugene's cape. The origin vampire flitted through the dungeon like a crimson gust of wind. Asterisk. A few hours later. Wow. How many is that so far? Myrian asked. Did you really think that I was counting? I don't know, Eugene replied before sinking his teeth into the throat of a troll to quench his thirst. Unlike low-ranking monsters such as goblins and kobolds, the troll attempted to fight back despite being frightened. However, all of its subordinate monsters, goblins, were busy fleeing, and Eugene was fully utilizing his abilities as a vampire. A troll could not be his match. This should be enough. He wasn't sure how many low-ranking monsters he had slaughtered thus far, but including the troll, he had killed 3 intermediate rank monsters. Such an achievement could be considered successful in an ordinary subjugation, and Sandra would be satisfied. As such, from now on, it's time to procure my own. Eugene had multiple reasons for entering the dungeon by himself after passing through Edric's territory. He would assist Sandra in becoming the new Marquis Archivold. However, that wasn't the end of it. Only a small portion of high-rank monsters possessed the red mana stones. Realistically, there weren't many opportunities for Eugene to enter the evil lands of a great noble, since they were often unavailable to outsiders. If Eugene could help Cassandra become a marquise, which would solidify his own position as a lord, while acquiring those red mana stones at the same time, he stood to gain much more than he could hope for. I should go this way, Eugene muttered while looking over the map of the dungeon he received from Cassandra. He was headed towards a direction that was marked with a skull. No one had ever seen the high-rank monster of the dungeon since the witnesses all died without telling the tale. However, considering the condition of the human remains, everyone inferred that the culprit was a blood-sucking monster. I'm certain it's not a vampire. According to the words of Cassandra and Jekko, there were numerous traces of teeth marks on the bodies, and the distance between the marks was wide. As such, Eugene was certain that the marks didn't belong to a humanoid monster, but a large, beast-like monster. I'm looking forward to it. Let's hide my presence for now. He was faced with an unknown, high-rank monster. Eugene was certain that there was a good chance that the monster possessed a red mana stone. ******. Geek. Myrian was amazed. Eugene also looked around with great surprise. Ordinary dungeons did not exceed 4 to 5 meters in width and height. However, Eugene was currently looking at a place that was dozens of meters tall and as wide as the Labyrinthus Stadium where he fought the Minotaur. However, the environment was significantly different from the labyrinth. There was no glowing grass to illuminate the area, and the floor was filled with water that reached up to the ankles. Moreover, the sharp rocks that stretched down from the ceiling were quite daunting. Even a considerable knight would be afraid to pass under them. However, Eugene was no ordinary knight, and his eyes could see through the darkness. Eugene breathed while looking over the ceiling. Kick. Kill. A horde of unpleasant laughs resonated from the ceiling. Moreover, it wasn't just one or two, but hundreds or thousands of laughs. It was as if the disharmonious chorus was mocking Eugene. Eugene quickly identified their identity after skirting the ceiling with his crimson eyes. Bats. An immeasurable number of bats were hanging upside down from the ceilings and the protruding rocks. Their large wings were black velvet. Eek. Why are they so big? Myrian expressed her astonishment. It was just as she said. Each of the bats was seemingly more than a meter in size. Were those bats responsible for the deaths? I guess there wasn't a high-rank monster after all. That's a shame. A subjugation group would have consisted of 50 or 60 soldiers at most. If they were attacked by a humongous horde of blood-sucking bats, they would have been annihilated quite quickly. This has been a waste of time, Eugene mumbled quietly before releasing his fear. Kwawawa. The translucent energy expanded with Eugene at its center. The overwhelming fear soon reached the bats, who were laughing mockingly at the arrival of new prey. For a moment, the laughter stopped, and silence ensued. However, the quiet only lasted for a short moment. Boom. 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 Eugene's eyes filled with shock. He had been preparing himself for an attack, but the large bats burst simultaneously as if they were crushed by a giant, invisible hand. A waterfall of crimson washed down from the exploding creatures. Eugene expressed his confusion while bathing in the pouring blood. He had simply released his fear, so why did the bats explode? Eugene narrowed his eyes while suddenly turning around. His heightened senses detected fine movements from one of the protruding rocks. TSSSSSSS. He was certain. The surface of the rock, which was quite bumpy, was moving little by little. A high-rank monster. Eugene knew. There were no other reasons for so many bats to live in one place. It made sense that a high-ranking monster reigned over the bats. Kuvualuaf. Pa. Eugene darted forward as he burst into a roar of joy. The vampiric fear responded to the Origin's murderous intent as it gathered before swirling towards the direction where Eugene was staring at. At the same time, the surface of the large, sharp rock exploded. "It's you." Ki-eek. As if answering Eugene's cry, a huge bat abandoned its disguise and shrieked while spreading its large wings. Quake. The water on the floor suddenly began to split in half, and it was headed towards Eugene. Eugene instinctively realized that the monster was releasing an unidentified power from its menacing jaws. Kuuvuha. Eugene answered with a vigorous roar, and his vampire fear took on the form of a giant spear before heading straight for the splitting water. It then collided with the invisible power of the bat monster. Crack! A sound similar to cracking glass resonated instead of an explosion. Boom! However, it only lasted for a moment before being replaced by a massive explosion. The humongous sound was carried forth as the invisible spear of fear penetrated through and shot towards the giant bat. Boom! The body of the giant bat, which had reigned as one of the rulers of the dungeon since the distant past, exploded into a million pieces. Eugene could clearly see an object amidst the pouring rain of intestines and blood. A red mana stone was glimmering with a dazzling light. Asterisk. Sir. What power did you gain this time? Myrian asked. However, Eugene didn't immediately answer Myrian's question. It was because he had no idea how to properly explain it. Although his head was already filled with the relevant information, he was rather doubtful that it was actually possible. Transformation. The power he gained from the red mana stone of the giant bat was the ability to transform. Of course, there were certain restrictions, and it wasn't like he could freely transform into anything he wanted. Firstly, he needed to have ingested the blood of the subject of transformation, and rather peculiarly, he could only transform if the object possessed a mana stone. As such, he could not transform into humans, elves, and dwarfs since they did not possess mana stones in their bodies. But it was possible for him to transform into all kinds of monsters with mana stones. It was unclear whether he could fully utilize the special abilities of the monsters, and it was a rather cumbersome requirement for him to suck the monster's blood again each time, but it was certainly a great ability. I should be diligent in drinking blood from now on, Eugene muttered. Huh. What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Huh. Myrian voiced her frustration. There's something like that. Anyways. Eugene darted around as his heightened senses alerted him. Beyond the place filled with the blood and mana stones of the bats, he could feel an unfamiliar, intense energy deeper within. It was rather paradoxical, but the energy felt both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Vampire. No, this is. There was a subtle difference from Delmondo. However, it was clearly different from the energies of the monsters he faced until now, including the bats. Something dead. Then, an undead. As if to answer Eugene's question, a huge roar reverberated from the deeper parts of the dungeon. However, no vitality could be felt from the bizarre roar. What? What is it? Myrian shouted with shock. Eugene started to head towards the roar. Sir. Something's weird. Shall we go back? We should go back. We already got a red mana stone, right? Right. Despite Myrian's dissuasion, Eugene continued walking without answering her. Curiosity. Greed for merit and mana stones. No. This was different. This was fundamentally different. It was a kind of instinct. His instincts as a vampire were screaming at Eugene. That thing had to be removed at all cost. Asterisk. It was hard to believe that they were still in the dungeon. The illuminating lights originated from the bodies of hundreds of low-rank monsters hanging from the wall. The torches of death burned bright using the fluids and oils of the monsters as their source. and in the middle of it all, a giant monster with 2 heads roared with all 4 of its arms raised. Haruvualuaf. Boom. 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 Eugene began to walk forward after seeing the 4-eyed monster. The grotesque monster was wearing a bizarre helmet made by forcibly crumpling human equipment together. Twin-head ogre, Eugene muttered quietly. It was an evolutionary form of a monster that could be called the strongest on Earth. Moreover, it wasn't a living being, but rather an undead monster that had been revived by magic. There were numerous monsters that could be classified as giant types. All of them were violent, and they were even stronger than large carnivores such as grey bears. And among the giant-type monsters, the ogre possessed an unrivaled status. They possessed terrifying power capable of easily ripping apart intermediate rank monsters such as trolls, and regular weapons could not even scratch their thick skin. Moreover, ogres were incredibly agile even though they were over 4 meters tall. As such, regular soldiers and mercenaries stood no chance against the weaker, Roma counterpart ogres. 5 or 6 heavily armed knights would be required to rival a Roma ogre. Ogres residing in dungeons were much stronger than their counterparts, and a twin-headed ogre stood above all of its brethren. It was said that an ogre could only evolve or mutate into a twin-headed ogre by killing hundreds or thousands of monsters and consuming their mana stones. Eugene was currently faced with a twin-headed ogre. Boom. 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 The Titan slowly walked forward as if to announce its reign of power. It was undoubtedly the king of this dungeon. The monster's 4 thick muscular arms were long enough to touch the ground, and they were as thick as the bodies of 2 or 3 adult men. The 4 hands were holding shields and weapons formed from the equipment of dead humans. Moreover, the monster was wearing armor crafted by connecting pieces and bits of plates and chains, as well as helmets for its 2 heads. Boom. 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 Hick. Hick. Myrian hiccuped while hiding behind Eugene. The twin-headed ogre was exuding an overwhelming majesty. Eugene sheathed wolf slaughter before retrieving the javelins from his back. He collected his breath. Then, Eugene's whole body was engulfed in a soaring frenzy of vampire fear. Kwawawa. The energy quickly expanded and enveloped the ogre, but the monster kept walking without care. It appeared that the monster was unfazed by Eugene's fear. As expected, undead monsters do not respond to home. Eugene started muttering before suddenly stopping. He could feel something far beyond the ogre from his heightened senses, near the end of the spacious area. The ogre suddenly picked up its speed and began running towards Eugene. Boom. 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 Ki-eek. Sir. Myrian shouted with panic when the ogre took its 3rd step, and a javelin was liberated from Eugene's hand at the same time. It drew a straight line through the air. Whoosh. However, the javelin missed the ogre as it ripped through the air. Instead, it passed between the monster's arms. Geek. Myrian was dismayed. Eugene had missed his target, even though he was usually accurate enough to shoot down a flying wyvern from the sky. However, Kayuayuawarug. A piercing scream was heard from the far distance. The ogre suddenly halted less than 10 meters in front of Eugene. Pat. Eugene darted forward with a glimmer in his eyes. He completely ignored the ogre, which was standing still like a stone statue, and threw another javelin while maintaining his speed. Thuck. Kidioak. Another scream broke out and Eugene quickly arrived in front of his target. Whoosh. Wolf slaughter left behind a silver trail as it sliced. Less than 5 seconds had passed since Eugene's first javelin. Eugene had moved as if he personified speed itself. Thud. The object rolled as it dropped to the floor. It was an incense burner emitting a dark red smoke from its many holes. It was crafted from elaborately piecing 3 skulls together. A holy night. The The being started to speak in a hoarse, raspy, and poisonous voice, but it was interrupted as wolf slaughter flashed once again. Slice. The famed sword was carefully smithed and smelted together by mixing silver and meteoric iron. It emitted an eerie cry as it cut straight through. When dealing with wizards, you must end it as soon as possible. You must cut off their heads or destroy their sticks. Do not give them a chance to finish their words. Eugene was faithful to Galfredic's advice. He looked down at the kneeling, headless body. The javelins had pierced through the figure's grey robes and body. The hand of the corpse was still tightly grasping a stick with an incense burner made of skulls. He was clearly a wizard, although he was already dead. Geek. Was this man manipulating the ogre? Myrian screamed. That seems to be the case. The ogre stopped moving as soon as my javelin found its target. Eugene replied. Huh. But how did you know to aim at this guy instead of the ogre? How did you know that he was here without seeing him? Myrian expressed her curiosity. My fear reached him, but he must have assumed that I wouldn't notice him because of the ogre's large size, Eugene explained. According to the last words of the wizard, it was clear that he had considered Eugene to be a holy knight. Even if holy knights were armed with special equipment and possessed great amounts of divine power, they were ultimately human. Monsters could be considered the absolute enemies of the church, so the wizard must have assumed that Eugene would be oblivious to his existence due to the overwhelming presence of the ogre. It was a reasonable and fair thought. However, the wizard could never have considered one minor detail, that Eugene was an origin vampire, the highest-ranking noble of the undead. Ki-yeek. Sir. Did you just kill a black wizard? Awesome. Myrian started jumping around with excitement. You're distracting me. Eugene waved his hand with annoyance, pushing away the spirit before examining the dead wizard's body. Why is there a wizard inside a dungeon? And how long had he been here for? Why did he create an undead out of an ogre? Does Essandra or Edric know of this? The more he thought about it, the stranger and more suspicious it was. The incense burner caught Eugene's eye. It was no longer emitting any smoke. The skull incense burner was the head of the stick used by the wizard, and Eugene had instantly noticed that it seemed to express powerful magic, which was why he had prioritized it. It's quite elaborate. Eugene didn't know much about magical tools, but the incense burner was quite unusual even at first glance. It was very elaborately crafted, and strange shapes, as well as symbols, were densely carved on the surface of the three small skeletons. Let's think about it later. I'll take anything valuable. Eugene searched the wizard's body after storing the incense burner in his pack. Since the wizard was talented enough to create an undead out of a twin-headed ogre, he would certainly have a lot of valuable items. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Maybe he's already dead. Probably. Huh. This is so boring. Why are we still waiting? We should head back already, a soldier grumbled a response to his colleague while stretching his arms. Shoo. What if Sir Mebba hears you? Even though he's not very fond of that knight, you know how much he values promises. The soldier's colleague whispered while bringing a finger to his lips. That's true. Both soldiers turned their eyes toward Mebba, who was resting in the distance. It was then when... Boom. Boom. Ag. Oh my God. The two soldiers fell to the ground with embarrassing shouts. Boom. Another roar resounded from the inside. Mebba and the other soldiers rushed to the entrance. What is it? Were you two responsible for that sound? No. It wasn't us. It came from inside the door, sir. One of the soldiers answered while hurriedly saluting. Mebba's eyes were filled with suspicion as he looked at the two soldiers. Boom. Another roar resounded from the inside. Boom. 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 Everyone's mouths opened agape when they heard the loud sound. It had resounded exactly 3 times. Yes, sir. That was exactly 3 times. Shall we open the door? One of the soldiers asked. Well, just wait for now. It could be an evil monster trying to play tricks on us. Meba answered after a moment of hesitation. Although no one actually believed Meba's ridiculous claim, all of them quickly shut their mouths. No one was foolish enough to question a knight's words. While the soldiers and workers remained silent, a little bit of water started flowing from underneath the stone gate. But no one noticed it. A short moment later. Neithrati. Nay. Cillian started rushing to the dungeon's entrance from a little distance away. What is it? Neithrati. The stallion pushed the humans away, then kicked the stone gate with his hind hooves. Boom. 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 Cillian was clearly signaling for the humans to open the gate. Even the horse had noticed that his owner was waiting inside. Ugh. Meba bit his lips. All soldiers, prepare for battle, just in case. You guys open the door. Meba continued. Yes, sir. The soldiers answered in unison before raising their shields, and the workers slowly unclasped a large iron lock before opening the stone gate. Soon, the stone gate started to slowly inch open, and the unique stench of the dungeon rushed over them. The workers quickly stepped back. A moment of silence ensued. Kawawawawawawa. Someone pushed the stone gate open with great force. Hick. Ugh. The workers and soldiers hurriedly retreated with shock. Finally, Eugene walked out of the fully opened entrance. I eyed him. Sir Eugene. They quickly forgot their shock and started to greet Eugene. However, they were forced to flinch. Eugene's plate armor was stained with blood, and chunks and pieces of flesh and organs were plastered all over his figure. It was truly a terrible sight. I thought I told you to open the door when I knocked 3 times. Eugene took off his helmet while speaking in a cold voice as he looked around. I apologize. Please forgive me, sir. Everyone but Meba bowed after hearing Eugene's reprimand. It was clear from his appearance that the knight had fought a desperate battle for life and death. It's fine since you all opened the gate in the end. Everyone, prepare to enter the dungeon. Eugene said. What do you mean? Meba gave a hurried response with an incredulous expression. What else could I mean? We need to dismantle the corpses and gather the byproducts. Why are you asking such an obvious question? Eugene answered in an irritated tone. Huh. You want me to believe the words of a man who came back after just 1 day, let alone 3 days? I think it's about time to stop with the bluffs. Meba started speaking with a frown but was promptly forced to shut his mouth. Thud. Meba's expression underwent a massive transformation. After taking it out from his pack, Eugene was spilling the contents of a leather pocket on the floor. Mana stones. How many is that? The small mana stones continued to pour endlessly. It was clear that there were about 100 at first glance. Sir. If you continue to doubt my honor and spew bullshit one more time, I will not stand still anymore. Eugene declared. Meba raised his head with a blank expression. The moment he saw Eugene's red eyes, he came to a realization as he started to tremble. The man standing in front of him was no longer an arrogant, insane knight. He was an extraordinary, rare talent and the first man in history to subjugate an evil land by himself. If you understand, then let us go in. Eugene spoke. How could this be? Meba followed the workers into the dungeon. His eyes continued to quiver with shock. However, this was just the beginning. The mana stones that Eugene had dumped on the floor were those collected from the exploding bats. They were only a fraction of Eugene's total kills, and there were still hundreds of corpses waiting to be dismantled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My lord. Lord Edric. Sir Magba and Sir Eugene have returned. A guard captain hurriedly reported. What? It has only been 2 days since they left for the dungeon, so what are you talking about? Edric shouted as jumped up from his seat. He had been leisurely enjoying a glass of wine while his slaves gently fanned him. Did he run away from the dungeon? I knew it. Even if he talked big, Edric started shouting rather triumphantly. That's not it, my lord. The guard captain interrupted. What do you mean that's not it? Edric asked with a frown. The subjugation was a huge success. They have returned with materials belonging to more than 300 monsters. There are 5 completely full carts, my lord. The guard captain shouted excitedly. Huh. Edric ran to the balcony with disbelief. It appeared that the rumors had spread already. The people of the castle were already in the courtyard to witness the unbelievable sight. While receiving the gazes of countless people, Eugene jumped from Cillian and took off his helmet before raising his head. Eugene met Edric's eyes before speaking. I stopped by on my way back to give you my greetings, my lord. By the way, I must return all the way to the territorial border. Could I ask for your continued support with the workers? Oh, of course. Of course. I will support you with anything you want, sir. However, Edric stuttered a response. As a direct descendant of a marquisate, Edric quickly came up with ideas. He continued with an expression of concern and anticipation. Please tell my darling sister, whom I respect and adore, that I, her beloved brother Edric, gave my full support to you, Sir Eugene. Edric had demanded 10 silver coins per person from Essandra to allow her passage to the dungeon. Considering the sizes of normal subjugation groups, it was a rather unfair condition. However, since Eugene succeeded in subjugating the dungeon alone, Edric would have to continue receiving 10 silver coins to allow him passage. If he attempted to modify the conditions, his eldest sister would surely become furious. That's not a difficult request, my lord. I will do so. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sir Eugene. It was clear that Edric's time of impartiality between his sister and brother was finally over after more than a year. However, he wasn't dismayed. What could Gabriel possibly say, when the cause of his change was a knight with such ridiculous achievements? In fact, this was the best possible outcome for Edric. Ha ha ha. Sir Eugene. To celebrate, I will hold a banquet, so Edric started to speak. Lord Edric. Lord Edric. Several nobles of the castle shouted while belatedly rushing into his office. We heard of Sir Meba's return. Did he retrieve the body of that arrogant man? Should we start the funeral process right away? The nobles continued to shout without realizing the current situation. Edric's expression underwent an immediate change. The nobles could not see Eugene standing in the courtyard without making their way to the balcony. We will have to hold a big, fancy funeral to satisfy. The nobles continued without care. Perhaps we will be holding your funerals today, sirs. Shut up and prepare a banquet. Sir Galfredic. I think you should come out and see this. A mercenary urgently shouted after opening the entrance to the tent. Galfredic stopped his conversation with Partik's group and turned his head with a frown. What is it? Did another bastard get caught stealing a pig from someone's ranch? Galfredic asked. Just yesterday, he had pummeled a few drunk mercenaries after they were caught stealing pigs and chickens from a nearby house. No, it's nothing like that. The other sirs, they are about to fight. The mercenary quickly shook his head after remembering 3 of his banished colleagues. Those bastards are really, Galfredic muttered with frustration. It had been rather strange that they managed to stay quiet for the last few days. It seemed the knights were finally revealing their true colors once more and were more active in causing trouble. Who did they pick a fight with? Lord Edric's troops? Or the merchants? Galfredic asked. No, sir. I think they are knights related to Lord Gabriel, the mercenary answered. Who? Galfredic narrowed his eyes. They were currently camped at the border of Lord Essandra's territory and Lord Edric's territory. However, at the same time, they were also on a path leading to Lord Gabriel's territory. Essandra and Edric did not prevent the nobles and knights serving their brethren from passing through their own territory. Although they were currently at a standoff, doing so could escalate the situation into a real, full-blown war. Moreover, they had to give each other face as well. As such, knights and nobles would pay a toll and pass through the various territories when they could not be bothered to go around. But it seemed that there was a conflict between Gabriel's knights and the knights following Eugene. Is this regarding what Master mentioned before? This is rather fortunate. Galfredic left his tent with a grin, remembering what Eugene had told him before leaving. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mere wandering knights dare to block the way. Those who aren't even sworn in by a lord. We are knights serving Lord Gabriel, he who continues the honor and legacy of the Archivold Marquisate. Be patient with them, Sir Domingo. They do not know their own place. A knight responded in an arrogant manner. There were 3 knights, and all of them were armed with high-quality plate mail that glistened in the light. All 3 knights were also donning surcoats with the symbol of the Archivold Marquisate. HMPH. And since when did Lord Gabriel continue the honor and legacy of Archivold? Lord Essandra is the eldest daughter of the Marquisate. She is the one true representative of Archivold. One of Eugene's knights retorted. Right. Another agreed. The followers of Eugene, the Free Knights, were no pushovers either. They were already enamored by Eugene and Essandra, and they shouted enthusiastically at Gabriel's knights. HM. They are trying to mislead us with nonsense. Sirs, let us get going. My ears will rot if I keep listening to these people. One of Gabriel's knights declared. Not all knights were the same. Territorial knights in particular, those serving a great noble, like a marquis, did not consider free knights to be on the same level as them. To them, free knights were only a little better than regular mercenaries. As such, Gabriel's knights did not hide their contempt and attempted to cross the bridge while ignoring the free knights. Q ha ha ha. I knew it. Cowards. Oi, are you all trying to run away? Gabriel's knights turned their heads after hearing a loud, vigorous shout. Galfredic was standing in a relaxed manner with his arms folded. His eyes burned fiercely. Sir, did you just call us cowards? One of Gabriel's knights retorted. Why? Did I say something wrong? Were you not about to run away with your tail between your legs, since you had nothing more to say? That's what it looked like to me. Galfredic said. What did you say? Take that back right this instant. Gabriel's knights responded with fury. Galfredic's lips curled up into a cold smile. I don't think I will. And sirs, what you said just a moment ago, all those fancy words about how Lord Gabriel continues the legacy and honor of Archivold. Could you say the same words in front of Lord Essandra? If you could repeat yourselves in front of Lord Essandra, I will apologize immediately. The knights flinched. Galfredic's smile deepened. Why? You can't do it. Q ha ha. I would think that all of you are some kind of peddlers, with your swaying, pendulous beliefs. It's a waste to call people like you knights. I truly feel for Lord Gabriel. At least peddlers can bring him back some money. Galfredic continued to taunt the knights. You. Eek. You bastard. Take that back immediately. The 3 knights erupted into anger and pulled out their long swords. The mercenaries quickly retreated with shock after seeing the swords of the 3 knights glistening sharply with light. But Galfredic stood still. Moreover, the 3 knights took their place behind Galfredic. They had succeeded in carrying out their secret orders by deliberately starting a quarrel with Gabriel's knights. What? You want to have a go? Galfredic asked. Of course. We will be ashamed to call ourselves knights if we stay still after being insulted like this. It wasn't enough for you to insult us, you even dared to insult Lord Gabriel as well. I will cut off your slimy tongue." It appeared that Gabriel's knights were unable to contain their anger. However, they were hiding their true agenda as well. Just as Galfredic and the Free Knights caused a deliberate quarrel, Gabriel's knights had also chosen to travel this path with a specific purpose. The knight named Eugene isn't here. Then the remainder are weaklings. If we can crush the morale of the remaining knights, we can humiliate Lord Essandra as well. Gabriel's knights were survivors of the peninsula's chaotic times. As such, they were quite smart. Even though they weren't fully convinced by the incredulous rumors surrounding Eugene, they were still unwilling to take risks. As such, they judged that it was worth a shot to engage with the opponents in Eugene's absence. This was the perfect opportunity to break Essandra's spirit while leaving a strong impression and a warning for Edric, who was still trying to walk a fine line between both Gabriel and Essandra's camp. "So you are asking for a duel," Galfredic stated. "HMPH. Are you trying to avoid it? It seems you are the one who is cowardly, sir." One of Gabriel's knights provoked. "How could that be? I was only worried about your lives, sirs." Galfredic responded with a grin. "What did you say?" "Ah, don't get too excited. Let's have a 3-on-3 match. How about a brawl without our swords? Things might become problematic if anyone dies, right?" Galfredic suggested. The three knights quickly exchanged a glance. Knights weren't only good at handling weapons such as spears and swords, knights were human weapons that excelled at all aspects of fighting as well. A true knight could easily best a few soldiers on the battlefield even without a weapon. Not a bad idea. Let's do that. Gabriel's knights quickly nodded. He. That's an excellent choice. Krorak. Galfredic chuckled while cracking his neck. Sir, I will participate. No, Sir Galfredic. Leave it to me. The Free Knights were eager to be chosen. Galfredic randomly chose two well-built knights before speaking in a quiet voice. Sirs, let's make sure they are barely breathing when we are finished with them. No, Sir Eugene will take full responsibility for it. Say no more. I will crush their bones. The chosen knights responded. They were delighted to think that they were finally provided with a chance to display their true skills. Then who will go first? One of Gabriel's knights asked after dismounting his horse. Galfredic smashed his gauntlets together before bursting into a frenzied laugh. 3-on-3. It will be a group match. Q ha 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 ha. He then charged forward like a wild boar. Asterisk. Even if it wasn't grand, Eugene felt that his farewell ceremony had been sincere. He left Edric's castle along with 5 carts. It didn't seem like Edric knew anything about the wizard. Edric was a cautious man. He was so cautious that he did not attempt to subjugate the dungeoners to not provoke his sister Essandra. It was nearly impossible for such a man to have sent a black wizard into the dungeon to transform an ogre into an undead. It's probably not Essandra either. Then, the most likely suspect was the eldest son, Gabriel. It was also entirely possible that the black wizard ran his scheme by himself, but it wasn't easy for an outsider to invade an evil land belonging to a great noble. Perhaps I should have asked him before killing him. No, I made the right choice. Wizards are dangerous. Romrai was the only wizard he knew, and she was sometimes a little dumb and untrustworthy. However, if she came at him with the full brunt of her magic, even Eugene would have to be very careful. As such, it was best to kill a wizard before they could use their magic. Sir. What are you going to do about that undead ogre? Are you going to leave it be? Myrian whispered while leaning over. She was seated on Eugene's shoulder. Not everyone has access to the dungeon, and the monsters of the dungeon are reborn within 2 to 3 weeks. Most won't get past those bats, Eugene whispered. That's true. But, why did those bats explode? Even that giant bat exploded after being hit by your fear, Myrian asked. The power they were emitting was similar to a vampire's fear. Perhaps our powers were quite similar, which was why the stronger side could overwhelm the other and cause them to explode. Eugene theorized. Wow. Awesome. Eugene was convinced as he recalled the invisible ray of power used by the giant bat. Their powers had been strangely similar to a vampire's, perhaps since they were blood-sucking monsters. Anyways, Eugene recalled the memories he regained after consuming the red mana stone of the giant bat. 1 woman and 2 men. The 3 figures had been adorned in extremely elegant clothes, and they had been smiling brightly at himself. Although their faces were still blurry, he was certain they had been smiling, and the lips of the 3 figures had been red like blood. Vampires. Maybe origins, just like me. And he suspected that the 3 of them knew the story of his birth because he was looking up at the 3 in his memories. I need to consume more red mana stones. There were still over 10 tattoos left on his body. Once all of his tattoos were erased, he would surely regain all of his memories and finally discover his own existence. Sir, we are almost at the border. One of Edric's workers reported. Eugene raised his head. He could see a narrow bridge up ahead and some of Edric's soldiers guarding it. Hey, what's going on? Eugene asked. Sir. The soldiers became startled after hearing Eugene's voice and quickly bowed their heads. There is a fight happening at the campsite of the sirs. We were watching it because we were bored. One of the soldiers reported. A fight? Eugene asked. Yes. I think the knights are fighting. It's quite crazy, a soldier replied. Is that so? Eugene invoked his vampiric abilities to observe the campsite on the other side of the river. Hoo. Indeed, it was just as the soldier said. There was a fight happening inside of a circle formed by the mercenaries. One of the fighters stood out. You're doing well, Eugene muttered with a smile. Galfredic was on top of another knight, raining down punches without showing mercy. Asterisk. Have you heard from him yet? Essandra asked. No, my lord. With all due respect, I think it might be best to forget about Sir Eugene. It was an act of insanity to head into Lord Edric's territory alone. If he really entered the dungeon by himself as well, there's no chance he would ever return safely. Jacob answered. He was a faithful, loyal knight, and he was truly sorry to see that his lord had vain expectations. However, Essandra grinned in response. Ho. Sir, you are truly loyal, but it's a bit unfortunate that you cannot see the bigger picture. Well, I guess that's the charm I see in you. I am unsure as to what you might be talking about, Jacob expressed his puzzlement. Just as you said, sir, Jan Eugene is out of his mind. Although it's quite praiseworthy for him to have handed over that murderer to me, he should have stopped there. Essandra answered. Yes. So why did you allow him to head to the dungeon? Jacob asked. Edric. It was to. My lord. Lord Essandra. The nobles of the castle shouted as they entered the room. Home. What's going on? Essandra asked. Tea that night. Sir Eugene is back. The nobles answered. Essandra was shocked. She even dropped a grape she was about to plop into her mouth. However, a slave quickly handed her another grape, and she frowned as she quickly placed it into her mouth. TSK. I thought he might do something useful, but he must have been kicked out by Edric. Well, that's not the worst outcome. If I can pressure Edric with this, Essandra started talking rather regretfully. That's not it, my lord. However, the nobles interrupted. Home. Then what is it? Essandra asked. The nobles could not hide their excitement as they shouted. The subjugation. It was a great success. Sir Eugene has returned with 5 carts filled with the byproducts of monsters. In addition, he successfully captured Lord Gabriel's knights as prisoners. Another grape dropped to the floor from Essandra's lips. As promised, you will give me half of the mana stones and the materials, correct? Eugene asked. Essandra stared blankly at the mountain of materials before flinching. She responded with a bright smile. Of course. Ah ha 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 ha. Damn it. I knew I could believe in you, sir. Essandra was clearly delighted. The knights and nobles standing behind Essandra could not help but shiver. The number of materials brought back by Eugene was enormous, but it was even more unbelievable that he had achieved it alone. How could this be possible? Is this knight truly a monster? 1 or 2 famed, incredibly skilled knights were born every blue moon. Their stories spoke of an impossible victory against hundreds of enemy soldiers or hunting several large monsters by themselves. However, none had ever succeeded in conquering a dungeon by themselves. Even the most skilled knights would bring along at least a team of mercenaries and a few aides, and such figures were praised as master knights. However, the young knight standing in front of them had executed a successful subjugation by himself. There was only a single explanation for an impossible feat such as this: Eugene was an unparalleled prodigy. Such a genius might be born once a century, and any sane noble would go nuts to build a relationship with such a knight or have the knight under their command. Open the gates. I will invite all the brave warriors who follow Sir Eugene. A feast. A banquet. I will be holding a grand banquet. Essandra shouted with ecstasy. Yes, my lord. All the surrounding figures immediately answered. Essandra was considered the brightest of her siblings, and her orders were quickly carried out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A marvelous feast was held at the palace and the courtyard of Essandra's castle. Eugene's mercenaries were rather fed up with eating the same, stale food every day. As such, they ate and drank gluttonously without holding back. The atmosphere heated up even more as the band started playing an exciting tune. The dancers and clowns displayed their talents as well. Ha 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 ha. Drink up. Essandra encouraged the attendees. Essandra was quite broad-minded. As such, she mixed with her subordinates and other attendees without hesitation. She even went as far as to personally pour drinks for Eugene's mercenaries. Her treatment of Eugene's men was truly exceptional. Nevertheless, she possessed a unique charm that allowed her to dominate the atmosphere. Her authority was innate, and no one dared to underestimate or belittle her. It was evident that she was a prepared monarch from the perplexed reactions of the rough, ignorant mercenaries. Now, then, Sir Eugene. We have something else to talk about, right? Essandra spoke after returning to her seats. Her slaves hurriedly took their place at her side and started fanning her and massaging her hands and feet. How did you manage to capture the Knights of Gabriel? She asked. They seemed to have had a quarrel with some of those men on their way to Lord Edric's territory, Eugene answered while beckoning toward the Free Knights. Tilda, I thought they were just dead wood, but it seems I was mistaken. Essandra spoke curiously. Eugene glanced at the prideful knights. They were surrounding Galfredic and laughing boisterously with boastful expressions. They are quite useful. They have helped me in many ways as well. Eugene answered. Now that you are officially a lord, are you planning on taking them in? Essandra asked. Eugene shook his head and replied in a quiet voice. I cannot afford to do that. Ho ho. Indeed, I am quite fond of you. Essandra answered with an alluring smile, stroking Eugene's arm at the same time. It was fortunate that Myrian was completely occupied with the food and drinks of the banquet. After all, the spirit would have thrown a fit if she were here. It is difficult for knights seeking fame and honor to also possess a sense of reality. In that sense, you will continue to grow, sir. I guarantee it. Essandra answered, feeling rather charmed by Eugene's answer. I remember you asking me if anyone had ever called me crazy, my lord, Eugene answered. Ha ha. Knights that hold grudges are not attractive, sir. Essandra waved her hand while chuckling. Then, she continued after sending away the slaves. Anyways, thanks to your efforts, it is now clear that Edric will submit to me in the future. If I tell him that I will be sending you to the dungeon once a month, he won't be able to prohibit a subjugation force under the pretext of tolls. Essandra said. That's great. Then what about Lord Elena? Eugene asked. Elena was the youngest remaining sibling after the death of Bimos. You don't need to worry about her. She does whatever Gabriel tells her to do, so she will kneel before me if I take care of Gabriel. Well, she does have two strange wizards by her side, but I'm certain that she would not dare to confront me. Essandra explained. Wizards? Eugene asked with curiosity. Essandra felt it was rather strange for Eugene to ask, but she answered anyway. Well, you already know that the bishop fled to the royal city after my father was overthrown, right? These wizards crawled into the Marquisate not long after that. I'm not sure what school they belong to, but I heard that the two of them are in a teacher-student relationship. Elena is quite reliant on them. Crazy wench. If I succeed the Marquisate, I'm planning on getting rid of them right away. Most nobles didn't particularly dislike wizards. However, it bothered Essandra that her younger sister was heavily reliant on wizards of unknown origin. Even though Essandra was quite candid, she cared deeply about her siblings as well. Can I ask you a question? Eugene asked. Anything. Essandra answered. What is the exact relationship between Lord Elena and Lord Gabriel like? To what degree does she follow him? Eugene continued. They were inseparable ever since we were young. Gabriel adored Elena terribly. Isn't it quite obvious that she would send even her own husband to Gabriel? Essandra explained. What? Ah, you didn't know. Sir Andre is Elena's husband. As if she found Eugene's reaction amusing, Essandra giggled before she continued to explain. Now do you understand why I was overjoyed when you brought me that murderer? It gave me a hold on both Gabriel and Elena. But they can simply deny anything. Eugene answered. That's possible. But that will be useless. The nobles under them are bound to be shaken. Can Gabriel succeed the Marquisate in that situation? He will be branded as a traitor of the peninsula. He can never do that. Essandra explained. Congratulations. You will soon be called a marquise. Eugene spoke. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to you, sir. Eugene was sincerely amazed at Essandra. She clearly proved the importance of one's political power and influence in the noble society. As such, Eugene decided to gift her another hand that could be utilized to secure her position as the succeeding Marquise of Archivold. Lord Essandra, Eugene called out. What is it, my beloved Sir Eugene? She answered while stroking his arm once again. Eugene wasn't used to her flirtatious actions, so he escaped her touch before continuing. Although the tides have turned in your favor, my lord, there's still a possibility of an all-out war, correct? He asked. Well, yes, Essandra answered in a dejected voice. Gabriel could certainly escalate the conflict if he was cornered. Then when you meet Lord Gabriel and Lord Elena, please say this before you bring up the incident regarding Balmung, Eugene said. Say what? She asked. The wizard of the dungeon is dead, Eugene said. Essandra simply blinked several times. She was clearly confused. Eugene continued in a lower voice. If they do not show any reaction, continue on to the matter with Balmung. If they react at all, the conflict will never escalate into a territorial war. They will kneel down before you of their own will. In any case, you stand to lose nothing, my lord. Sir, are you sure no one's ever called you crazy before? Essandra asked with a baffled expression. Never. Eugene once again answered with a straight face. I understand, but what does that mean? I need to know the facts if I want it done properly. Essandra expressed her frustration. You have to keep this to yourself, my lord. Eugene slowly and quietly began to give a summary of the dungeon's events, although he made sure to hide the various details. Since Essandra was never trained as a knight, she took Eugene's words at face value. Of course, the trust and favor she had towards Eugene had escalated enormously after Eugene's brilliant achievement, which contributed greatly to her response. I also brought the wizard's head, just in case Eugene spoke. And you think the evil wizard must be one of the two that Elena is with? Essandra answered. Her relaxed, leisurely demeanor was replaced by an ice-cold atmosphere. I think it is highly probable. Only those permitted by the direct descendants of the Marquisate can enter the dungeon in the first place, right? Of course, it would be a relief if my guess is wrong. Eugene said. Gabriel. Elena. Those crazy bitches. Essandra was genuinely furious. The fact that she could utilize this fact to completely subdue her younger siblings wasn't very important. She was heartbroken and filled with disappointment and anger that her younger siblings might have resorted to such a disgraceful, unforgivable action as children of the Archivold family, the pillar of the peninsula. Sir Eugene. Essandra called out. Please speak. He answered. I apologize, but I hope you can keep this matter a secret from everyone else. Essandra pleaded. Naturally. It was obviously a lie. Eugene was planning to let Galfredic and Ro-Rai know. In particular, he had an order and a gift for Ro-Rai. That way, I can keep her working even if she manages to complete her chimera. Phew. It seems that I've done nothing but receive your help, sir. Of course, I presume there is something you want in return, right? Essandra asked. Yes. Please recognize me as a lord, but not under the Archivold Marquisate. Eugene replied. TSK. I thought that might be the case, but I'm rather disappointed to hear it. Essandra spoke regretfully. That's fine. But will you be okay? You might be liberated from your duties, but there could be quite a few figures who might consider you a thorn in their sides. Essandra asked with worry. Becoming a vassal of a great noble meant that one was obligated to respond to the call of their lord at any time. However, the relationship also allowed the vassals to be protected by their superior. There was a reason why nobles continued to establish blood ties with others to form their forces. There is no need to worry about that. I will have the authority of a lord, but I intend to share the responsibility with others. Of course, I will need a little help from you, my lord, Eugene said. What do you mean? Essandra asked. I'm referring to those men over there. Eugene beckoned and Essandra followed his gaze to the smiling, noisy free knights. Please have them sworn in by you, my lord. I will take care of them and give them portions of my territory. Eugene answered. What? What does that? Huh? Essandra came to a realization, and she laughed vainly. You are planning to tie the knights to your territory after they become sworn into me. And since they were born and raised in the peninsula, no one will have the justification to touch your land. Huh? My goodness. Essandra continued. She was baffled by Eugene's request. Will it not be to your advantage as well, my lord? You will gain 7 knights under your command without spending a single coin. Those men are quite formidable as well, Eugene said. That's true, but... Ha! Ha ha! Essandra laughed before staring at Eugene with a straight expression. Fine. I will accept all of your requests and suggestions, she said. Thank you, Eugene answered. However, I have a condition, she continued. Eugene frowned, and Essandra continued with a meaningful smile. There's nothing better than blood ties as evidence of mutual trust. What? Sir, you are still unmarried, right? One of my nieces is quite fine. She is Gabriel's eldest daughter, so take her. If you don't want to become engaged, you can have her as your aide as well. She is the best swordsman in our family, Sandra said. Eugene was at a loss for words after hearing the sudden proposal. However, an idea suddenly came to his mind like lightning. It might be a bit difficult for me, but what about the person I trust the most? He is almost like a brother to me. Eugene suggested. A vassal. Who? Sandra asked. That man. He contributed the most in pummeling, or rather, capturing the knights of Lord Gabriel. Eugene answered while gesturing towards Galfredic. Both of their eyes became fixated on the burly knight, who was smiling pleasantly while gulping down wine. That knight is Rowan of the Galfredic family. I assure you, you will be hard-pressed to find a knight that could rival him. He is a good friend, as well as an incredibly loyal knight. He does not have any aides yet as well. Eugene explained. Not bad. Good, then I will send Selena as that knight's aide. Depending on the situation, it will be good for them to become engaged. Sandra accepted Eugene's counter-proposal. I am grateful for your consideration, my lord. Eugene spoke while inwardly sighing with relief. A thought suddenly came to his mind, and he asked another question. How old is Lady Selena? 15. It was rather common for girls younger than 15 to become engaged as a noble. But Eugene couldn't believe that Sandra would send her niece, who had not even commenced her coming-of-age ceremony, to such a rough, burly-looking knight. Things will become even more complicated if they find out that he's a vampire. Well, that will never happen. Sandra was trying to keep him by her side, but Eugene was confident of escaping her influence whenever he wanted. Regardless, Eugene stared at Galfredic without a word. The world of true nobles was really complex and mysterious. Well, you are my vassal after all, right? This is the least that you can do for me. Right, Gal. Knights. Gather under the Archivold's crest of the White Rose. Detailed explanations regarding the incident with Balmung and Sandra's orders were delivered to the lords and the knights. An incredible number of the nobles in Carlsbad immediately responded, and within 10 days, almost 800 troops gathered in Sandra's territory. All were troops belonging to lords and knights subordinate to the Archivold family, and nobles incapable of sending troops sent large sums of money through their agents instead. The name of the Archivold family still has its worth, Eugene noted. I told you. Great noble families will never collapse unless they become involved in a war on a national scale. The most important thing for lords is honor and cause, and they will never abandon such things voluntarily. Galfredic responded with a grin. In other words, even if the designated individual of the noble's loyalty shifted, they would always remain true to the family. As such, the previous Marquis was removed from his seat after his reign of tyranny and locked in his castle. However, the vacant seat had to be inherited by a direct descendant who inherited the blood of Archivold. In addition, even if the nobles were allowed to take advantage of the confusion and satisfy some of their personal greed, they could never deny and disobey Archivold. Such an act would bring dishonor and rob the nobles of any justification to be a lord on the peninsula. If Lord Sandra steps up as the Marquise, she could easily gather 3 or 4 times the number. Now you know why the royal family is so wary of the great nobles, right? He. Galfredic spoke with a laugh. Definitely, Eugene replied. The royal family could be threatened even if there were 5 families capable of gathering 2,000 or 3,000 troops each. The royal authority would be at stake. Anyone would panic if there were 10,000 blades pointing at them. And if cities like Meran join in the fray as well, it will be over before it even begins. Eugene felt as if he had grasped a certain truth about the world. Look over there, Galfredic spoke. Eugene turned his eyes in response. Isn't that the same crest that was on the surcoats of those brats? Right. Galfredic asked while beckoning. That's right. Is that Lord Phaedron? Eugene responded. The nobleman, presumed to be Lord Phaedron, was looking around with an anxious gaze. Although he was armed with the finest plate coat and a long sword, Phaedron did not seem like a real knight at all. However, his hired mercenaries looked quite capable. Galfredic spoke with a grin. He must have spent quite a sum. Hiring 50 people is more than just showing off. Hoo. Did he bring the twins as well? He has definitely thrown his dice already. Unlike the subjugations of evil lands, there were no definitive promises of an end date for territorial wars. As such, it was quite burdensome to hire mercenaries for war. In the past, when Eugene kidnapped his son and nephew, Baron Bommel financially struggled to hire more than 100 mercenaries for over a month. It was quite evident that Lord Phaedron wasn't better off than Baron Bommel. As such, there were many implications for him to have brought his own sons. In addition, he even hired 50 mercenaries. But that wasn't all. Master, look over there. Galfredic spoke with surprise after scrutinizing the crowd of soldiers. It was Baron Bjorgallen. He was standing with a few knights, including Oleg, as well as a large crowd of soldiers. Lord Bjorgallen is not a vassal of the Archivold family, so what is he doing here? Galfredic asked. I don't know. Eugene shrugged while answering truthfully. However, Eugene would discover the reason for the attendance of his friendly neighbors in less than an hour. Asterisk. Excuse me, would you be Sir Eugene? I am indeed Jan of the Eugene family, but who might you be? Although Eugene had been keeping an eye on the man since he began to approach, Eugene asked while feigning ignorance. It is nice to meet you. I am Berita of Phaedron. It's good to see you, Sir Eugene. Phaedron introduced himself. So it was Lord Phaedron. Nice to meet you as well. Eugene responded in kind. I should have greeted you earlier, but as you know, I ran into some trouble because of the current situation. But I heard my son committed a great offense to you, Sir Eugene. That's why I came here to apologize personally. Lord Phaedron spoke before beckoning at those following him. Soon, a small box was delivered into Luke's hands. Luke immediately opened the box and showed Eugene the contents. Keek! Myrian suddenly shot up from Eugene's shoulder while screaming. I sent 2 such boxes to your administrator as well, Sir Eugene. It's a small token of my sincerity for my new neighbor, as well as an apology for my son's misdeeds. I would appreciate it if you could accept it without burden. And I will do my best to cooperate in the development of the silver mine as well. Lord Phaedron spoke. I am truly grateful for your consideration. It was just a small mistake committed by a young man in his youth. I have already forgotten the matter, so please don't worry about it. Eugene responded kindly after seeing the shiny gold coins stacked in an orderly manner. His original plan was to take the initiative with Phaedron's son as an excuse, but it appeared that he had gained much more than what he expected. Delmondo must have done his part as well. Delmondo was always humble and cowering in front of Eugene, but it appeared that he had fully displayed his sly ability against humans. As expected, it had been the right choice to have him concede without killing him. Sir Eugene. There you are. A familiar voice called out and a group of nobles approached Eugene. Lord Bjorgallen. It has been a while. I want to thank you for swiftly taking care of things at that time. Eugene answered. Eugene could only be referring to the matter with the signatures of the nobles and lords. Baron Bjorgallen smiled awkwardly before quickly nodding. Ha. How could I not, when it was your personal request? If it isn't Lord Phaedron. Have you already spoken with Sir Eugene? Baron Bjorgallen quickly switched the subject. Eugene and Galfredik were forced to swallow a smile. Yes. We will be neighbors from now on, so would you not agree that it would be best for us to form a good relationship? Phaedron answered. That's a good attitude. Now, sirs, say hello. This is Sir Eugene, whom I mentioned several times before. Baron Bjorgallen turned and spoke to the surrounding nobles. What? I'm not sure if you did mention. A clueless nobleman started speaking with a frown before quickly shutting his mouth after receiving Baron Bjorgallen's fierce gaze. I have heard a lot about you, Sir Eugene. I am Kyla of Paramount. Tutran Raymond, Sir Eugene. The nobles fought to introduce themselves to Eugene. The man in question, Eugene, was slightly confused, but he returned all of their greetings without becoming flustered. Ha 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 ha. Sirs, it has been a while. We greet Lord Essandra. The nobles quickly bowed as Essandra called out with a laugh. She was fully equipped in plate armor. Although she wasn't a knight, no one could deny the fact that she was the commander of almost 1,000 troops. Moreover, knights weren't the only ones with knowledge and proficiency in tactics and military arts. Nobles, and lords, in particular, were always educated in military management as one of their fundamental studies. First, I want to express my gratitude to all of you who have responded to my request. As the legitimate successor to Archivold, I promise not to forget your contributions in the future. Essandra spoke. Not at all. It is our duty. I have claimed until now that the honor of the White Rose was with you all along, my lord. I would like to join your efforts in achieving peace and prosperity on the peninsula. Essandra smiled after seeing the nobles shout while bowing deeply. She was deeply satisfied, even though she knew that they were simply fawning over her. Almost 70% of the nobles and knights of the Carlsbagins had responded to her declaration by participating or sending large sums of money with pledges of loyalty. It was evident that the nobles and knights had noticed the tide turning in Essandra's favor. Essandra judged that there was a single person who played the decisive role. Now, let me introduce you. This is Sir Eugene. He will stand as one of the pillars of the peninsula along with the rest of you. Essandra declared while patting Eugene on the shoulder. The nobles who were already familiar with Eugene nodded calmly after seeing Essandra's friendly gesture, but those who were unfamiliar appeared rather puzzled. Essandra had already expected such a response. As such, she continued in an even louder voice. Yesterday evening, my younger brother, Edric, has contacted me and he now recognizes me as the head of the family. He has made it known that he will actively support me to claim what is rightfully mine. Essandra had deliberately abstained from including Edric's intent in her letters to the lords and knights. She had tested them by attempting to rally the troops while only making the incident with Balmung known. And Sir Eugene played the most important role in getting Edric to pledge his loyalty to me. Essandra spoke. Baron Bjorgallen and Lord Phaedron were surprised by her words, as well as the other nobles. Ha ha ha. I think I should introduce him one more time. Sirs. Sir Eugene succeeded in the subjugation of the Carinsa dungeon. Essandra declared. Yoo-hoo. The nobles exclaimed to be polite, but they were rather puzzled. What was so amazing about that? Perhaps the subjugation was only an excuse, and Essandra was actually introducing her lover. Since he looked quite fit and possessed a beautiful face like an elf. By himself. She continued. Ha ha ha. Sir Eugene successfully subjugated a dungeon by himself. Moreover, he killed 3 intermediate rank monsters. Essandra shouted excitedly. The expressions of the nobles changed in real time. Most of them didn't know or believe that Eugene had killed a wyvern. However, such rumors could not be compared to Essandra's official declaration when it came to credibility. Moreover, it was already well known that Edric had forbidden Essandra's troops from crossing his territory under the pretext of tolls. Hyuk. Then Lord Edric suddenly gave in to Lord Essandra because if that knight succeeded in a subjugation by himself, it's totally understandable. Ooh. Dozens of nobles and knights burst into loud exclamations. Simultaneously, some of the nobles quickly processed the current situation. Obviously, the beautiful, or rather, the incredibly strong knight would take his place by Essandra if she became the new marquise. Asterisk. Sir. Their eyes. The nobles are looking at you like those bums who used to suck, lick, and bite each other buck naked in my pond. Geek. I'm sorry. Myrian started to shout excitedly before being quietened by a single glare from Eugene. This is hot. Smoldering hot. He. However, it wasn't only Myrian who took notice of the eyes of the nobles and the knights. Galfredic grinned and inched closer to Eugene before speaking. It looks like they want to get you in their ropes somehow. Baron Beorgalan and Lord Phaedron are talking about Master as if you are their best friend. Q ha. Galfredic whispered before laughing. There's nothing bad about it, Eugene responded. Q ha. Nothing bad about it. It's amazing. Master's position has been elevated thanks to Lord Essandra. It's a good thing. Galfredic said. Who knows? Do you really think so? Eugene asked. Galfredic looked puzzled. However, as an awakened, highest-tier vampire, Eugene was capable of looking even further and wider than Galfredic. He was predicting a situation that Galfredic couldn't even fathom. There's no need to worry about it. Leave it to me. Eugene assured Galfredic. Naturally, I'm your vassal. But what is it? Can't you tell me now? Galfredic asked. You won't lose anything from it, so don't worry about it, Eugene answered. That's a relief. To be frank, Galfredic intended to obey Eugene's orders even if they caused him to suffer. Perhaps he could die if he was ordered to do so. Galfredic himself didn't know it yet, but that was the bond between an origin and his vassal. Oh, and by the way, take Partik and his men, and Eugene instructed Galfredic in a quiet voice. It has already been discussed with Lord Essandra, so take care of it, Eugene said. Ha. When it comes to dealing with wizards, I might even be better than you, Master. I'll take care of it. Galfredic answered. Good. Asterisk. A day after Essandra's army departed from her territory, Edric joined forces along with the nobility and other troops under his command. Although 200 troops weren't anything to be compared to Essandra's army, it was enough to showcase Edric's ability as a lord. Moreover, the nobles were shocked to see Edric treating Eugene like his own brother. As such, it became an indisputable fact that Eugene would stand next to Essandra once she took her place as the new marquise. The nobles and the lords continued to calculate their next moves regarding Eugene as the group traveled to Gabriel's territory. 4 days later, more than 1,000 troops and dozens of merchant carriages arrived at the border of Gabriel's territory. It was the largest gathering of troops ever seen since the Carlsbaggins Peninsula became embroiled in chaos. My sister is at the border of our territories. What should I do now? Gabriel could not hide the fear in his voice. He was the eldest son of the archivold Marquisate, and he was known as a fairly competent, smart individual. In fact, he was smart and skilled enough to be the successor of the Marquisate. However, Gabriel was always overwhelmed by his sister Essandra ever since they were young. Gabriel had made the decision for independence after the fall of his father because of his desire to escape from his sister's shadow, as well as the urging of some lords and knights. In addition, his younger sister Elena, whom he had been very close to since childhood, had been very insistent on it as well for some reason. Elena remained silent while biting her lips. Gabriel felt an even greater sense of urgency after seeing her reaction. Elena. What happened to the wizard you sent? Why is there no news from him? And what happened to that man's disciple? Gabriel asked. He went to find his master, so we should hear from him soon, Brother Elena answered. And when will that be? Ha! It's fine. You told him to leave the peninsula if it failed, right? Gabriel asked. Do you think I'm stupid? I told him to release it and disappear. Elena answered. Phew. That's a relief. Then even our sister's army will have no choice but to retreat. Gabriel spoke with relief, a smile finally creeping on his face. However, Elena Archivold could not share in his relief. Why haven't they contacted me yet? It's already been 5 days. The two wizards had entered the Marquisate shortly after the bishop fled to the royal city. They took advantage of the confusion and entered the peninsula. The master and disciple duo, who claimed to be the official successors of an unfamiliar sect called the Blood Shadow School, had offered Elena an irresistible proposal. I will make your brother Gabriel the new Marquis of Archivold. Even if things go wrong, he can still split the Marquisate and become a lord by receiving a title from the royal family. At first, Elena did not believe them. She was about to kick them out, but she changed her mind after she saw the two wizards revive a few rumors. We will revive a powerful monster and endanger the Marquisate. Sir Andre, your husband, and Lord Gabriel's knight will defeat the monster honorably. Although Elena was suspicious, she also felt enlightened. If things went as the wizard planned, the reputation of her husband and her brother would soar through the sky. All of the Marquisate's vassals would want her brother to succeed their father. However, we will need some time to turn the monster into an undead. We need at least 6 months. Thus, Elena had to drag things on somehow. As such, she threw the entire peninsula into chaos. She pressured Edric to prohibit Essandra's troops from entering the dungeon, made a deal to provide amnesty to a criminal in exchange for creating a ruckus in the silver mine that belonged to their dead sibling. Everything had been a part of the plan. But the plan involving the silver mine was shattered by a knight she never heard of, and someone even subjugated the dungeon she so carefully controlled for more than half a year. I was just a little unlucky. They said it was almost complete, so if we hold out for a few more days, the monster will start its rampage throughout the Marquisate. And no one but my husband will be able to vanquish the monster. Elena was determined. Try to drag it out as long as possible, brother. Even if they call us honorless cowards, it will only be for a moment, Elena spoke. Yes. I will do as you say, Gabriel replied. The two siblings resolved themselves while dreaming of a rosy future. *****. We cannot simply stand still like this, my lord. You must bring down the hammer on those who do not know honor. That's right. It has already been more than 2 days since we sent a messenger, but there has been no answer. Essandra's followers shouted with rage. They couldn't be more loyal from how they speak. Eugene was quite amused. But now that he knew the workings of the world, he could understand why the nobles were shouting with such fervor. Why? Is it because the hired mercenaries are sitting around doing nothing? Do you find their wages wasteful? Essandra spoke. That's not it. The nobles turned their gaze away, hurriedly denying the truth. Although you sirs have a point, let's wait a little longer. We should give Gabriel time to prepare. His ass must be on fire by now, Essandra spoke. Ha ha ha. The nobles laughed quietly at the rather inappropriate joke. All of the people gathered in Essandra's tent were nobles at the level of lords. Partik, who was Eugene's temporary messenger, slipped into the tent and approached Eugene before whispering into his ear. The eyes of the nobles were fixated on Partik. Lord Essandra, Sir Galfredic is back. Eugene said after Partik departed. Who? Right, and everything went well. Essandra responded. I don't think there's going to be any problems, Eugene said. Good. The surrounding nobles were puzzled after hearing the conversation between Eugene and Essandra. They had no idea what the two were talking about. Cassandra suddenly stood up from her seat and picked up her leather baton. "It's time. We will be crossing the border," she shouted. "Ooh-hoo. Only death will await those who attempt to stop me and my army, regardless of who they are. Those who do not concede under the flag of Archivold will be subject to the law of the White Rose, which has been passed down for more than 300 years. Cassandra continued. "As you wish, my lord." The nobles responded simultaneously. All but Eugene, who stood next to Cassandra, bowed to her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As soon as the heavily armed knights started crossing the border, the troops stationed at the border surrendered. In the end, it was a familial dispute. As such, it wasn't particularly disgraceful to surrender to Cassandra. After crossing into Gabriel's territory, Cassandra instructed Eugene and a group of knights to occupy the smaller territories belonging to the nobles within Gabriel's territory. The knights of the peninsula were quite proud, but they were faithful to all of Eugene's orders. It was only natural since Eugene had subjugated a dungeon by himself and even slew a wyvern. On the contrary, most of the knights appeared to be quite happy to accompany Eugene. Fighting alongside a knight recognized by Cassandra was a golden opportunity to make their names known and to raise their reputations. In particular, the 7 free knights never strayed from the sides of both Eugene and Galfredic as their enthusiastic followers. The knights used their mobility to their advantage and raided the villages on the way to the main castle of the Archivold family alongside Eugene. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. "Please, sir. Show mercy." Eugene smiled bitterly when he saw the kneeling residents. The villagers had flocked to the entrance of the village and had been waiting for their arrival. This is already the 3rd time. Eugene had been expecting some resistance, but all 3 villages he passed in the period of half a day had been like this. Naturally, he never caught a glimpse of the village administrators. Even in a large village with a population of more than 500, not even a single mercenary could be seen, let alone any knights. There weren't any other reasons. Did the administrator of this village also flee to the castle? Galfredic asked. Yes. He left with the mercenaries 3 days ago, the village chief answered. Did he take all the wealth and the food? Galfredic asked. That's right. The residents answered with gloomy expressions, despite being frightened. Galfredic clicked his tongue before returning to Eugene. It's the same here as well. It seems like Lord Gabriel is preparing for a sit-in. Shouldn't we let Lord Cassandra know, Sir Eugene? That's right. Judging from the villages we've seen so far, the same should be true for all the remaining villages on our way to the castle. The other knights also agreed with Galfredic's opinion. This was the only possible answer when they witnessed how Gabriel gathered all of the village administrators to the castle along with all the supplies and soldiers. It was highly likely that Gabriel would attempt to negotiate after holing up in his castle. Eugene became lost in thought for a moment. Then, he rode Cillian closer to the village residents. I'm going to ask you something, he spoke. Yes, sir. The chief and the villagers became more polite after noticing that Eugene was the commander of the group. In this area, where are the roamers most active at? Eugene asked. However, it seemed the village chief didn't fully understand the question, so Eugene continued. Not monsters like goblins or kobolds, but trolls and lycanthropes. Is there an area where dangerous monsters are known to roam? There is some place like that. The Rodan Forest. The Black Griffins of the Rodan Forest have been notorious for about a decade now, the chief answered. Griffins were medium-sized monsters with wings, heads, and front claws resembling eagles while their lower halves resembled lions. Although they possessed wings, griffins were incapable of flying long distances. As such, their territories were relatively small. Even so, griffins were incredibly ferocious and violent, so even other medium-sized monsters tended to avoid griffins. is there a group of griffins there? Eugene asked. Yes, yes. It's said that they are in flocks of 3 or 4. They are so fierce that no one goes near Rodin Forest without being accompanied by mercenaries, the chief answered. I see. I understand, Eugene said. Yes, yes. The chief and the villagers bowed. Eugene headed to Galfredic and the other knights. Go to Lord Essandra and let her know of the situation. Sir Galfredic, there is something for the two of us to do, Eugene said. What? You won't be returning with us, Sir Eugene? The knights questioned his decision. Eugene answered with a solemn expression. It seems griffins are rampaging around these areas. But as all of you saw, this village, as well as the other villages we passed thus far, are devoid of any knights and troops, right? That's right. Sir Eugene, perhaps. One of the free knights asked after coming to a realization. Eugene nodded. That's right. This is the land of the Archivold family, right? Soon, Lord Essandra will succeed the title, so we cannot just leave the monsters to threaten the residents. Lord Essandra should agree with me as well. Eugene explained. However, I cannot go against Lord Essandra's orders. So go back and relay the current situation to Lord Essandra. In the meantime, Sir Galfredic and I will take care of the griffins. Eugene continued. Essandra intended to thoroughly win over the allegiances of all the villages and small territories within the Marquisate, even if it took some time. So even if Eugene and Galfredic were away for about 2 days to kill the griffins, it wouldn't matter greatly. Moreover, wasn't the justification simply too perfect? Oh. Sir, you truly are. I have witnessed true chivalry, Sir Eugene. It was clear from the touched expressions and shouts of admiration of the knights that not only were his actions consistent with chivalry since he was helping the weak, but if he succeeded in hunting the griffins, Essandra would also receive the credit for deeply caring about her people. It was truly a perfectly honorable act. Anyways, I will be heading to Rodin Forest with Sir Galfredic. Sirs, I will leave the matter with Lord Essandra to you, sirs, Eugene said. Please leave it to us, Sir Eugene. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Hunting monsters was a great achievement, but an opportunity to fight as a knight of a great noble like Essandra did not come so easily. Therefore, the knights weren't envious of Eugene and Galfredic, but rather, they welcomed the opportunity. We won't let you down, Sir Eugene. We will remember your generosity. Some of the knights even thanked Eugene, assuming that he was providing them with the chance on purpose. Why are they thanking you? Myrian asked. How would I know? Eugene answered inwardly. Then take care. Let's go, Sir Galfredic, Eugene said before departing with Galfredic. Master, are you really planning on hunting the griffins? Galfredic asked. For now, Eugene answered. I'm sure you have your reasons, but is that really necessary? There's nothing for us to gain, right? We already killed a wyvern, Galfredic said. Wow. The big bear is pretty smart. Galfredic knew Eugene better than anyone else. Both he and the Spirit of Desire voiced their puzzlement. There is indeed something to gain. Something significant. Clop. Clop. As soon as they were far enough from the village, Eugene smiled coldly before unleashing his vampiric abilities. This was the perfect opportunity to test the new ability he gained from consuming the giant bat's red mana stone. Is that so? Yes, Lord Essandra. Sir Eugene said that he would eradicate the evil monsters with Sir Galfredic and he asked us to report to you. One of the knights spoke in a resolute voice, and Essandra nodded with satisfaction. As expected, Sir Eugene is truly a knight who knows honor. Taking care of my people is just as important to me as succeeding the Marquisate. Ha ha ha. Truly an exceptional knight. Would you not agree, sirs? Essandra spoke with a laugh. Yes, my lord. Well spoken, my lord. The nobles hurriedly agreed with Essandra's words. However, not everyone was sincere in their agreement. HMPH. The new replacing the old. No matter how outstanding he is, Sir Eugene isn't a knight from the peninsula, right? But it's not like we can express our dissatisfaction. This is quite troublesome. Quite a few nobles, including Edric, forced a smile on their faces while grumbling on the inside. For now, the most important thing for them was to get on Essandra's good side since she would soon become the new marquise. Sister, will you be heading straight to the castle? Edric asked. That's the plan. It's highly likely that all of the villages and hamlets in the Marquisate are in similar conditions, and not only the ones that Sir Eugene had visited thus far. Therefore, it would be meaningless for me to wander around to win over their loyalty. Rather, I might even scare the residents. Essandra responded. As someone capable enough to become the next Marquise, Essandra had accurately seen through the situation. She continued while looking around at the nobles and the knights. As the one succeeding the honor of Archivold, I will reclaim the family's main castle. Prepare yourselves. As you wish, my lord. The nobles and knights answered in one voice before leaving the tent. However, Edric dawdled for a moment before approaching Essandra. He spoke carefully while she put on her armor with the help of her slaves. Sister, to me it seems like Brother Gabriel is trying to buy time. I know. She answered. Are you planning to lay siege? That would increase the casualties of the troops and it will make things more difficult after the battle, Edric said. The noble followers of Gabriel were not technically Essandra's enemies. All of them shared the same route. Of course, according to customs, the nobles would not be killed even if Essandra's siege was successful, but problems would definitely arise with their disposition after the battle. That was what Edric was referring to. It's highly probable that there won't be a siege at all. Gabriel and Elena will come out of the castle with their own 2 feet. Essandra declared. What? What do you mean by that? Edric asked with a puzzled expression. It's nothing for you to worry about. Anyways, there is something for you to do. Essandra said. Ah, for sure. What should I do? Edric asked. Take some knights in my place and warn the villages and hamlets of the Marquisate. You can join the main army after you visit all those places. Essandra explained. Warn them? Edric asked. Was she planning to persecute the residents of the Marquisate? Edric felt a little nervous. Scary, dangerous monsters are on the loose, and I sent knights and soldiers to kill them. That's what you should say. Essandra continued. Monsters. Ah, are you referring to the griffins that Sir Eugene is planning to kill? Edric said. No. Don't mention anything about griffins. Just tell them that there is an evil, vile, vicious monster on the loose. A monster that threatens the safety of the Marquisate, something that has never been seen before. Ah, right. An undead might be good, Essandra said. Ah. Why? You don't want to do it. Well, then I will entrust someone else with the task. I was going to send away them with my flag in tow. Who should I choose? Essandra spoke playfully. Not at all. Your younger brother Edric. We'll definitely accomplish the mission. I will depart right away. Edric exclaimed in a confident voice. He quickly abandoned his puzzlement and ran like the wind to complete his task. Essandra grinned when her brother left. With this, the bait has been laid out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. And that's Rodon Forest, Sir Knights. Griffins usually start to become active around sunset, but they sometimes wander in the middle of the day as well, so you should be careful. The hunter could not hide his nervousness as he pointed at the dense forest. He had been active in the nearby area for more than a decade by now. Eugene glanced through the thick woods before turning towards the hunter. Have you ever seen the griffins? He asked. Just once from afar. There was a griffin fighting against a group of more than 10 wolves. It ripped apart the dogs in less than 5 minutes, the hunter said. Hoo. To think that you would stay and watch it, you have great courage. Galfredick complimented the hunter. The hunter scratched his head awkwardly after receiving the compliment. Any hunter would have done the same, since watching them fight will be of great help in the future. I was hiding behind a rock at the time. I think I must have been slightly out of my mind as well, the hunter said. I see. Did you see if they weren't able to fly very far as the rumors have it? Eugene asked. Yes. Maybe it's because their wings are quite small for their size. Even though it was extremely agile on the ground, it was a little slow and clumsy when flying. However, the beak and the claws of the monster were quite frightening. It tore apart the wolves as easily as butter. If humans were to get caught in them. Phew. The hunter shuddered as if recalling the events. I heard that mercenaries attempted to kill a griffin several times, Eugene said. The forest is very deep and dense, so it's quite difficult to find the griffins. Moreover, they won't make an appearance if there's a large group of mercenaries, just like any other monsters or beasts. They will only come out at night to hunt, one by one. So far, no one has even managed to stay inside the forest for more than 3 days, not to mention hunting the griffins, the hunter said. It seemed that the griffins were quite crafty and knew how to deal with armed humans, just like the monsters who became roamers after leaving an evil land. Great work. Here. Eugene spoke before tossing a silver coin at the hunter. The hunter bowed and expressed his gratitude before speaking carefully. Please be careful. Griffins are dangerous monsters capable of tearing apart fully grown wolves with their talons. Even if knights were equipped with solid armor, it would be difficult to endure the claws of large monsters such as the griffin. The hunter was quite worried for the 2 young knights, who were without any mercenaries or aides. Thank you for your concern. One more thing. Is there anything you know regarding the habit of griffins? Perhaps what they like or dislike? Eugene asked. The hunter thought for a moment, then spoke while clapping his hands. According to my grandfather, griffins love deer and horses. Hoo. It's the first time I'm hearing about this. Galfredick responded with an interested expression. Knights weren't aware of the characteristics of all monsters. In certain cases, mercenaries or hunters were more knowledgeable than knights. They like deer and horses, Eugene muttered. Yes. Whenever the griffins leave the forest, they always attack people with carriages and carts. I've heard tales that they would leave the humans and take the horses, the hunter said. I see. Eugene stroked his chin before turning his eyes towards the forest. His gaze remained fixated, and a cold smile appeared around his lips. Wouldn't the griffins really like it if the horse had a pedigree? Eugene said. Enne. Cillian cried softly while trembling with a mournful expression after meeting the gaze of its master. ******. What? A spirit. Galfredick shouted. Yes. Her name is Myrian, and she became my subordinate before you. She is the spirit of water. Eugene explained. The two had been conversing as they entered Rodan Forest, and Eugene brought up the matter and informed Galfredick of Myrian's existence. It did not really matter since Galfredick would have to serve Eugene until he died. Ha! Galfredick laughed vainly as if finding the situation ridiculous, and Myrian swirled around his head while shouting arrogantly. So make sure to know your place from now on, and serve me well, vassal Gal. I am Sir Eugene's right arm. She's flying around your head, telling you to know your place. She's calling herself my right arm. Eugene explained. What? She's right next to me. Galfredick asked. Sitting on your helmet right now, Eugene said. Wow. Galfredic instinctively reached out and waved his hand above his helmet. You won't be able to catch her anyways. Geek. Ha. It felt like I just touched something, Galfredic said. Gal just touched me. He violated my body. It feels like there's the faintest trace of a whiny voice. Galfredic said with a frown. Eugene was at a loss for words. Even though Galfredic could not see Myrian, it seemed that he could touch her and recognize her presence since he was connected to Eugene as a vassal. Eek. I've been defiled. I cannot believe that he violated my delicate body with those big, rough hands. Li. Sir, you can't abandon me, okay? I belong to you. Myrian whined. Is she saying something? What did she say? Galfredic asked. It's better this way, Eugene muttered. It was quite surprising, but it wasn't so bad. Rather, it was better for them to be able to communicate with each other since they would be with him until the end. It's quite unexpected that the wizard's disciple did not head to the dungeon, Eugene said. Among the two wizards who colluded with Elena, it was highly likely that the wizard that died in Eugene's hands was the master of the pair. It was unlikely that the student was skilled enough to transform a twin-headed ogre into an undead. As such, Eugene sent Galfredic and Partik's group to the dungeon to prepare for any contingencies, but no one showed up. Fortunately, the twin-headed ogre was still frozen in its place. Eugene assumed that the skull incense burner was a magic tool used to control the dead. Without it, the undead would become useless. He must have run away after noticing that things didn't work out. He may have judged that he had no chance of winning since his master was defeated. Well, we can ask our very own underdeveloped, childlike wizard later when we get the chance. By the way, the place is too quiet, isn't it? Galfredic looked around the surroundings with a sharp gaze. When the duo first entered the forest, it had been filled with the sounds of birds and insects, but at a certain point, it became eerily quiet. I think we must have entered the territory of the Griffins, Master Galfredic said. I think so as well. Eugene agreed. Eugene dismounted from his saddle and removed all of his luggage and weapons from the saddle before placing them on the ground. After removing Cillian's armor and harness, he spoke while stroking the horse's mane. You are much lighter than usual, so you will do well. Please? Enne. Cillian let out a sorrowful cry. He was being served as bait when he was born to be a prominent, proud war horse. Eugene felt sympathetic towards the horse. Yes. I'm sorry about this. Ah, right. He apologized before snatching Myrian from his shoulder. Kilik. She shouted. Go with Cillian and help him out. If anything dangerous happens, fly to me right away. Eugene explained. Got it. Taking good care of subordinates is a basic virtue of a great senior like me. He. She spoke proudly before grabbing onto Cillian's mane. Hey, buddy, you shouldn't underestimate me, You will be my junior until the day you die, understand? If you are obedient, I'll even give you a tour of the spirit world later on. Myrian said. Cillian whined vigorously before departing. Perhaps it felt relieved in Myrian's company. About 30 minutes later. Choo. The earth started to tremble and Cillian could be seen galloping crazily from afar. Kiyelik. Sir. It's here. Keek. Nithrathrati. The spirit and the horse screamed in fear. In particular, Cillian's eyes were filled with tears as he galloped with all his might, pushing himself towards his master, who was more reliable than anyone else in the world. Beek. A monster about the size of a bull with wings could be seen charging right behind them, between the tall trees. The griffin completely crushed many branches and bushes in its charge, and saliva continued to flow from its beaks. It was evident that the monster was completely enamored by Cillian's fluffy buttocks. Griffin. Galfredic shouted. Galfredic. I can sense more than just one. Eugene responded. I understand. Kawawawa. Galfredic raised his long sword as his fangs extended. Beak. The chasing griffin paused momentarily when it spotted the two vampires. The large monster was proudly standing on a large tree measuring 20 meters in height. It was definitely the king of the forest. Beak. The griffin had settled down in the forest after leaving an evil land. Since then, it wandered the world. But until now, it never encountered a vampire. The two figures were quite similar to the humans who entered the forest with their irons, but the air around them was somewhat different. Should it attack? Should it retreat? The mother griffin fell into contemplation. Soon, several young griffins arrived belatedly. Unfortunately, the younglings weren't as cautious or as experienced as their mother. The younglings were born in Rodan Forest and they had only hunted creatures weaker than them for their entire lives. They completely ignored the sudden appearance of the two humans. The yellow eyes of the baby griffins were fixated on the aromatic, plump buttocks of the horse. Their beaks were filled with drool. Beak! Beak! In the end, the young griffins couldn't suppress their irresistible instincts as they leaped toward the ground in pursuit. Keek! Needy. Myrian and Cillian quickly hid behind Eugene. Is it because of his pedigree? It's not just the mares he attracts. I should use him more often to attract monsters. Cillian would probably tremble with betrayal if he could hear Eugene's thoughts. Eugene turned his attention toward the griffins and completely liberated his fear. They would become the first sacrificial lambs that would grant him the ability to transform. Whoosh. Just like the unraveling of tangled threads, Eugene's fear shot forth with incredible momentum and reached the young griffins. Whee! It was the first time the young griffins were ever faced with such overwhelming pressure. Their bodies stiffened instantaneously. This was understandable, however, for the strongest opponents they faced until now were the likes of bears and wolves. They could not possibly overcome the fear emitted by an awakened origin. Whoosh. Galfredic saw the opportunity and threw his javelin, which pierced through the air and penetrated the shoulder of one of the younglings. The griffin cried out in pain. Ha! Galfredic shouted before picking up his longsword and rushing at the struggling griffin. The other griffin jumped back with surprise, even though its sibling was crying in pain. In the meantime, Eugene unsheathed Wolf's slaughter and charged forward without delay. Beak! The remaining cub became even more startled. On top of being subjected to an overwhelming fear, this was the first time that a human dared to retaliate against it. There were times when humans sheathed their weapons and put up a fight, but this was the first time that the other party chose to engage first. Beak! The mother griffin stepped out after recognizing that its children were in danger. Even though the griffin was smaller than wyverns, its wingspan was almost 6 to 7 meters. The sight of the creature descending from the trees with its wings spread wide was quite daunting and fearsome. However, Eugene had been paying attention to the mother since the moment he started approaching its child. He reacted instantly and threw the javelin held in his left hand. Shua-oric. The projectile shot forward while ripping through the air, and the mother griffin hurriedly folded her wings and rotated her large figure. Thuck! The javelin grazed her wing, which caused feathers to spread like snowflakes along with gushing blood. However, the griffin managed to avoid a fatal injury thanks to its quick reaction, and she landed safely on the ground. Beak! The mother griffin roared with anger. Similar to other medium and large monsters, the griffin's roar contained fear. Animals and regular humans would stiffen and soil themselves, while inexperienced knights would shrink back as well. Neithrity. As if to prove it, Cillian and Galfredic's horse ran away with shock and fear. Hey! You cowardly horse bastard! Myrian shouted while hurriedly flying after the horses. But Eugene and Galfredic were unaffected by the roar. It hurts my ears. I know. What a loud roar. The two knights responded nonchalantly. The griffin was completely flabbergasted by their response. The mother griffin realized through instinct and her experience that the humans, although she couldn't think of them as such any longer, weren't ordinary. She spread her wings to protect her young. Beak! Beak! The mother griffin slowly retreated while threatening the humans with her claws, which were each as big as a human palm. Don't tell me, are those bastards trying to run away? Galfredic spoke as if he was dumbfounded, his fangs jutting out of his mouth. Beak! The young griffins actually began running away, and the mother griffin continued making threatening noises and flapping her wings in the meantime. Then, she started to slowly step back before turning around and suddenly flying away without looking back. Galfredic was stupefied. Griffins were considered to be quite strong among the immediate rank monsters, but they were running away without even attempting to fight. Galfredic, you take care of the younglings. One of them was seriously injured, so they won't be able to fly. You should be able to take care of them easily enough, Eugene spoke. What? Then what about the mother? You're not thinking of catching up to it, right? Galfredic responded. Once a flying monster escaped, it was basically impossible to catch it. Moreover, they were in the midst of a thick forest. Even if Eugene was an origin vampire, it would be nigh impossible to catch up to the mother griffin. I have an idea, Eugene said. Eugene was convinced as he recalled killing the giant bat in the dungeon. Although the sun wasn't completely set yet, there was little sunlight in the dense forest. He could display his full abilities as a vampire in such a place, just as he had done in the dungeon. Phew! Eugene took a deep breath. His eyes gradually turned crimson. Power! Vampiric fear slowly exuded from his body and spread far and wide in a wave only visible to his eyes. It extended quickly in the direction where the griffin escaped. Soon after, Eugene's heightened senses picked up on the smell of the mother griffin's blood and the noise it made as it flapped its wings. That way, he muttered. Eugene jumped vigorously while staring in a certain direction with his crimson eyes. Eugene leaped about 10 meters in a single step, then quickly disappeared into the depth of the forest while jumping from branch to branch. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The mother griffin moved a little slower than usual, and in a different direction from her cubs. She was attempting to protect her young, even if she had to act as a decoy. The humans would surely target her, so she would continue her current pace until she was certain that her cubs were completely safe. Then she could escape with all her might. The mother griffin continued jumping from branch to branch before stopping at a large branch to catch her breath. She observed the forest. Although she possessed the lower body of a lion, she had the head of an eagle. As such, her vision was excellent enough to accurately identify a mouse creeping in the grass located hundreds of meters away. Beak. She was the ruler of the forest. Perhaps due to the fact, she could not sense any movement on the ground. The griffin finally let down her guard and attended to her injured wing. Although she had been injured several times in the past when dealing with the ironclad humans, she had never been injured so severely. If she had not managed to fold her wings and twist her body, the human's weapon would have pierced straight through it. The griffin started to carefully lick the wound on her wing. Suddenly, a strange sound stimulated her ears. The griffin raised her head and hurriedly looked around, but she could not spot any movements. She tilted her head with confusion and once again resumed licking her wound. But she suddenly felt the emission of a strange, ominous energy. Pat! Pat! She could see the human in black armor running on the branches like a swift bird. The griffin was greatly shocked. Humans always crawled on the ground like insects. Sometimes there were strong individuals among them, but even they never ran through the trees like monkeys. Moreover, she had never imagined that a human was capable of unleashing such a tremendous, powerful, and overwhelming roar. Shuik. Eugene slashed with both the sharp claws of his left hand, as well as wolf slaughter held in his right while jumping at the griffin. The creature was momentarily stunned at the roar containing his fear. Thunk! The griffin hurriedly raised its foot, and it collided with Eugene's claws. Both claws were powerful enough to tear steel apart, but the griffin was flustered by the unexpected attack. It could not overcome Eugene's planned attack. Crack! Beak! The griffin cried horribly. Its paw had turned into a bloody mess of flesh. Crack! Eugene stabbed wolf slaughter into the griffin's chest while holding onto its bloody foot with his claws. The weapon easily penetrated the griffin's thick feathers and hide. Only the pommel of Eugene's sword could be seen sticking out of the monster's chest, and the griffin could not overcome the pain and fell to the ground. After all, wolf slaughter was a famed sword whose blade contained silver. Boom! Beak! Eugene fell along with the griffin's large figure. Although he suffered a few broken bones, he was able to overcome the pain thanks to his vampiric physique. The griffin pecked at him crazily after crashing to the ground, but Eugene was able to withstand the attacks thanks to his sturdy armor and black scales. Crack! Eugene dug his claws into the griffin's chest as well and started stirring it around. Beak! The griffin cried out and struggled in pain while having its organs torn to bits and pieces. Eventually, the griffin suddenly stopped moving and collapsed while excreting all of its waste. Huff, huff. Eugene dug himself out from underneath the griffin, then started ripping open the monster's chest without delay. Good. He muttered with a bright expression. He held a mana stone the size of a thumbnail in his hand. After putting aside the mana stone, Eugene plowed through the numerous feathers and sunk his fangs into its neck. Eugene continued drinking for a few minutes, then raised his head. Kuiluvueluhuff. The vampire roared victoriously with his face soaked in the griffin's blood. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is driving me crazy. Gabriel could not hide his anxiety as he looked down from the spire of the Rose Castle, which had been used as the main castle of the Archivold family for many years. Dozens of large tents had been erected in the field next to a stream located about 300 to 400 meters away. Yesterday, the field had been devoid of any human presence. Moreover, hundreds of troops were lined up outside the wide, deep moat surrounding the castle, and knights carrying the flags of different families could be seen as well. How many are there exactly? Gabriel asked. Their number seems to exceed 1,000, Andre answered. Andre was Gabriel's most trusted knight as well as his brother-in-law. We only have about 300, right? Do we stand a chance? Gabriel asked. Andre replied while stroking his mustache. It is common knowledge that a successful siege requires at least 3 times the number of defenders. However, our mercenaries are very capable and high in morale, and the loyal knights are also strong-willed. Moreover, it is highly likely that Lord Essandra will not attack the castle. Why is that? Gabriel asked. Unlike Essandra, who was always diligent in her education ever since she was young as the Margrave's successor, Gabriel was slightly lacking in qualities as a monarch. He wasn't able to accurately comprehend the situation. Take a look at those troops. More than half of them are mercenaries. To satisfy men like those, looting must be allowed of the occupied areas. However, this is the prestigious, honorable main castle of the Archivold family. This isn't a random village or a hamlet of the territory. Would Lord Essandra permit those savages to loot the castle? Andre answered. Oh. That's true, Gabriel exclaimed. Yes. In the end, she will try to negotiate. So you need to delay as long as possible, my lord. I have already sent someone, we should hear from them in 2 to 3 days, Andre said. Phew. I understand. As expected, it's truly reassuring to have you by my side, brother-in-law Gabriel spoke with relief. Not at all. I believe that only Lord Gabriel is capable of leading the Archivold Marquisate to stability and prosperity. Moreover, my wife regards only Lord Gabriel as her true brother. Andre continued. Yes. Good, very good. Ha ha ha. Gabriel laughed. 2 was better than 1, and 3 was better than 2. The saying held true for great nobles as well. As such, Gabriel could laugh with relief. A day later, the anticipated news finally arrived. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My lord. I have returned after entering the Rose Castle through a secret passage. A knight spoke on one knee. Great work, Sir Mulv. Did you encounter any danger on your way here? Andre asked. Just as you said, I didn't come across any troops belonging to Lord Essandra on the way. Mulv answered. The existence and location of the secret passage were only known to the official successor of the Marquisate. But both Gabriel and Elena had coincidentally discovered the secret passage when they were playing hide-and-seek in their childhood. Sister would have guarded the passage herself. She is stubbornly responsible in that aspect, so she must have not told anyone about it. Elena said. Yes, you are right. Anyways, Sir Mulv, you must never tell anyone about the existence of the passage. Gabriel added. Please don't worry. I swear on my honor to keep it a secret until the day I die. Mulv answered. Good. I trust you, sir. Now, did you look into the matter I spoke about? Gabriel asked. Both Gabriel and Elena waited for an answer with a tense, but hopeful expression. Yes. Just as you predicted, Lord Essandra did not come to personally occupy all the villages and hamlets in the Marquisate. Rather, she merely confirmed their loyalty by dispatching a few knights. Mulv answered. I knew it. And what else? Gabriel asked. His real curiosity lay somewhere else, but he didn't want to risk arousing the knight's suspicion. As such, he pretended to be calm. First, I wasn't able to enter the Carinsa dungeon. With Lord Edric joining Lord Essandra, there were quite a few troops guarding the entrance to the dungeon. They were quite stubborn, insisting that they could not let anyone enter without Lord Essandra's explicit permission. I apologize, Mulv answered with a dejected expression. Gabriel and Elena's expressions darkened slightly. Now, they had no way of knowing the current status of the wizard. They could only hope that the wizard had escaped safely. What about the roamers? Their numbers in the vicinity must have increased greatly since the dungeon hadn't been subjugated for quite some time. Elena asked. I would have thought so as well, but the number of roamers has not increased much. However, this might be hard to believe, but, the knight hesitated. But, the two siblings asked with curiosity. A monster seems to have appeared in Rodan Forest. It's definitely not a griffin, but judging from its fierce roar, it's presumed to be a very dangerous, wicked monster. Something that has never been seen before. Really? Tell me more, what kind of a monster is it? Gabriel and Elena responded while leaning forward, suddenly showing interest at the mention of a mysterious monster. Unfortunately, the ignorant peasants were incapable of giving an accurate depiction of the monster, so I do not know much more. However, it's known that the monster's cry is terrible enough to haunt your soul, and it's rumored that the Griffin of Rodan Forest was defeated by that monster, which means, the knight trailed off. Which means? The siblings asked. It must be a high-ranking monster. Something like an ogre or a drake, Sir Mulv answered. Finally. Those wizards. They succeeded. The siblings quickly shared a gaze while clenching their fists. Sir Mulv. The Griffin of Rodan Forest was a humongous headache and a threat to the Marquisate over the last few years, was it not? That's right. Then that means the mysterious monster must be a truly terrifying force. What would happen if such a powerful monster attacked a nearby village? You have a good point. Come to think of it, I also heard rumors regarding the appearance of an undead monster. TSK, those lowly peasants are quite delusional. What? An undead? Although Gabriel was already certain, he pretended to be greatly shocked as he responded. If it truly is an undead, this issue may escalate into a threat to the honor of the Marquisate. But we are unable to send an army because of our sister's army, Gabriel continued. Brother, send a messenger to Sister Essandra. Although we are placed in an undesirable situation right now, she must be sincerely worried about the Marquisate as a member of the Archivold family. I am certain that she will take action, Elena said. You are right. Sir Molv. Gabriel called out. Please give me your orders, Molv responded. Inform all the sirs of the castle about the matter with the undead monster. Send a messenger to Essandra immediately as well, Gabriel ordered. I understand, my lord. I will carry out your orders. Sir Molv answered. He was completely oblivious to the truth of the matter, and as such, he was touched by Gabriel's sense of duty and honor towards the Marquisate. Just as I thought. Only Lord Gabriel is suited to lead the Marquisate. I cannot believe he is such a broad-minded, honorable man. The knight's emotions were conveyed as he spread the news to the castle's nobles, and the two siblings were delighted to see their plan proceeding smoothly. This is great. Essandra will have no choice but to withdraw her army, right? Gabriel asked. Yes. And even if she doesn't, she won't be able to lay siege on the castle either. Not until the undead is taken care of. Ho ho. Elena answered. The presence of a holy knight was required to defeat undead monsters. However, there weren't any legitimate holy knights on the Carlsbaggins Peninsula due to the fact that the bishop had fled a long time ago. In the end, Essandra would be forced to withdraw her army and focus all her efforts on dealing with the undead monster. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. The two siblings were able to heartily laugh with ease after a truly long time. However, their joy did not last more than a day. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next morning, Essandra stood in front of the Rose Castle with other nobles standing behind her back. A knight dressed in black plate armor stood in front of the castle's drawbridge with the corpses of 3 griffins and a 2-headed noble. He shouted, I am Jan of the Eugene family. I am a knight supporting Lord Essandra. Gabriel and Elena stood with their mouths agape, and the nobles and knights of the castle began fervently whispering. Jan Eugene. Is he not the knight who occupied the land belonging to the late Lord Bimos? Wyvern Slayer. He's the knight who successfully subjugated the Filia ruins. The evil land located in the Bjorgalan territory. Why is that man? As you can see, I already took care of the evil undead that appeared in the Marquisate. Moreover, I have killed the griffins that had been threatening the people of the land for a long time. Eugene shouted. Hyup. The whispering stopped, and the people of the castle became wide-eyed with surprise. Elena quickly raised her voice in a flurry. Take that lying man and... This undead ogre was brought back to life as an undead by a wizard's evil magic. And I have taken the wizard's head with my blade. Eugene continued. The complexion of the two siblings paled in an instant and their eyes started quivering as Eugene took out an object and shook it in the air. This is the journal belonging to the wizard I killed. Would you like to know the names that are mentioned in this journal? I can reveal it immediately if you would like. Eugene shouted. The eyes of Gabriel and Elena started to quiver even more when they saw the ragged booklet held in Eugene's hand. Unfortunately, and dishonorably, those who shared a deep relationship with the evil wizard responsible for the creation of this anomaly were, Eugene started to shout. I surrender. Open the gate. Open it. I surrender. Gabriel had no choice but to immediately respond while the numerous nobles and knights of the Marquisate were watching. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Do you have anything to say for yourselves? Essandra asked. What excuse could I make? Even if I had 10 lips, I would have nothing to say. All of us inherited the same blood. Please show us mercy, Sister Gabriel said. Please forgive us, sister. Those wizards must have placed us under an evil spell. There is no way that either Gabriel or I would have done such a terrible thing if we were in our right minds, Elena added. Hoo. At least both of you still have glib tongues. Cassandra clicked her tongue while sitting on the pedestal located in the castle's main hall. Both Gabriel and Elena were on their knees in front of her, trembling with fear and shame. However, this was much better than having their plans revealed in front of all the nobles and knights of the Marquisate. I can forgive the fact that you two caused the peninsula to fall into chaos by goading the vassals. After our father was detained, there was a need to sort out those who were loyal from those that weren't. On the contrary, I was satisfied that the two of you caused such a commotion, Cassandra said. The eyes of the two siblings shook violently. They initially assumed that Cassandra had been doing nothing while sitting in her own territory, but it appeared that it wasn't the case. The same was true of Edric. Since he is friendly, even though he is credulous, I thought he would be capable of comforting and taking care of the various vassals, Cassandra continued. Then does that mean you already knew everything? Obviously. I was just biding my time. I thought it would take at least a few more years for the chaos to subside since it was brewing since our father's time. But receiving a title from the king. That's crossing the line, she said. I apologize, Gabriel said while dropping his head. Cassandra smirked and said, however, it was a wise decision to surrender right away. If you attempted to deny Sir Eugene's words, I do not know what would have happened to the both of you. The knights of the castle might have risen up against you before anything else. In all likelihood, a rebellion would have occurred. It was an act of self-destruction for a lord, regardless of whether they were the direct descendant of a marquis, to have released an undead in their territory. It would have caused their honors to plummet to unrecoverable depths. In that sense, I praise your decision to surrender immediately and open the gates. I guess your desire for power had not blinded you completely, Cassandra asked. How could that be? Your dull-witted, but loyal younger brother was simply concerned about the rapid deterioration and division of the Marquisate. I was planning to offer them to you, sister, after I have unified them to the best of my abilities, Gabriel started to reason out. Enough. Gabriel, I will confiscate all of your property and strip you of your status indefinitely. Do you have any objections? Cassandra asked. None. I am grateful for your mercy, Gabriel answered. And Elena, Cassandra said. Yes, sister, Elena answered. Ever since they were young, Elena had found her older sister particularly difficult to deal with. Her shoulders trembled as she met her older sister's gaze. Technically, you were responsible for bringing those wicked wizards to the castle and sending them to the dungeon. It's a serious crime, and I would be more than justified in sentencing you to life in prison, Cassandra declared. Elena simply stayed silent with her head bowed. There was nothing she could say in response. However, it has been less than a year since father was locked away and the death of Bimos. I cannot allow for more blood of the Archivold family to be shed, Cassandra said. Elena raised her head with hope. Cassandra gave a cold smile. Still, someone must take responsibility for the situation. Is that not so, Sir Eugene? Cassandra said after turning her gaze to Eugene. You are correct, Eugene answered while stepping forward. Gabriel and Elena were once again shaken. This was a private gathering of the Archivold family's direct descendants, but an outsider was present. The knight had been keeping his place next to Cassandra as if it was a given. From the moment Gabriel and Elena saw the knight, they made certain assumptions, everything traced back to the beautiful, alluring knight. The time that Cassandra referred to happened faster than expected due to the presence of that knight. Okay, then who do you think should take responsibility for the matter, sir? Cassandra asked. I think. Eugene turned his gaze to the two siblings before continuing. Lord Cassandra, your siblings only made a small mistake that was misguided by their deep loyalty to the family and the Marquisate. The one who should take responsibility for the situation should be the one who abandoned their morality and honor, the one who tried to drive a wedge between the direct descendants of the Archibald family because of their self-interest. Eugene answered. A figure naturally came to the mind of the two siblings after hearing Eugene's answer. Yes, sir, are you perhaps referring to my husband? Elena asked hurriedly. Eugene nodded. Who was the one responsible for instigating a murder of nobles because of their desire for Lord Bimo's mine? The one responsible for bringing evil wizards into the territory? Lord Elena? Lord Gabriel? Or perhaps both of them? Eugene asked. Sir Eugene, isn't that too harsh? There is no way my siblings would do such a horrendous thing, right? Cassandra rebuked Eugene and defended her siblings. However, Gabriel and Elena recognized that they were driven into a perfect corner after seeing Cassandra's expression. Eventually, Elena's head dropped. Why, you are right, sister. This was a world where one had to abandon even their husbands to survive. That was the world that those known as the great nobles lived in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Several figures, including Knight Andre, Elena's husband, were imprisoned in the castle's dungeon. The rest of the nobles welcomed Cassandra as the new marquise with open arms. As such, Cassandra managed to occupy the Archibald family's main castle without shedding a drop of blood, where she held a grand banquet. Alcohol and meat were made available to the mercenaries located outside the castle, and the mercenaries also toasted the birth of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula's strongest margrave with one unified voice. Sir, are you still insistent? You have no desire to stand by my side? Cassandra asked. Yes, Eugene responded. Ha ha. Cassandra burst into laughter after hearing Eugene's simple, concise answer. Eugene was unlike all the nobles who were desperate to get on her good side. Perhaps that was why she felt even more favorable towards him. Did you know? You are the first one to ever treat me in such a fashion. That's why I want you even more, Cassandra stated. Unfortunately, there is nothing to be done. And even if I do stay by your side, it doesn't mean that only good things will happen, Eugene responded. What do you mean? Cassandra asked. The nobles of the Marquisate. They are currently standing still to prevent offending you, but how do you think they will react if I make even more achievements? That's just how the human heart is it not? Eugene said. Who would dare to? Cassandra glanced over the nobles with a gaze of anger. However, she knew that Eugene was right. A monarch needed many competent subordinates, but if one was too competent, it would inevitably lead to conflict and antagonism. But you will join me for the rest of the expedition, right? I still need to take care of the territories and cities in the south of the peninsula. After all, becoming the new marquise wasn't the end. Cassandra currently had more than 1,000 soldiers under her command, and there wouldn't be many opportunities and justification in gathering such a large group of soldiers under her flag in the future. As such, Cassandra was planning to take advantage of this opportunity to fully unite the peninsula and to make Archibald's name known to the world. Did you not tell your siblings that you had been planning to take action even without my involvement? I think it would be fine if you resume your plan, Eugene said. Well, you remembered all that. Well, I guess I would have acted even without you, sir. But things will definitely be easier with you by my side, wouldn't you agree? Cassandra asked. Perhaps. But as I have already told you, neither of us will benefit if I accomplish anything more. You must think about the others under your command, Eugene answered. Cassandra licked her lips while stroking her chin like a man. Eugene certainly had a point. Trouble could definitely arise after peace was restored on the peninsula. Then what about your men? It might be quite damaging if all of them went missing. It was clear that Cassandra couldn't abandon her lingering feelings. However, Eugene gave an immediate answer. Including Sir Galfredic and I, only around 30 troops will be leaving. What? Cassandra expressed her confusion. I mentioned before that I promised a seat for the free knights who had followed me here, right? Since they haven't done much so far, to leave them be would be a loss for both you and me, Lord Essandra. Take them and make them work as you would like. Morfern's mercenaries would be very disappointed to return immediately as well. Why don't you take the chance to display your leadership and financial power, my lord? Eugene suggested. Ha, ha 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 ha. Essandra laughed boisterously while stroking Eugene's arm. You're a crafty fox, aren't you? In the end, you are planning to leave me with your baggage, right? She continued. Eugene felt rather guilty, but he responded with a straight face, how could that be? You are mistaken. I am only offering you an option that everyone, including yourself, me, and the knights, would benefit from. Ha ha. You aren't exactly wrong, so I can't say anything about it. In the end, you managed to become a lord and commanded those troops without spending a single coin, Essandra said. That wasn't what I intended, but I can't deny it, Eugene answered nonchalantly. It was Gardai, the merchant guild leader of Morfern, who recruited the mercenaries, but Eugene was responsible for their payroll. Coincidentally, their first payday was in 2 days. But what if he handed over the mercenaries to Essandra before their payday, since she needed the troops for at least another month anyway? Would she ask me to pay their wages? She has to save face as the Marquise, right? Eugene hid his innermost thoughts and spoke calmly. The wage of the mercenaries is set at 2 silver coins per day. We decided to give them half of the loot and spoils, so please remember that. Wow. So you're planning to not spend a single coin at all? Isn't this blatant robbery? Essandra spoke in disbelief. Eugene was unwilling to take a loss until the end. Regardless, Eugene was satisfied. His original purpose was to become recognized as a lord by the next Marquise, which he achieved, and he also managed to command mercenaries and free knights without spending any money. Moreover, he gained quite a bit from subjugating the dungeon by himself. And that wasn't the end. The red mana stone, and the things I took from the dead wizard as well. The only regret he had was that he had not been able to activate his transforming ability. As it turned out, he could only activate his transforming ability by consuming a red mana stone and the blood of the monster he wanted to transform into. As such, he wasn't able to exercise his ability from the griffins, since they only possessed blue mana stones. However, discovering the requirements to activate his ability was a great achievement in itself. In the end, this expedition was also a great success. Ha! Look at your lips twitch. If you want to laugh, just do it. Sir, are you sure that no one has ever called you shameless before? Essandra asked. As I have told you many times, no one has ever called me that, Eugene answered with an indifferent expression. Essandra was about to speak when the guard captain of the castle hurriedly approached. My lord, please excuse me, but Sir Eugene has a guest. A guest? Eugene asked with a frown, and Essandra took on a curious expression as well. Yes. A female wizard, the guard captain responded. Does she have a bit of a blank expression? Looks similar to a raccoon. Eugene asked. Ah, that's right. But, the wizard is currently crying and whining in the courtyard. The guard captain answered. It was most likely Rai, but why did she travel all the way here just to create another ruckus? No. No, you can't. Rai screamed. Wizard, are you out of your mind? We must burn the cursed undead right away. Research, I need to research it. 10 days, no, just 3 days. Please? She was in a heated debate against the knights. Impossible. Even if you are a wizard hired by Sir Eugene, we cannot allow such a thing. Such an evil monster that threatened the Marquisate must be burned to ashes immediately. That's right. Since you are a wizard, you must know that the church banned the resurrection of dead monsters, right? Are you in cahoots with those cursed wizards? The atmosphere of the nights started to become quite harsh as the conversation continued. Sirs, did you just call Master Ro-Rai a black wizard? Sir Galfredic? No, that's not the case. The knights faltered as Galfredic stepped out. Galfredic was Eugene's right-hand man, and he was incredibly skilled as well. All of the knights found him quite difficult to deal with. A black wizard. Me. I swear on my master's name and on magic that I do not serve the evil manner. Ro-Rai shouted. Just as she says. I can guarantee that Master Ro-Rai possesses no blemish as a wizard, even though her body is quite lacking. Galfredic chimed in. Right. I have no problems except my body. Wait, no. Ro-Rai started to shout her response, then stopped herself after realizing what Galfredic had said. Ro-Rai, Eugene called out. As soon as Ro-Rai saw Eugene, she ran forward like a puppy while wiping away her tears. Sir Eugene, Sir Eugene. Could you please stop those knights? She asked. Because of the undead? Eugene responded. Yes, yes. It has extraordinary value for research. I can't believe they are planning to burn such a precious thing. Please, if you give it to me, I swear on the name of magic, I will devote my body and my mind fully to, Ro-Rai pleaded. If you swear a few more times, it will be the 100th time, Eugene interrupted. I swear. I'm completely serious this time. Ro-Rai brought her staff close to her chest and pleaded with teary eyes. Then you were lying before? Eugene asked. No, that's not what I'm saying. Whimper teardrops began to fall from her eyes. I feel bad for the raccoon, Myrian said. It was true. Ro-Rai's clothes and face were caked with dirt from rushing over, and her tears were slowly dripping across her face. However, it wasn't nearly enough to move Eugene. After making a few calculations in his head, Eugene spoke. Well, I have the right to dispose of the monster, so I will think about it. Awilhara. Thank you. You will be blessed, Sir Eugene. Ro-Rai spoke with a smile after wiping away her tears and snot. Eugene turned his gaze away from the wizard and approached the group of knights. They were gazing at him with disapproving expressions. Sirs. I will take care of that undead, Eugene said. Aim. Sir, we do not have the right to prevent you from exercising your rights. However, according to the laws of the church and the kingdom, any undead monsters are to be burnt. One of the knights started to speak. Sir, do you serve Lord Gabriel by chance? Eugene asked. That's right. The knight responded, curious as to why Eugene was asking an unrelated question. As I expected. It makes sense since you seem to greatly like the kingdom's law. Eugene said. Several knights flinched after hearing Eugene's words. They were all Gabriel's knights. It was an open secret that Gabriel had been planning to receive a title from the royal family. But he ended up surrendering unconditionally to Essandra. As such, if the truth of the matter was revealed to the public, Gabriel's reputation would be damaged even further. But the church, one of the knights muttered. Who was responsible for the dismissal of the previous marquise? And where is the bishop, who should have taken responsibility? Eugene retorted. The knights promptly closed their mouths. They realized that it was better to not mention the church or the royal family since Essandra had already taken control of the marquisate. At that time, Essandra and several nobles made their appearance. What's going on? Essandra asked. My lord. You are here just in time. That wizard. The knights rushed over to Essandra and began to hurriedly tell their stories. The sight was reminiscent of ducklings rushing to their mother. Those cowardly bastards, Galfredic muttered. Wait, Eugene dissuaded Galfredic. Essandra frowned after hearing about the current situation from the knights. My lord. We are justified in our view. Regardless of the circumstance, should we not immediately burn down the remnants of that evil creature? I agree with Sir Daniel's opinion. Even if we disregard the law of the church and the kingdom, the people of the Marquisate will become anxious if we leave it be. What would the other territories and cities of the peninsula say if they knew about this? We must get rid of it as soon as possible. The nobles immediately saw the opening and pushed forward while sticking to Essandra's side. All of them had been quite wary of Eugene recently with his imminent rise to power as Essandra's closest aide. All of you certainly have a point, Essandra said. She stared at Eugene with a difficult expression. It was obvious that the public sentiment would sour if the corpse of an evil, undead, twin-headed ogre was left untouched. If the other territories and cities of the peninsula used the opportunity to their advantage, it would prove quite troublesome for Essandra. What should I do? Eugene slowly opened his lips after thinking of an idea. I also agree that it could be quite uneasy to leave the corpse of such a monster alone. However, would you not agree that the purpose of a cow is to taste good, regardless of whether it is black or white? Everyone became puzzled at Eugene's words. Even though it was transformed into an undead by evil magic, wouldn't things change depending on how it is used? Eugene continued. Sir, what does that mean? Essandra asked with a frown. Eugene struggled with internal conflict for a brief moment, then made up his mind before raising his right hand to his chest. Let me tell you the honest truth. It's commonly known that only holy knights are able to deal with undead monsters. What do you think is the reason I was able to defeat that undead? Eugene asked. Everyone, including Essandra, tilted their heads with confusion. Eugene took on a reverent posture and slowly spoke while drawing the holy symbol with his hand. There is only one explanation, it is because of God's grace and care. Everyone fell silent at the sudden confession of faith. As such, why don't we adorn the evil creature in a priest's uniform? It will be a living testament of the protection and miracles of God. Eugene continued. Essandra started to react with absurdity, but Eugene quickly drove into the stake even further. I think it would act as an excellent shield if the bishop ever returned to the peninsula. A miracle took place when the bishop was absent. The church would have nothing to say, right? Essandra and the nobles flinched, then slowly opened their lips with wonder. Well, how brazen. Sir, even your shamelessness is on the level of the Demon King. This is crazy. I heard even our founder never dared to sell out God. The wizard and the spirit became at a loss for words after witnessing an origin vampire drawing the holy symbol with an amicable smile. Asterisk. Oh, my. I never thought I would see an undead wearing a surcoat, Essandra muttered. It looks quite decent, does it not? I don't want to admit it, but it definitely suits it. I'm speechless. Essandra felt conflicted. The ogre, which possessed 2 heads and 4 arms, was adorned in a surcoat with the symbol of the church, similar to a paladin or a holy knight. Moreover, the armor wasn't half-baked or created in a hurry. Rather, it was a top-notch product that was carefully smelted and put together by the craftsmen of the castle overnight. Essandra's confusion only deepened because of how well the armor suited the monster. It's not going to start moving, is it? Essandra asked. It won't. The magical tool was destroyed, so it won't be able to move again. It will only serve as a piece of decoration, Eugene responded. I see. The effect will be great even if it's only a piece of decor, Essandra said. It would become a great sight for anyone to see. Those who were susceptible to religion and superstition would worship the miracle of God with tears, and others would praise the Archivold family for achieving such a ridiculous feat. The noisy church will have nothing to say about it either. Sigh. Essandra looked at Eugene with wonder. Sir. Of course, you must have never heard this before, but I think you are truly out of your mind, she said. I will take it as a compliment, Eugene responded. Ha ha. Right. But are you really not going with me? Essandra asked. Yes. It is time for me to return to my territory. I must take care of internal matters and get the silver mine running. It will be beneficial for both of us, Eugene said. Although the silver mine of Mount Nadia belonged to Eugene, 30% of the profits would go to the real owner of the land, the Archivold family. It was a natural relationship between lords who were given and recognized by a great noble. That's true. But you will be taking care of the internal politics personally. I find that a little hard to believe, Sandra asked skeptically. Eugene felt a little sheepish, but he maintained a calm expression as he responded. One of my younger cousins is an administrator, and he is quite competent. So you are planning to leave the management of the land to that person? Is he reliable? Sandra asked. Yes. He is trustworthy. I'll kill him if he isn't. Eugene looked around at the knights and vassals of the Marquisate before continuing. He had already finished preparations for departure. And as I told you already, people will be quite discontent if I go with you. They will finally have a chance to show off their loyalty and skills to their lord, so wouldn't they be disappointed if I joined in as well? Eugene said. Hoo. You're even being considerate of others. This is quite suspicious. This makes me want to take you with me even more, Sandra responded. It's a simple misunderstanding, Eugene said. Ha. Well, there's no helping it. Just as you said, sir, the others will become anxious if you earn yourself even more merit. They are all so narrow-minded. Ah, right. Sandra smacked her lips before looking around. Then, she raised her voice. Selena. Where is Selena? The servants ran around busily at Sandra's shouts. Soon, a young knight with short, bobbed hair and average height shuffled towards the group. You called for me, my lord. The newcomer spoke. Aunt Sandra responded. Yes, aunt. The knight corrected herself rather unwillingly. A light glimmered in Eugene's eyes when he saw the girl. So this is. Selena was quite good-looking, and her emerald eyes left a big impression. Even though she was only 15, she looked quite mature for her age. Give your greetings to Sir Eugene, Sandra said. Selena glanced at Eugene before speaking. Nice to meet you. I am Selena Perrin Archivold. Her tone was very dry. Myrian, who was plopped on Eugene's shoulder, shouted with flames in her eyes. Ki-eek. What is this? This little wench. She dares to glare at Sir Eugene when she's nothing more than a large rat dropping. What an ugly, rude little girl. She's not that ugly. Eugene was becoming well versed in the human standards of beauty, and he thought that Selena possessed a decent appearance among humans. But that wasn't important to him at all. Eugene said. Selena's eyes turned even sharper when Eugene gave a short, blunt response. As expected, she's a little lacking to become my aide, Eugene continued. What did you say? She responded. Galfredic. But Eugene ignored her and called out after turning his head. Did you call for me? Galfredic trudged towards Eugene. He had been hanging out with Partik's group. Eugene spoke while pointing to Selena. From today, she will be your aide. My aide. So suddenly. Galfredic responded with wide eyes. She is Lord Gabriel's daughter. I think you will need to take care of her properly, Eugene explained. Please take good care of my niece, Sir Galfredic. Sandra chimed in with a smile. Galfredic scratched his head with an awkward expression. Well, I don't really need an aide, but since both of you are insistent, I guess there's no other choice. Selena was at a loss for words. In an instant, she had gone from a direct descendant of a great noble family to a simple, unwanted piece of baggage. But she was an intelligent girl, and she instantly realized why she was being sold to these insidious knights. If it's for my father. From today, she would have to endure any humiliation as a hostage. She had to do this if she wanted her father, Gabriel, to live. However, Selina secretly clenched her teeth and raised her head. My name is Selina Perrin Archivold. Sir Galfredic, right. With all due respect, I would like to experience the skills of the person who will become my master from today. Would you give me your permission? Her appearance was rather gender-neutral and she had deliberately lowered her tone, but Galfredic immediately noticed that she was a woman. He responded while grinning. Are you asking for a bout with me? It's a relief that the one I will serve as my master is quick-witted, she said. Bring it on. I will count to 3. 3, 2, Galfredic responded before immediately counting down. Selina was born with great talent and had been trained ever since she was young by the knights of the castle. Despite the sudden turn of events, she quickly unsheathed her longsword and took a posture. 1. Whoosh. Clang. Thunk. Kugh. Selina's throat rested in Galfredic's right hand even before her blade, which had been knocked aside by his gauntlet, hit the ground. The battle was over in less than a second. Kugh. Kuwa. Selina struggled with all her might as she gasped for air. But Galfredic stood immobile like a stone statue and slowly raised her into the air. Their gazes met. Do you know how my master often punished me when I was still an aide? Galfredic asked. Kugh. Kiwu. It was to strip me naked and to have me train with a wooden sword. If you are a knight, you should already know, right? Blades do not discriminate based on gender or age. Rather, it is even crueler to the weak, Galfredic stated. If you look at me or Sir Eugene with those eyes one more time, I will strip you naked for an entire month. I swear it on my honor, he continued. Selina fainted. But it was because she failed to overcome the frightening fear contained in Galfredic's reddish eyes, rather than the lack of oxygen. Hey, Sir Galfredic. You aren't really going to strip her naked, are you? Essandra asked anxiously. As long as Selina was Galfredic's aide, he would have full control over the young girl's disposition. My lord. With all due respect, what kind of a man do you take me to be? Galfredic said. Right. Phew, you had me worried, Essandra responded. I am Rowan of Galfredic. I am a man of my word, and I definitely keep my promises, he continued. Essandra became convinced that Galfredic was a man of his word as she watched him place her niece over his broad shoulder with a smile. It wasn't only Eugene who was insane, but also his most trusted knight as well. Please take care, Sir Eugene. It was such an honor to be with you. Sir. I will see you at the territory in a month. The mercenaries of Moffern and the 7 free knights came outside to see Eugene off. The time they spent together was rather short, but Eugene had undoubtedly been the best employer and the leader for all of them. Some of them would no longer have to roam the world without a master after being sworn in by the Marquise, and they burned even more with loyalty. I will return after accomplishing feats that will not taint the names of Lord Essandra and Sir Eugene. I promise you. The names of Archivold and Eugene will resonate loudly over the skies of the peninsula. Yes, yes. Don't overdo it. I know I've already mentioned this, but make sure to absolutely obey Lord Essandra's orders. If I hear otherwise, there won't be any land waiting for you once you return, Eugene responded. Please don't worry. It could only contain 3 or 4 small households, but the knights were passionate and eager to possess their own land and farmer tenants. Their profits from their land would be sufficient to feed their horses and replace a few of their equipment. Moreover, Eugene would not be satisfied with managing territory only on the peninsula. The knights' hearts swelled up at the thought of officially becoming lords of small territories one day. All they had to do was to be loyal to Eugene. Then I wish you all luck, Eugene said. Yes, sir. The mercenaries and knights answered in one voice. Leaving the large group behind, Eugene passed the gate with Galfredic and a small number of soldiers. But, do they really have to take that with them? one of the knights muttered while staring at the departing group. His eyes were glued on the undead ogre dressed in a priest's uniform which was seated on a cot. Huh. Isn't that only natural? Isn't that the living proof of the miracle? It's evidence that God declared this land as a sacred place and that he loves the Marquisate and Sir Eugene. One of the other knights quickly rebuked his comrade. That's true. I misspoke. The knight quickly admitted his fault and hurriedly drew the holy symbol with his hand while repenting. Oh, God. Please forgive me. I dared to have doubts towards you and Sir Eugene, the one who receives your love. The knight's confession caused a fierce wave of repentance to spread through the knights. Oh. May you bless his path. May God's protection and blessing always be with you, Sir Eugene. Thus, the knights reverently waved their hands in the air and dedicated the greatest blessing they could give to the origin vampire. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You came all the way here to give this to me? Eugene asked. Yes, yes. I heard that the person who brought this to the Palin Association was greatly disappointed that Sir Eugene wasn't there. Rai answered. She had handed Eugene a letter after leaving the Archivold family's castle. Eugene stroked his chin after carefully reading the content of the letter. What does it say? Rai asked. The introduction is quite long, but it's essentially asking me to go over in a rush to participate in a night competition, Eugene answered. Hoo. Has it already been 4 years? Galfredic said. 4 years. What do you mean? Eugene turned his head and asked. Count Winslan holds a competition every 4 years. It appears that this is the 4th year since the last, Galfredic answered. I see. A night competition. It must be similar to the one hosted by the Evergrove County, right? Eugene asked. It's going to be even more amazing. Rumor has it that nearly 100 people participated in the competition 4 years ago, Galfredic answered. Is that so? How many participants were there in Count Evergrove's competition? Eugene continued. Maybe about 30. Discounting the random nobodies, there must have been about 10 proper knights. Even though the Evergrove family acts like they are kings in the area near Meran, they still can't compare to Winslan. Galfredic answered. Is Winslan that amazing? Eugene muttered while tilting his head. His response was only natural since he knew at most about 10 noble families. Galfredic responded with a grin. First of all, they are a family stemming from the first royal family. It's said that even kings cannot mess with them recklessly because of their enormous territory and power. Really? To what extent? Eugene asked. I've only heard of it as well, but it's said that Count Winslan has more than 500 troops under his direct control and almost 1,000 troops including those serving his vassals. In addition, the Winslan County has a knight order, Galfredic said. A knight order? Eugene asked. That's right. Dozens of guys like me who are loyal and only obey the Count's orders, Galfredic answered. That's definitely incredible. Eugene was surprised. Hiring dozens of mercenaries for a period of time had cost too much money, which was why he handed them over to Essandra. But Count Winslan had dozens of times the number of troops as well as a knight order. Then the knights from the order will be participating in the competition as well, right? Eugene asked. They live and die by their reputation, so it's only natural that they do. If they win, they'll get a chest full of gold and expensive armament as well, Galfredic said with a shrug. Eugene answered before resting his gaze on Wolf Slaughter, which was hanging next to the saddle. It was a famous blade bestowed to a famous knight by the Winslan County in the past. I could become sworn into a nobleman who is even greater than Marquis Archivold, and get other equipment on the level of Wolf Slaughter. If I'm lucky, I could even get the chance to conquer evil lands as well. Most importantly, several months had already passed since he received the letter of recommendation. It was about time to go. We will stop by our territory before heading straight to Meran. We will depart after making preparations in Meran, which should give us enough time, Eugene declared. He. Good idea. This is exciting, Galfredic responded with a face filled with expectations. Unfortunately for Galfredic, Eugene responded with a shrug. What are you talking about? You have to stay back and protect the territory. Huh. You will need to act as the Lord in my stead for the time being, Eugene continued. Master, what are you? Eugene glanced behind Galfredic while cutting off his words. That girl. Why do you think I had her become your aide instead of mine? What? What does that baggage have anything to do with this? Galfredic responded with a frown, turning his eyes to the limp, drooping body of Selena. Don't you think Lord Essandra will only be satisfied once she gets to know that her niece is in the care of a knight who is trustworthy enough to rule a territory in my stead? Eugene said. Huh, Galfredic finally realized the meaning behind Eugene's words. I would have preferred real baggage instead. This way, she's basically my master. HMPH. Galfredic muttered with a scowl. It's only temporary. It seems like it will take some time for the Carlsbaggins Peninsula to become stable again. Delmondo is quite competent, but I could only be truly relieved if I had you here. How could I compare someone like Delmondo with you? Eugene said. TSK. Well, I guess there will be more opportunities to rampage together in the future, Galfredic responded. Of course. If you ever get bored, go and subjugate the evil lands belonging to Lord Essandra or Serby or Galan. I've already talked to them about it, Eugene said. Oh. That's good to hear. Galfredic's expression loosened as he responded. Rai, who had been quietly watching the two men, slowly inched her horse closer to Cillian before speaking. Sir Eugene. Then what should I do? I think heading to Meran with you and researching that ogre would be. You will stay behind with Galfredic. Eugene gave a curt answer. What? I have to. Why? Rai asked. Then what else are you going to do? Take the undead to Meran. Aren't you supposed to start smelting the silver from the mine? How much longer are you planning to be a freeloader? Eugene said. No, of course. I'll do as you said. Yes, of course, Rai answered with a dejected expression. Galfredic burst into laughter. Ha ha. Master Rai, let's get along for a while. What? I have to. Why? Rai gave the exact same answer as before with a curious expression. It's definitely the same words, but why do I feel offended? Galfredic said. That's because that was my intent, Rai answered. Your harsh words remind me of my dead grandmother. Stop talking about your fucking Dobtalula and... The two started to bicker once more, but Eugene interrupted in a quiet voice. By the way, Rai, are there other wizards in the Blood Shadow School beside you? As far as I know, my master is the only one. It's not like our school follows a single student policy or anything, but the conditions for entering and leaving are very strict. But why are you asking me that all of a sudden? Rai said. That's strange. The wizard I killed, apparently, he told the Archivold family that he belonged to the Blood Shadow School, Eugene answered. Rai's eyes grew wide with shock, and she asked back in a hurry, is that really true? That can't be. Are you doubting me? Eugene asked. No. That's not what I'm trying to say, Rai answered in a flurry. Then that must mean that they were impersonators, Eugene said. That's right. Wizards belonging to the Blood Shadow School would never create undead. Only chimeras. The ultimate goal of the Blood Shadow School is the production of chimeras. It's completely different from black magic, because Rai desperately defended her school. Creating undead was frowned upon because it involved the trapping or controlling of the souls belonging to the subject of magic, regardless of whether they were humans or monsters. On the other hand, Chimeras were an entirely new species created by combining various parts belonging to different monsters. As such, souls tailored for the body had to be created. Not only was it more difficult, but it was an entirely different branch of magic. Most importantly, chimeras only respond to monsters possessing mana stones. Even though they obey the orders of their creator, they do not oppose those without mana stones, Rai said. I see. But do ordinary people know the difference? Eugene asked. Probably not. Moreover, our school isn't very public because of our founder's identity, Rai trailed off. But since the impersonators were using your name, wouldn't that make things difficult for your school? Eugene asked. Yes, But since the wizard was killed by Sir Eugene, Rai said. The other one is still alive, Eugene interrupted. What? The dead wizard had a student. It appears that he escaped after discovering his master's death. There's no guarantee that he won't create an undead and exploit the name of the Blood Shadow School, Eugene continued. Hugh. Rai's expression quickly dimmed. She looked to be a serious person when she first met Eugene. When things started to flow to Eugene's liking, he revealed the bait to make the catch. Even though she was only a small fish, she could grow to be very big in the future. However, I took the magical tool and the journal from the dead wizard. I'm not sure if this would be of any help, he muttered. It will. It will. Please, give it to me. I will definitely find out their true identities. I swear it on the name of magic and my school. Rai immediately took the bait and shouted fervently. All right. Although it was quite ridiculous how fast Rai changed her attitude, Eugene nodded with satisfaction. Myrian, who was laying comfortably on Cillian's mane, spoke while thumping her large belly. TSK, TSK, TSK. The greed of wizards is even bigger than the bellies of dragons. They don't know when to be satisfied. TSK, TSK. Burp. It was all too shameless to be coming from a spirit who had literally stuffed herself to the brim at breakfast. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Oh, I greet the great Ori, I greet my Lord. Delmondo quickly corrected himself and bowed deeply. It appeared his heart still fluttered with awe and fear whenever he saw Eugene. Everyone except the administrator, you may all leave, Eugene said. Yes, sir. The servants, who were all villagers hired by Delmondo, bowed before leaving. Eugene sat comfortably in a chair before continuing, I guess everything is going well. The village was quite bustling. Yes. The guild leaders of Morfern actively cooperated. First, Delmondo quickly knelt on one knee before giving an accurate, concise report. The report was even better than the ones he gave to his immediate superior during his time as an imperial official. As such, the castle is expected to be completed in half a year, and we plan to run the territory by hiring those recommended by the guilds. Do you have anything you would like to point out? Delmondo spoke carefully, unable to hide his anxiety. Eugene nodded. I trust that you will do well on your own. Thank you for trusting me too. Since you will die if you don't. I swear on my life that I will do my best. Delmondo immediately responded with a brighter expression, then he bowed his head afterward while trembling. I won't be returning to the territory for a while. Take your orders from Galfredic. The troops who came with me and the wizard will be staying behind as well, Eugene said. I will follow the will of the Great One, Delmondo said obediently. The status between himself and the vassal of an origin was comparable to the gap between heaven and earth. Moreover, Galfredic was even more difficult to deal with for Delmondo. He could already that a bleak future awaited him. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gardai and the other guild leaders of Morfern did not spare their praise after hearing about the incident regarding Eugene and the Archivold Marquisate. As a result of Eugene's heroic deeds, the roads leading inland of the peninsula would be opened once again for the first time in nearly 2 years. Moreover, Morfern's guilds would be tasked with the disposal of monster byproducts and mana stones from the various dungeons, as well as the silver from Eugene's mine. This wasn't all. You may have already guessed, but Lord Essandra has no intention of stopping here. She is planning to demonstrate her force to the southern territories and cities of the peninsula. She appeared to be looking forward to Morfern's support, Eugene said while handing the guild leaders a letter. Gardai and the other guild leaders were so overjoyed that they even shed tears. The letter contained Essandra's signature along with the seal of the Archivold family, and it was a long list of supplies required for her army. Peace and stability would allow merchants to fill their bellies slowly, but war would immediately satiate them. Thanks to Eugene, the land surrounding Morfern became quite peaceful. Fortunately for them, the southern part of the peninsula would continue to be noisy due to Essandra. It was a golden opportunity for the city of Morfern to rake in money. Hooray! 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 The overjoyed cries of the guild leaders resonated endlessly as the ship with Eugene and the various byproducts left the port. Of course, Eugene was very satisfied as well. I can't believe that they agreed to build a castle, develop the mine, and even pay the mercenaries for the time being. What a fortunate outcome. This result was achieved because the interest of both parties exquisitely matched. Eugene felt satisfied even without knowing the details. Yes, Sir Eugene, what are these? There had been a few more unplanned subjugations, so take this as well. Eugene threw a leather pouch, and Priscilla hurriedly received it before opening it. He had returned after a month. How beautiful! Her eyes dimmed as hundreds of mana stones shone brilliantly, nestled comfortably within the heavy leather pocket. Vice Executive. Drool, Eugene called out. Yes. What? She answered. You're drooling, Eugene continued. Ah. Please excuse me. Please, come inside, Sir Eugene. Priscilla hurriedly wiped her mouth before guiding Eugene in a polite manner. After the two arrived at her office, she spoke while calming herself down. Sir Eugene, with all due respect, could you please explain to me what happened? It wasn't a very big deal, Eugene said in a nonchalant voice before explaining the incidents that took place in the Archivold Marquisate. Priscilla's expressions continued to change dramatically in real time as he told the story. What? You're calling that not a very big deal? Are you out of your mind? The knight she chose disappeared for a month and suddenly became a real lord. Moreover, he had become the lord of an independent territory that was recognized by the new Marquis of the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. He even owned a silver mine and had as many as 7 knights under his command. She couldn't immediately think of any lords near Meran who were as powerful, influential, and possessed as large of a territory as Eugene. However, he called these achievements of his not a big deal. I sincerely congratulate you, Sir Eugene. This is definitely more than not a big deal. You achieved something great. Priscilla exclaimed. Is that so? Anyways, it had been unplanned, but I succeeded in a subjugation, so the contract is now over, right? Eugene asked. Ah, that's right, Priscilla said in a worried voice while lowering her head. Even while Eugene told her exciting stories about the happenings on the peninsula, she had been anxiously waiting for this topic to surface. Sir, would you have any intention of extending the contract? 2 more times. If you agree to just 2 more, then, Priscilla said hurriedly. We should terminate the original contract, Eugene interjected. Yes, Priscilla answered dejectedly. It was fundamental for powerful merchants to always hide their feelings, but Priscilla could not hide her regret. Why don't we sign a new contract? Eugene said. What? Priscilla shouted excitedly. A moment ago, she had been like a man grieving for his lost country and family, but now she was like a baby bird excitedly greeting the return of her mother from the hunt. Half of the silver gained from the mine, and all of the mana stones and byproducts I will acquire in the future, I will dispose of these through the Palin Association. In return, The fee, Eugene started. 10%. We will only take 10%. Mana stones, byproducts, all of it. We will also only charge the shipping cost for the silver. But whenever you participate in a subjugation, or whenever you go on an expedition or anything else, please let us, the Palin Association, quietly follow behind you. Priscilla said desperately. She was serious. Her intuition as a merchant, combined with Eugene's tremendous performance thus far, was screaming at her to take the chance. If she could somehow stick by Eugene's side, it would allow the Palin Association to grow to even greater heights. She could not miss this opportunity. This was why she could respond immediately without having to make complicated calculations like usual. Customers are family. I swear on the name of Palin, which has strived for 4 generations for honesty and credibility, that we want to continue to trade with you in the future. Sir Eugene. You will not regret this decision. Priscilla shouted passionately. If you say so, Vice Executive. I will do as you say, then Eugene answered rather generously, but he was inwardly surprised. The other party had suggested much better conditions than he had initially expected. Delmondo, you bastard. They would accept 20%. Maybe I overestimated your competence. I will see you when I return. Eugene became determined to admonish Delmondo even harder before speaking with a relaxed attitude. I should be able to skim through the new contract within 3 days, right? I hope to receive it while my armor is being repaired. How could this be? He was even asking for the association to pay for the repairs of his armor as well. Priscilla was inwardly amazed at Eugene's meticulousness. In her mind, she already made the decision to always be careful when dealing with the knight. But on the outside, she responded quickly, feel free to leave it at the Palin Association. I will take responsibility and have it repaired. I will have it delivered to you along with the new contract, Sir Eugene. That would be nice. Eugene nodded. It was quite fortunate that all of the merchants he encountered in Morfern and Meran were so good-natured and nice. Then I will see you in a few days, Eugene said before getting up from his chair. Yes, Priscilla answered before hurrying up from her own chair, then personally opening the door for Eugene. Home. Eugene's eyes filled with interest as he headed down the stairs under Priscilla's guidance. There was a familiar face among the workers who were carrying the materials he had brought from the peninsula. The young man was wearing a navy vest on top of a nice shirt with a neat haircut. It was Felid. How is my aide doing nowadays? Is he proving useful? Eugene asked. What? You mean Mr. Felid? Of course. He is very intelligent and hard-working. Would you like me to call for him? Priscilla asked. Geek. Let's see him for a bit, sir. It's been a while since we've seen our little old man. He is your servant number 1, so you should at least say hi. Myrian popped her head out of Eugene's leather pocket and spoke with a bright expression. Felid had been the first person with whom Eugene established a human relationship. Moreover, he taught Eugene how to read and write. Regardless of the circumstance, Felid was still Eugene's aide, yet Eugene had been too indifferent about him thus far. I was being indifferent. Eugene paused for a moment. Having such thoughts was an unfamiliar process for him. Eugene stared at Felid for a brief moment. The young man was working hard, carrying a box while sweating profusely. A few other faces came to Eugene's mind in turn: a rough, unrestrained knight, a slightly dumb wizard, and a greedy, rude spirit. How strange. Eugene felt taken back. But it wasn't a bad feeling overall. Sir Eugene? Priscilla asked. No, it's nothing. I don't want to interfere with his work, so I will have to take my leave for today. Anyways, Eugene spoke before giving a slight bow to Priscilla, who was looking up at him. Thank you for taking good care of my aide, Vice Executive Priscilla. The knight had never expressed his gratitude even when she had offered the best terms for their contract, but he was doing so now. Moreover, he's smiling. A faint smile could be seen on the lips of the seemingly cold-blooded knight. Priscilla was quite dumbfounded by the scene. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene stayed in Meran for 3 days. During these 3 days, Meran's mayor and other various celebrities continued to bother him. It was all because Eugene had helped Essandra stabilize the Archivold Marquisate and was bestowed a considerable territory from her and a silver mine. Moreover, rumors had spread that several guilds in the city of Morfern had rolled up their sleeves together to help build Eugene's castle. The mayor and the merchant guild leader of Meran felt a sense of crisis after hearing the various rumors. They were scared that they would lose Eugene to the city of Morfern. In the end, the two people took the lead in holding banquets and feasts to celebrate Eugene's meritorious achievements along with the blacksmith guild leader and the mercenary guild leader. As always, many stories were told and words were exchanged in places where people gathered and soaked in alcohol. Confirmed facts continued to grow into unclear rumors and exaggerations over the period of a few days, and as a result, even those who did not fully believe in Eugene's ability and achievements, the royalists, began to be allured by the stories. We must bring Jan Eugene to our side. The royalists consisted of a small group of merchants and washed-up nobles who were on the side of the king because of vested interests and beliefs. For the city of Meran, they were a huge risk factor. It was unclear when the royalists would betray the city. The objective of the royalists was to somehow cause chaos in the city to allow the royal family to intervene. But even though they were followers of the king, their foundation was still in the city. As such, they could not always openly oppose the city leadership and had to be wary of prying eyes. Is there really a need for that? A single knight is not a big deal. Meran and Morfern. If there is another noble who has influence in both cities, name them. Moreover, he has found favor in the eyes of both cities' various guilds. The retort caused the figure to firmly close his lips since there was no one else who fit the criteria except Eugene. The knight, who suddenly rose to fame one day and quickly became an influential figure in the city of Meran, had the potential to become a seed of discord if he could be won over. But I heard that the knight became a lord in the Archivold Marquisate. Doesn't that mean it's already a sailed ship? The figure asked. He's not a vassal, but rather an independent lord, the other answered. Ah, really? The figure said. Yes. The knight named Galfredic, the right-hand man of Jan Eugene, also took in an aide in the Carlsbagins Peninsula. But it turns out that the aide is actually the daughter of Lord Gabriel Archivold, the other continued. Lord Gabriel. Isn't that the one whom the king was about to confer a title to? That's right. The daughter of the sole figure with a relationship with the royal family on the Carlsbagins Peninsula has become the aide of Jan Eugene's most trusted knight. In other words, at the least, he is not hostile to the royal family, right? Hoo-hoo. You have a point. The people were gathered in a dark room with a flag embroidered with the royal symbol hanging from the wall. They nodded and agreed while looking around at each other. Let's say that it's possible. Do you have a method in mind? The mayor and the merchant guild leader are sticking to the side of the knight as if they want to lick his asshole. If we make a move, those vipers will catch on immediately. Is there a rule saying that we have to be the ones to approach? Sir Eugene will participate in Count Winslan's night competition. So what? We can contact the royal city. They can send a reliable figure to the Winslan County to persuade Sir Eugene. The relationship between the royal family and the Winslan County isn't too bad, correct? Oh. Certainly. No one would doubt anyone from the royal city, whether they are a congratulatory envoy or a participant in the competition. Meran's royalists became delighted at the suggestion. But they soon faced another problem. How will we send a message to the royal city? The surveillance and monitoring are one thing, but haven't most of our connections been severed as well? Even if we succeed, Could we even achieve our goal before the start of the competition? Everyone, what about we do it like this? One of the nobles carefully stepped up and explained his plan. Let's use the Evergrove County. Since the nobleman's brief explanation caused everyone's expressions to brighten. Good idea. That family only has things to gain from a disturbance in the city of Meran, right? Exactly. Now, let's write up a letter and place our signatures. The royalists excitedly drafted a letter and signed their names. They were joyed after finding an unexpected solution. The next day, an errand boy left the gates of Meran City at a similar time as Eugene. ****. Why did you bring this to me? Jevin Evergrove asked bluntly. He had been quite dissatisfied recently with all of his plans going awry. I am merely an errand boy for Sir Shiranosa. I was only ordered to deliver this letter to you, my lord, the boy answered. I see. You can go, Jevin Evergrove said. Yes. The errand boy hurriedly bowed several times while trembling, then bolted out the door. Shiranosa, Jevin Evergrove muttered while recalling the family. Jevin vaguely recalled that since being separated from the Evergrove family at the time of his great-great-grandfather, his distant cousins had settled in the city of Meran. He took a small knife and unsealed the letter. If it was a plea asking to borrow money, he intended to thoroughly punish them by sending a knight. Ha. But he soon burst into laughter after confirming the contents of the letter and the signatures lining the bottom. Is it because he knows something that he sent me this? No, that can't be it, Jevin muttered. Like Shiranosa, Meran's royalists were mostly washed-up nobles without many connections. Moreover, Meran had not been on good terms with the royal family for nearly 5 or 6 years. As such, no one had a direct relationship with the royal family in Meran. As a result, the royalists were unable to make a direct move. They had to find someone to convey their will to the royal family on their behalf. The Evergrove family still retained a connection with the royal family, even if they weren't very close. As such, they planned to use the Evergrove family as a kind of messenger. How can I use this? The royalists and the royal city. Jevin fell into deep thought for a few minutes before he raised his head with a bright look. That's right. I just need to change the content very slightly. No, maybe it will be better to add a postscript. Since it was a letter signed by multiple people, it wouldn't be suspicious to add a postscript in a different handwriting. Ha. This is good. I can finally teach that cheeky brat a strict lesson, Jevin said with joy. This time around, the arrogant knight would never realize that Jevin was involved in this matter. Ho. It doesn't even matter if you notice it. It's very common for people to die in a knight competition after all. Jevin had been moody after hearing about Eugene's actions and achievements on the Carlsbaggins Peninsula. But for the first time in a long while, life and joy returned to Jevin's face.